Good morning. I'd like to call today's Committee of the Whole meeting for November 21st, 2021, 8 a.m. to order. The town of Hinton respectfully acknowledges that it is located on Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation Region Number 4. These are the traditional territories and ancestral lands of the Indigenous peoples, including the Plains Cree First Nations, Assiniboine, Winnewak, Rocky Mountains First Nation, Stoney, Tsuut'ina, Nakota, Denisiline, Saulteaux, Mountain Métis, Michif, and many other communities that continue to enrich the land on which the town of Hinton was established. With this sentiment, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Council, are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none. Administration, any changes?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, seeing none, I'd seek a motion to adopt. Councillor Hawes.
I'd like to adopt the Committee of the Whole agenda for November 21st, 2021.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. All those in favor? And that's passed. Okay, and that brings us to our first agenda item, citizens minute with council. Are there any citizens who want to speak at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday? No, seeing none, that moves us on to our first action item. Draft 2022 capital budget and draft 2023 to 2026 capital plan. Administration.
Thank you, Chair Ostashik. So I'll just introduce this quickly. It is our sole agenda item today. Spend the rest of the day going through the draft 2022 capital budget and the draft 23-26 capital plan. As you know, we've engaged the services of Rob Osmond to take us through our budget process this year. To date, our process is on time, and we're on schedule for where we had planned to be at this time. And so today we will be taking you through the schedule. We'll talk about the overall draft budget position and take a look at the budget and the budget plan with the funding that's available. We'll take you through the ranking matrix as well that was used. Administration has done some work to prepare and the project charters for the 15 capital projects that we are proposing for 2022. And I think that's it. So I have the full senior leadership team either on Zoom or in person today to answer any questions that perhaps Mr. Osmond cannot answer for council. And at this time, I'll pass it over to Mr. Osmond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, council. So we got a full day today. There's a number of pieces that we'll be going through. The schedule has breaks built into it approximately every couple of hours. If council desires something else, you can just let me know. We'll start with kind of an overview of the budget process. We'll move through some of the work that administration has gone through to build the information that's before you today. We will take a look at the 50-year and 5-year plans that we've put together. We'll review all of the capital project charters for the projects that have been identified in the capital budget. And then we will get to a point later this afternoon where council can have a fuller deliberation on any changes they'd like to make to the draft in front of them today. The goal will be to come out of this room at the end of the day with a clear message from council on what they'd like to see in the draft capital budget, which we would then be bringing back to council at the December 7th meeting. So with no more introduction than that, I'd like to kind of just go over some basis of the budget preparation. So one of the reasons we're here today, the reason we're here today is to have a look at the capital budget. The budget process that we have in place also deals with the operating side of the budget. However, that will take some more time. The deliberations for that will be in the new year. There'll be an interim budget motion that council will make in December that will allow the municipality to continue its regular operations as that budget process concludes. But one of the concerns is that if you delay your capital approval process into the new year, it can become very difficult to achieve the capital projects that you have lined up for the year. Many of them take a significant amount of prep work, RFP processes to tender, those types of things. And in order for all of that to happen in time for a project to begin in our short construction season, it's important that we get the capital approved as quickly as possible. So one of the things that we'll talk about this morning is the interaction between the capital budget and the operating budget, so that council has a clear understanding of where we sit. So the first document I'd like to talk about this morning is labeled Overall Draft Budget Position. It's attachment number 2 to the package. So in this document, essentially what we've done is when administration went through the base budget, so the base budget is the components of the operating budget that form the continuing ongoing service level established by council. So it contains none of the new proposed projects. It contains no one-time purchases or one-time projects, trials or anything like that. It's just the established service level from council. So essentially it's continuing to do the things that we continue to do. When we came out of that process for 2022, the draft surplus position of that budget was a surplus of $887,000. Approximately in tax percentage language, that comes to 6.83. So the process we'll go through when we come back to deliberate on the operating project is if the current base draft is at a surplus of 6.83%, then we will go through the process of choosing the one-time and operating projects, programs and trials that council would like to see in the budget. We'll go through an exercise where we can switch those on and off in various combinations until we find a solution that meets with council's expectation. What this means is that there's a bit of a cushion for council to be able to select those projects from this 6.83%. Council will, of course, also have the ability to fund additional projects through additional taxation if there's things on the list that they would like to see. So when we talk about those operating projects, administration has done them up in administration proposed operating business cases. There are two types. There are in 2022, 296,000 worth of operating business cases that administration has essentially prioritized above the line. There are 425,000 worth of other operating business cases, which administration felt was important enough to draw up and draft and bring to council's attention. However, when they sat down to prioritize them, they understand that there is a limit to the financial resources available to council. And so they created a line to say, these are the things that we're going to come to council and say are extremely important to the operations of the municipality. The other things, although important and provide maybe some strategic or other priority capacity for the organization, will be presented. And if council sees them as important, they can be included. The next component is the council proposed operating business cases. So I know council has gone through and made some proposals, and we have a date picked out to sit down and discuss which ones of those council would like to proceed with to the operating draft. So that number isn't here at this point, but we know that there is a number attached to that. And then the final piece is contributions to capital reserves. So in the draft-based budget, the contributions to the capital reserves were removed. And the reason that we did that is because the current budgeting process for the town of Hinton had approximately $3.9 million of reserves going into reserve in 2022. That entire amount, plus a little bit more, was being withdrawn by the 2022 projected capital budget. So this is the process that we went through in prior years. So this was the projection when we got started. The reason we took those out was I think it's really important for council to acknowledge that when you have a capital budget that's being largely leveraged by taxation, that is a very difficult process to sustain. And it's very important that when we talk about capital budgeting, we talk about sustainable funds, and we are budgeting in a way that operates within our means. The difficulty with using taxation when you're talking about capital budgets is that the capital budget can fluctuate significantly year to year. And if you are using direct taxation to fund your capital budget, those fluctuations can greatly affect your tax rate. So as a sustainability piece, as a good practice, we try not to fund our capital programs directly out of taxation. If you are in a process where what you are putting into reserves prior to the end of the year immediately comes out to fund your capital obligations, although it is the transactions bring it into reserves before they're brought out to the capital budget, they never stay there for any period of time. It is essentially funding your capital budget with taxation. So what I wanted to do was to draw a clear line. So we will, when we come back to the operating budget, we will have a conversation about how to establish contributions to reserves in a sustainable way, where the reserves are building up to allow us to obtain our long-term capital goals, but to kind of get out of this cycle of funding the capital program directly from the taxation. So in order to do that, what we did was we took those out of the base budget, and when we talk about how we fund the capital program later, those immediate transfers are not being used. So when we get to the operating deliberation, I expect that council will want to have a good conversation about what is a sustainable capital reserve contribution. We just won't build the capital plan around using that contribution immediately. So when we look at the capital plan, we can see in the short term, within the resources we have without those reserve transfers, we can short term get through so that we can long term establish a capital reserves plan. That makes sense to everybody? I got some notes.
Sorry, Mr. Osmond, before we move on too far, if there's any questions from council, would you like to take them as they come, or define period for questions?
I would prefer, if you've got questions, that you let me know right away. Because that way we don't move through any information, because as we go along, things will start to build on each other, and I wouldn't want anybody kind of getting a bigger gap as we go through. So yeah, if you got them, let's talk about it.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, so essentially what you've done is you've given us a base that's 6.8% lower than what, our normal funding level?
The 6.8% is lower than the current taxation rate.
Right. And then you've taken out the capital budget, which normally would be, we'd put in $3 to $4 million. So that normally that would represent like 32% of the tax base. So if you minus the 6 or 7, if we're at plus 25% of the tax rate of what we normally would do just with what we're sitting right here.
Yes,
there's another way to fund capital that we're going to talk about.
Yeah, so the overall draft budget position. The last number we have to talk about is that 29% at the bottom of the column. So that represents if we took the base budget and added in the administration proposed operating business cases and the contributions to capital reserve as they were projected in prior year, we would be at a net tax increase position of 29% to accomplish all of that.
Right.
So presumably, council is not interested in having a discussion about that. So the discussion will become, what portion of the operating business cases is council interested in including, and what is a sustainable contribution to capital reserves? So there are lots of different ways that we'll fund capital projects. When we get in, the first couple of years of the capital program are largely funded in our draft. And so you'll be able to see that there are a number of different sources that we pull from, including the capital reserves that we have built up. And then when we get to the operating budget, we'll talk about what level of contribution to capital reserves is sustainable within council's tax model, and how does that in the future long-term inform our capital budget.
Great, and presumably there's some recommendation from administration around 3%, because that was the direction the council gave administration to keep the tax increases to 3% or less.
Yeah, so the draft will be presented when we get to the operating budget. It will be presented as the base budget at that surplus of 6.8%. And then all of the various budget choices that are available will be presented to council, and council will run through several times, so we can try a number of different things, but council can turn off and on the various budget decisions till they find a solution that fits their model. So the process here is not for administration to go away with the budget and come back with what we believe is the right thing for council. The goal of this process is to put all of the decisions into council's hands so they can select the budget that they want and can explain to the community at large. So it won't be a back and forth where administration's presenting something and council's saying yes or no, try again. It will be a process where we bring all the decisions to council. Council will go through an exercise of deciding what they want in and what fits within their tax tolerance. Make sense?
Council, anything further? Okay.
Okay. And so in the overall draft budget position, we can see that as we go forward into 23, 24, and 25, the draft surplus position does increase. But we do know that a big portion of that is being driven by the capital reserve contributions that were in the original drafts. We also know that the further out that we project, the more and more difficult it becomes for us to project those numbers. So we have to respect that as we get into 23, 4, and 5, the numbers get softer and softer. And as we run through subsequent budget cycles, they'll get tighter and tighter. But you can see that there is, to continue with what was the planned contributions to the capital reserves, plus the impacts to the base budget, because there were some changes in the base budget that we'll talk about, some things that have changed in terms of regulation, requirement to pay, number of expenses, those types of things that we'll talk about as we go forward. So certainly this is simply to provide council with the base as we move into the capital conversation, essentially why the current year contributions to reserves don't appear in our later conversations today. It does give council a bit of a peek at where the operating budget draft sits right now today, but it is very much in draft. Council hasn't had that conversation yet. And so the purpose of providing this information is just to explain what we've done with the current year reserve contribution capital. Okay. So if that makes sense, I'd like to move on to the multi-year capital infrastructure plan. This is the 50-year plan. Sorry. It is it's attachment 1, the first spreadsheet. So it is on page 8. Oh, that's not the right one. It is on page 10.
What's it look like? I can't find it.
So the heading at the top is multi-year capital infrastructure plan, Town of Hinton 2021 for 2022 to 2071.
Attachment 3.
I think that's page 8 in the package, isn't it? It's got a fairly thick orange bar across the top.
Yeah.
Rob, is it this one? Sorry.
Mr. Osmond?
No, unfortunately, that's a different one we'll talk about shortly. The one we were looking for, it starts on page 10.
I don't have page numbers on anything here. So that's not helpful.
So it has a single orange bar and then a very long list of projects.
So the first item is rubber surface play and spray park. Is that the one?
Oh, there, page. Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Unfortunately, that's the first project on both of them, but
Oh, okay.
so the one with the thick bar has additional orange lines on it. The one that we're going to start with has just the one orange line at the top.
It's the one that looks like the one on the screen. You want to find the one that looks like the one on the screen?
All right. So when administration began the process of bringing this capital draft together, the first thing we did was we gathered all of the projects that we could currently see on the horizon. Now these projects, like all budgeting, in the short term, for capital, we typically will call that in the current 5-year cycle, are very, very clear. As we go out into subsequent years, like all the other numbers, they start to get a little foggier. So when we talk about a 50-year capital plan, we put on all the projects of which we are aware, recognizing that as we get closer to those future dates, the project list will be revised. The purpose of bringing these all together, though, was so that we could look at them as a whole. So if we go across the sheet just to show you what it is that we put together. So the first project, CPC, stands for Capital Project Charter, is the rubber surface play and spray park, replacing the rubber surface at the playground itself. We provide a budget estimate in current dollars. We identified the division that it is most closely associated, not necessarily the department that would manage the project, but the home of the asset itself. We then identify a plan phase. So when we deal with the capital budget, we start with the current phase, the current 5 years, then we'll do the following 5, the next 5 after that, and we continue till we have 10 5-year cycles. We did take some early stabs at funding. These funding numbers are primarily what was in prior budgets. So this is not the funding that we're proposing today, but it's the funding that we started out with. We also have an assigned year. So this was the year that we identified the project to go ahead in prior budgeting, or as we created the project. And then there's a series of columns. So these columns that begin with asset rehab and protection, service benefit to the public, strategic importance, safety and risk management, work conditions and productivity, funding impact, and finally operation maintenance costs. These are the dynamics that we used in our evaluation matrix to rank these projects. I'll explain kind of how that worked in a moment. But essentially, because we're dealing with such a large list of projects, one of the things we wanted to do was ensure that when we were going forward, that we had a look at least over the next 5-year plan and re-ranked these projects to make sure that we had the priority listing right. So again, the years that were plugged into this document were the years that were assumed at the time we were creating the project. It's not necessarily where they come out in terms of priority today. So we went through a prioritization exercise. And that's attachment 4. It's page 17 of the package. It's labeled ranking guide. So in order to help us compare all of these projects, because as you can imagine, having been a finance guy, finance projects look really important to me. However, if we talk to the fire chief, he may have some different ideas about what number 1 project should look like. So what we did was we applied a ranking matrix using this ranking guide. And so it is 7 criteria that we rank on a scale from 0 to 4. The purpose of this is to generate an overall score, asking some questions about what's important when it comes to capital projects. So the first dimension that we use is asset rehabilitation and protection. So what this question essentially asks is the asset that's being proposed in the capital project something that we already have? Is it near the end of its useful life? Is it well used and needs an upgrade? Does it function the way it should? It just needs some additional funding to add some additional pieces. Is it replacing something that works just fine the way it is? Or lastly, is it initiating a new asset? So the principle behind this this part of the matrix is to say that a capital project that we undertake to preserve a failing asset has a higher priority than building a new asset that currently doesn't exist in the system. So it assumes that we want to keep doing the things that we are already doing, and new things, although nice, take a lower priority to that. So again, if you had a water line in a subdivision that was nearing the end of its life, or if it was at critical risk for failure, maintaining water service to that part of the community ranks higher than adding new sidewalks to an area that doesn't have them right now. It's not that adding new sidewalks isn't important, but we need ways to rank these projects, and protecting the assets we have, making sure we keep those service levels, is assumed to be one of the dimensions at which we want to proceed. So the next one that we look at is service and benefit to the public. So the criteria here is major impact to the entire community or more than one neighborhood, a moderate impact to the community or a major impact to one neighborhood, minor impact to the community, moderate impact to a neighborhood or one major portion of the community, minor impact to one entire neighborhood or moderate impact to a portion of a neighborhood, or no general impact to the public. So again, we're assuming here that if we can identify projects that impact more people, then those projects should be prioritized over the projects that impact a smaller number of people. So we went through these categories, and as we go down the list, we talk about alignment with council's strategic vision. We talk about whether we're eliminating risk to life, or if there's a safety issue associated with the project. We talk about whether it increases productivity for the organization. One of the really interesting ones here is funding impact. So funding impact essentially says that if we have two projects that are otherwise identical, and one of them can be funded 80% from outside sources, primarily grants, then the one that can be funded 80% from grants is a higher priority for the municipality than the one that can't be. And so this ensures that when we have opportunities where projects are largely funded by grants, that they get the attention they deserve, and we can get them done faster, because again, in terms of tax dollars, they're cheaper. And then our final dimension is consideration of operational costs. So we know when there are many projects, when we do them, that can create savings in operational impacts. There are also projects, because of their complexity or because of the assets that they leave us with, maintaining those assets costs us something. And so again, looking at projects that cost more in operational spending in comparison to the ones that save us in operational spending was the final dimension. So then we went through the matrix and we apply a percent allocation of how we're going to weight these various categories. So, the guide, the main purpose of the guide is to provide a standard matrix across which we can rank all the projects. So this allows us as a group, administration as a group did this exercise. It allows us to sit down together and talk about all of these projects with a common understanding about what makes something a strong priority for capital and what doesn't. So it makes sure that, you know, those kind of pieces where we talked about, you know, for finance guide, the finance projects look really important because they're really close to home. This matrix provides a common ground where we can rank all these. I also feel that the matrix is really important for council because it gives you the confidence that when we went through working with these capital projects, that there was a system applied, and that it wasn't just casual conversation. They weren't ranked by emotion. There's a system, it's measurable, and knowing that that was applied appropriately will give council the confidence in the system. As we go forward, that doesn't rule out the fact that council might look at the way some things were ranked and say, well, I'm not sure that really fits, because there are some dimensions in here, particularly the alignment to strategic direction, where if the strategic direction of council is not very clear, then the matrix might not align a project right where it is. So as always, council has the ability to go in and say, I don't think we got this ranked right. There's a project, you know, maybe it's in the number 11 spot and council feels it belongs higher on the list. Likely what that means is it's got a higher alignment to council's strategic priority than administration realized when we were doing projects. And that's a big part of why we're here today. So once we go through all of the information, council will be able to say, well, wait a second, there's something in here that that seems really high given where I think it should be, or there's a project that's not on this list that I want to see. So we can make those adaptions as we go through. But the purpose of the matrix was to give us some basis to compare and rank these projects. So if we go back to the 50-year plan, what we then did was starting with the projects that were thought to be closest to needing to happen, so the ones that were assigned to the 2022 year, we began ranking these projects. And it's an exercise. Administration sits down together. They take them one at a time, and they run through those 7 criteria, providing them with a ranked score. Then we did some other things. We started at what we thought would be the most recent. Then, of course, I always think it's a good idea to grab your highest value projects and get them in the rank. So we worked our way from the highest value projects back to about the $300,000, $400,000 mark. And so that meant that approximately, I think 45% of all the projects on the list were ranked. So just for council's information, there are 242 projects on this 50-year capital plan. Administration did rank over 100 of them. And the purpose of that was to drive us towards that number where we could have a look at kind of what our highest priority ranked projects are. So this sheet, as you go down, lists all of the projects. They are divided by their phase. So there are lines as you get down through. So obviously the first phase, the current 5 years, is the largest portion because that's the part that's clearest. But as you go down, you will see breaks in the information that designate the transition from the 2021 to the 2026, and then you'll go to the 2027 to 2032 and on as you go down the list. So I show this information to council so that we can have that conversation about the ranking matrix. Also so that council can see that although we're going to talk about a small wedge of the capital program today, the current 5-year cycle, and we'll focus mostly on the next few years. I think it's important for council to see that the vision here is a lot further than that we are projecting out a long ways. As this budget process continues to become more comfortable, I expect that this 50-year capital list will get longer. So when you first implement a system like this, administration comes together and they bring all of the information they had previously. They use that to build this base budget. Now that that's in that capital budget, now it will be easier for them to look out and find the spots in the future years where maybe there's some more capital projects that we'll identify as we go forward. We'll also build more capital charters. So the capital charters are essentially, we'll look at them later, but essentially they're project sheets that provide the details. Obviously, we didn't do 240 project charters because we are likely only going to be able to talk about the first portion. But the goal this year was to have capital project charters for 2022's projects, so we could have good detailed conversation about them. And then going forward, we'll extend that far out.
Do you have a question, Mr. Osmond? Councillor Hawes?
Yeah, I guess, and this is, maybe it's not the place to ask, but is this the place to look at some of them where they're ranked potentially and have that discussion, or is that at a later part of the?
So I would like to get through kind of the narrowing of this information first. When we get down into the current cycle and we're having a look at that, I think that would be a better place. Now, if The conversation may be that there's something that isn't appearing in the current cycle, and that's okay. But from this perspective, we're still really high up there. I'd like to get a little closer to the pictures.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I like this ranking, that's good, and I guess this time it'll get better. We have what I think is 20 to 30 capital carryover projects. So, do they rank as well? And how do they fit in with this capital budget? And the value of those capital carryover projects, if you take out the water treatment plant, is worth more than the value in the 2022 capital plan. So what's happening with this massive wad of carryover stuff, and how does it affect the 2022? And do we even have the ability to get all this work done? And why haven't we seen any information on the carryover projects presented with this budget?
So that's a really good question. The reason you don't see it is because all of the projects that have been previously approved have been approved in their entirety. When a capital project is approved, it is approved to go forward regardless of the length of the project. So when you have a project carried over, we don't take another opportunity to reapprove it. The reason for that is because when you have a capital project that the administration begins to work on, dollars become invested. And so we don't provide a second opportunity to approve a project, because if it wasn't approved, all of the invested resources would be sunk. So we don't represent previously approved projects. Now, with the ongoing capital budget, so what was approved in 2021 and in prior years, I know administration has a target goal for council about what percentage of those projects will be complete by year end, and I know that information is covered in some of the reporting that council gets. But yeah, the larger question I think might be, how large a capital program in 2022 can we carry, given that we know that these carry forward projects are there? And so I think it's important to understand, and we'll see it when we talk about some of the really big projects. Some of these projects have long timelines, and when we look at the capital charters, one of the important pieces we have there is what is the timeline for this project. So you might have a project that is looking for approval this year so we can move forward, but it may realistically, for something like a water treatment plant project, if that project is approved, that's probably a couple of years in development after approval, and then construction is more time on top of that. So administration has provided timelines for all of the projects that are in the budget, and certainly having a conversation with administration about capacity is important.
Yeah, because we had a 55% completion rate on the capital projects for 2021, so and we're carrying over all those projects. Yeah, so the question is, can we do it all? Yeah, we're certainly going to be asking for a bunch of new staff to do it, right? Or should we weed it down? Anyways, thanks.
Yeah, so if I could, just before we move to the next question, so a capital project should be budgeted standalone. So unless you're talking about internal resources to manage the project, all of the other resources should be included in the budget.
Mayor Michaels, and then
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Reese.
So just for clarity, there was some thought put into what has been carried forward, and in 2022, the capital, proposed capital for next year took into consideration that it is deliverable to do everything. Is that sort of the answer? Because I think it's a good question, but I assumed we wouldn't be adding things in 2022 that we absolutely didn't think we could do. But
So I don't know that I would be comfortable saying that administration is saying, yes, what's in here we can do. because I would hesitate to provide the advice to administration that they go through that exercise before council has seen the capital budget. So council sees the capital budget today, makes significant changes to it. The administration will have to go back and see if there are any challenges presented by the information that council is looking to move forward with. And they can provide that feedback when it gets to the budget approval date. I do think it's an important piece. I don't think that we're at that stage today because I'm not sure we're close enough to nailing it down. I'm always hesitant to put work into something that council hasn't had their fingers on in ahead. That makes sense.
Councillor Race?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope this is not the silliest question asked today, but on a approved project from 2021, and now it becomes a carryover, does the money allotted to that project carry over with it?
I think that's a great question, and the answer is yes. So when council approves a project, they approve both the project and the funding, and those endure until the project is complete. If the project finishes under budget, when it is closed, any residual funding is returned to the pot, so to speak.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor?
Some of these carryovers are directly related to the projects we have to date. For example, we've got a water treatment plant. Yet a lot of these some of these carryovers go back to 2018, and they're water treatment plant carryovers. So that's all being carefully coordinated.
Yes, so there would have been, it is conceivable, you know, if we talk about a water treatment plant, it's conceivable that there were projects related to the water treatment plant that are minor in scope in comparison to the water treatment project that we'll look at today. So it is possible that there are components there that, you know, they're the same type or they're the same asset. But for example, you could, I believe there's 2021 projects for the water treatment plant clarifier. Those might actually date back to before 2021. But the project that we talk about in the water treatment plant in our conversation today is about a larger water treatment plant construction. So you could have a project conceivably where you do some work to improve the clarifier in our current system, and then we may have a discussion today about a water treatment plant as a facility as a whole. Make sense? Yeah.
Councillor Taylor again?
How does life cycle replacement fit into these criteria? So life cycle replacement is a justification that's used for at least 4 of the new projects. Yet it doesn't, it's not a criteria that I necessarily like, but it seems to be a justification in a number 4 of these projects, yet it's not in the ranking guide.
Well, the nature of capital assets is that they depreciate over time, and so they have an assumed useful life. Now, it is very, very difficult depending on the type of asset. But if we talk for a moment about a water treatment plant, water treatment plants have a finite useful life, and when they reach the end of that useful life, typically it's pushed by regulation, right? So there comes a point where an old water treatment plant can't meet the current regulation. Those walls can develop really, really quickly. So we provide estimates about when a water treatment plant would need to be replaced, and that would be the life cycle of the water treatment plant. But if there was significant federal and provincial regulation changes, that might drive a sooner replacement. So yeah, there are things that will come up because when all of our assets will eventually need to be replaced on some schedule. So that piece in the title identifies that it's at the life cycle point for replacement. And then the ranking criteria focus, there is a piece that talk about, well, in terms of its replacement, is it near failure or is it a basically functioning asset? So you could have a life cycle replacement that is failing or near failure that would receive a higher score in that category. You could also have a life cycle replacement where the asset is still essentially functioning and you have more time, in which case it would receive a lower score in that category area. And so those two projects side by side, you should see the ones that are in greatest need of replacement because of their life cycle.
So the 4 projects that we see that say life cycle replacement aren't just getting replaced because they're old and in good working condition. They would be replaced for another reason that would be obvious in the detailed project descriptions.
Yes, yeah. And when we get to the individual projects, that's a good question that we should address.
Just being old, I don't like replacing things just because they're old. And in good working condition.
It's a dangerous slope. I know what you
It is very
mean.
dangerous.
All right. Okay, so if that makes sense to everyone, what I would like to do is I would like to move to the 5-year multi-year capital plan. So this is the one with the large orange bar and the additional orange bars on the sheet.
You can tell me page numbers now. I figured that out. Did you?
8. Oh, I see.
Oh,
Okay. So this spreadsheet is basically the first distillation of the information from the larger one we just looked at. So like we talked about, the last one was big picture, 50 years, 240 projects. And what we did was we ranked those projects. Out of the ones we ranked, we began to say, okay, well, this is the priority that they come out at. And what we did was we said, okay, if this is the ranking, the priority piece that we have, we'll say that, so the first project on the list, the rubber surface play and spray park, received an overall score of 3.4. That was our highest ranked project. Then we put them in order by ranking. So if you ignore the last 3 projects, you'll see that the set ended, the fourth to last project, SCBA and cylinders, had a 2.4. And then if you look down into the next year's project, it starts at 2.4. The reason those last 3 projects are out of order is because they are reoccurring capital projects. So there is a project for equipment upgrades and replacements in the budget. It's a standard dollar value year over year. We will talk in more detail about equipment in a moment. But it was a project that was established to deal with the priorities that come up within the year. So if you have a vehicle fail within the year, this is the line that would allow you to replace that unit. Because it appears every year, its ranking doesn't necessarily correspond well to the other projects because 1, it's year over year. 2, it's non-specific, so we don't know what unit it is that we're replacing. Presumably, it gets a high score when it comes to asset rehabilitation or protection, because you'd only be using those money if you've had an equipment failure. But some of the other categories, it's very difficult to establish whether or not it addresses a safety or risk until you know what it is. So they don't necessarily score where they belong, but they are repeating projects. So every year there's a certain amount of money set aside. Again, with these projects, if the funds were unused, it would carry forward into the next year. So you wouldn't, that money just gets returned to the pot and used until it's used for replacement. So what we did was we built a 5-year capital project ranking based on those scores. And you can see as you scroll down, the scores become lower. What we should see here is that many of the pieces that we see at the top of the list are likely familiar conversations that council's been aware of, has talked about in the past, and it's time to budget those projects. Or they should be things that intuitively council is able to say, yeah, that was close to failing, that's where we'd like to see it. And then, of course, there are some that are highly leveraged by outside funds. But as we go down the list, what we'll find is, or what we should find is that the priority of these projects being lower makes more and more sense. So each year as you go through the capital projects, it'll be a reshuffling of the deck. So, you know, it's not a static progression through these items. You could get to 2023 when you sit down to make the budget, and there could be something that was maybe in your 15-year forecast that needs to be moved up because the status of the asset has changed. So it's not a static progression, but we do build a 5-year capital project budget. So when we look at these, we say, okay, right now, today, when we're looking at the next 5 years, 22 to 26, this makes sense to us. This is the way things sit. The 2022 will become your 2022 capital budget once council's deliberated and made any changes they want to see. The following years will become 2023 to 2026 become your capital forecast. So none of those projects are approved. Some of them have gone through the exercise of experimenting what funding would look like, but they aren't approved capital budgets. Nothing can proceed until it's part of an approved capital budget. If you scroll down through this document, you get to page 9, there are 2 blue bars across the screen. So the first of them is fleet and equipment. So when administration sat down to run this exercise, one of the things that they weren't entirely confident about was the long-range plan for fleet and equipment replacement. So what administration elected to do was put all of the fleet and equipment under review status, except for one project. There is a fire engine 27, that is contemplated above. But all of the other projects were moved down here. And over the next year, administration is going to go through an exercise to look at the fleet and equipment replacement. So one of the things you want to do is you need to establish a sustainable fleet and equipment transfer so that you can maintain the fleet you have. The administration also wants to get very comfortable with the condition of these units, forecasts about useful life, and forecasted replacement values. So in order to do that, administration is confident that any critical infrastructure or fleet equipment replacement that would come due in 2022 could be handled within the repeat project, the emergency replacement of equipment that we talked about a few moments ago, and that the fleet equipment here could be under review in 2022. And then when we come back to do the 2023 project, they'll have a strong understanding about how these projects will fit into the budget, and they'll be reintroduced. Make sense?
I had a question, Mr. Osmond, about one
Yeah.
of the columns. It's the assigned year column. Can you just go through that a little bit? I'm not really understanding how some of the things in the 2022 budget are the assigned years 2024. And then even more confusing to me, there's ones that are further down the road where the assigned year is 2022.
So the column assigned year is the year that was assigned in previous budgets. So when we built the current 2021 budget, or when the project was being added to the list, it was the department manager that was adding it, their assumption about where it belonged on the list.
Okay.
So the year that it's assigned to under the orange bar, that's assigned based on the ranking. So the ranking took our initial assumptions and shook them up a little bit. And that's why you see some of those. So it is possible that something the individual department head thought would be 2022, or maybe was originally contemplated as a 2022 project in the previous budget year, got shuffled around, and based on our priorities and ability to fund projects, it might have got moved down the list.
Gotcha.
Same
Okay.
way something further down the list might have looked a lot more important once we applied the ranking system across the board.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So there is a second blue bar at the bottom of the spreadsheet. It's labeled Other Projects Under Review. So these were a series of projects that came up through our, when we were going through the ranking process, I explained that we had gone through from the earliest year, 2022, and moved out through the capital plan, and then also came at it from a project value perspective. When we came across these projects, some of them didn't have sufficient information attached to them at this point. For the most part, they weren't current year budget projects, but because they came up for us to rank and we didn't have sufficient information, we moved them down here to say, we're not entirely sure where these fit yet. We have a good level of confidence that they don't belong in 2022, but in order for us to get them a good ranking and filter them up into the other information, we'll have to gather some more information over the coming years. So like the fleet and equipment replacement, these projects are essentially in a review on hold, and we just moved them down to the bottom there. So I didn't want to give council the impression that there were any decisions made by information that led us to kind of moving information off of council's desk. We wanted you to clearly see what was going on. And to do that, we've just moved them down to the bottom.
Councillor Haas?
Yeah, I did have, I guess, thank you for clarifying what the other projects were. I guess I did have a clarifying question, because it's been brought up in the community about traffic safety and upgrades and things like that. So I see two line items there saying traffic safety upgrades and replacements. One that talks 2024, another on 2025. I guess it doesn't clarify, as you already said, not enough information, but I guess, is there any information on what those might have included? You know, what does that mean when it says traffic safety upgrades and replacement?
I don't know if we could call on one of the directors to provide some information. At the time, we didn't have the information, so it could be that we still don't have that information.
And while they're looking, if I can clarify why, because if council wanted, if there was something significant of traffic safety concerns or traffic safety upgrades for the 2022 or 2023, it would be nice to have that information, I guess, because, because for consideration anyway, so, yeah, that's why.
So if there is a 2022 project, of course, council has full latitude over this project. They
Right.
can move any project anywhere they like. If it's a 2023 and on, there is an opportunity for us to come back, and when we do that reshuffle next year, if we have the correct details, we can do it. But I made a note on mine to flag that project.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Rob, below that second blue line, we see facility improvement and life cycle replacement program, comfort station and campground. And it's earmarked for 315,000. But it didn't make the list because we didn't have enough information.
That's correct. When we sat down to do the ranking, we didn't feel like we had enough information about what this project was, what it entailed, to run through those 7 criteria. So we moved it down here. It was contemplated as being part of the 2023 budget. So that means the budget manager didn't see it as a 2022 project, based with their understanding of the scope. So we feel there's some time to gather that information, and when we reshuffle, we'll have that information, and it will come out where it comes out. But it's very difficult. As confident as I am that the matrix criteria drives you to make great decisions about projects, if you don't have the clear information to make the call, it can be very, very difficult. And in fact, my recommendation is you just don't have enough to answer those 7 questions, then you probably need to go back and get the information first, because you don't want to guess. Because if you start guessing, then that takes away all the value of the management system.
This one is, I think, really important because I've never seen the campground on a capital budget before. So, all right, thank you.
Councillor Haas?
I just have one more clarifying question, just so I understand, because we've had conversations in the past council on the fleet and trying to understand the fleet and the changing of, and like Councillor Taylor said, just because it's old doesn't mean it doesn't work anymore. So what I understood you say was administration is going to entertain a process to try and evaluate clearer what the fleet's services, the age of life, all those things, taking into consideration maintenance, and repair, and has it exceeded a certain amount, whatever. But there's a process that's going to be put in place to help both administration and council understand the fleet and the changing of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Fleet can be an area that generates a lot of questions, because it's important to get that understanding. The question about, is it time to replace it, or does it need to be replaced? Right. It's a really important distinction. And I think the administration wants to be 100% confident when they come to council that they've got that question answered for you. And I think that's where that was. It's not a lack of confidence that there hasn't been work put into figuring out kind of when these should be replaced. We know that has happened, but there is a need to get back in there and make sure that understanding is solid with administration, so that when they come and present that information to council, they can do that with 100% confidence, and council's confidence will be improved when they can do it.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, that kind of makes me wonder about our authority protocols with our town manager. Like, what are they? I'm new here, I don't know. So if they want to replace this particular truck, we prove it in our capital budget, and then they go and replace it with they find out that really that's not the truck and they replace it with a similar or lesser value of truck that's a little bit different, are they gonna come back to us with approval? That goes to our authority protocols, or if they buy a truck for say $50,000 and it costs $50,500, are they gonna come back to us for the extra $500? So what are the council administration established authority protocols with regard to those kind of questions?
I can provide some comment about capital budgets in general, but I don't know if the CAO would like to comment before I go.
I'll let you answer your
Okay.
10 first, and I'll chime in after. Thanks.
So with capital projects, the expectation should be that council does three things really, when they approve a capital project. So you approve a value, and that value is definite. If a project can come under without coming back to council, that's okay. But a project cannot go over without coming back to council. The other thing that council approves is funding. So you say, yes, this is how we're going to fund this project. And if there's a significant change in that, likely, again, it needs to come back to council unless there's been a procedure set up. Sometimes municipalities, if there's a grant that comes up that will fund the project, there'll be a policy in place that says the administration can sign off on outside grant money coming in to fund stuff without council needing to say yes, because sometimes the timing's an issue. But the third thing that council approves is scope. So if administration comes forward and says, so here's our plan to build this water line, and when they get out there, they discover that something has changed and they need to change the scope of the project, that's also a conversation that has to come back from the council, because council has approved the scope of that project. And if the scope is changing, there needs to be a conversation. Even if it's still within the budget, I think it's reasonable to expect that those conversations happen. Because if council's point of contact at approval says that we're going to do this for this much money from here, if one of those three decision points is changing, it's important that council is aware and gets an opportunity to say, okay, well, hang on, I need to know more.
So you described where the flexibility isn't. Can you describe where the flexibility is?
So if I was managing a project and I can make changes that deliver the same scope of project at a lower cost, then I would expect that council would provide the latitude for me or for the CAO or for a director to make those changes. So providing the same level of asset at a cost within budget and those types of things, I would expect council would be comfortable with. But if I'm changing the scope of the project, right, coming over budget, or I need funding from a different source, those are the things that I think we need to.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond. So what I will add to that is probably the timing. If something's not going to get done in the time it's expected, so for example, a carry forward, if something was expected to be completed in 2021 and it's not, report that to council either through our quarterly projections or a separate report on that project. And then I'll just speak to, I guess, that latitude. So in this case, for example, this year you're seeing the project charters. I recognize in the past you probably haven't seen that kind of detail for projects. So when we talk about scope, you're not going to see a 30-page document that shows you what color of tile we're picking out when we're redoing the countertops and the bathrooms in the pool, for example. Those are the kind of latitudes that project managers would make. There's also anything that would have an operational impact. So if we can make decisions that improve our operational efficiency in that capital project, we would unilaterally make those. We would assume that council would support. Right? So yeah, really the big things are anything that significantly changes the scope, the deliverable. And I also want to say at this point, I recognize that over the years, that has probably been done differently, right up to not at all in some cases. So I don't think that we have done that consistently and clearly. It's a commitment that we've made moving forward to do that and to create some sort of process to do that. And it will also assist once we have our capital plan to a manageable level, so that we're not, for example, this year doing 96 capital projects. We're flying at that speed. We're making decisions quickly in the best interest of the town and the project and the funding. And sometimes the time it takes, as you know, to turn around a report, bring it to council, doesn't happen. So it's rarely that we would overspend on a project. That would almost always, but not always, comes to council, but certainly when we're changing the scope and the delivery on the timing.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge.
So just to bring it back to simple then, so if there's a line item to replace pickup truck for $50,000 and it's $50,500, you got to come back to council?
Unless there was a policy that provided the latitude for that decision to be made by administration, the MGA requires that any purchase be made within an approved budget. So there are examples out there where those types of policies have been created to prevent those types of things from happening. So you could create a policy that says, if a capital project is within 10%, then administration has the ability to make those adjustments without coming back to council to avoid delays, avoid taking more council time. But unless you have a mechanism like that, that latitude doesn't exist for administration.
I guess I'm more concerned about administration time. I mean, it's 3 hours to prepare a report, then we gotta sit around and actually add absolutely nothing to the discussion after that. So that would be as simple as a policy change then.
It could be done by policy.
Okay. I mean, we've got competent professional managers in place, so. All right.
Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I love this. This gives us a nice, clear plan for moving forward, but then those out of cycle things come up that we did not expect. Do you have anything built in or?
So when we prepare the capital budget, we prepare it based on administration's best estimate of what things will look like. It is, you're absolutely correct. Things, I think the phrase is no plan survives first contact with reality. And the reality is that something will come up. When that does, I think the opportunity is for administration to come back and say, such a thing has come up and it can't wait for the next budget. We need to seek approval to move forward. That is really the strength of strategically and sustainably planning your capital reserve contributions. So your reserve contributions aren't being immediately input into your current capital. It means they're there in reserve if something happens. And so my thought would be that the reserve contributions that council establish are there to create a pocket of money for when things happen. Long term, they can be used in the general capital flow of things, but short term, that's their immediate function is to provide for those things that happen, and you just didn't see them coming. Thank you. Okay.
Yep.
I wonder if at this point we could ask to take our first break a little bit early.
Sure, yeah. Council? Okay, so we will recess for 15 minutes and reconvene at about 9:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All good.
Hold on, yeah. They're not here yet. They're supposed to be here for 8, but they won't be here till 1.
Torches are.
That's right. COVID, so.
I have no confidence in the ability to carry overs and to do the big projects. This is.
All right. So now that I've given you an introduction into how we got to the 5-year capital infrastructure plan, I'd like to take you through a bit of a stroll through our first draft of funding these 5 years of the project. So essentially how this process worked is we sat down with these list of projects and we looked at the available funding. So we were considering funding from our large allocated grants, so MSI and federal gas tax, as well as the future LGFF, which is the grant program that replaces MSI. We took a look at the funding available in our reserves, as well as debt and some other sources of funding. So we moved through all of those things. We moved through the projects one by one in order of priority, allocating them to funding. And basically the goal was to stay within the funding buckets we identified. As I talked about before, the transfer to reserves from the operating budgets are not reflected in our reserve numbers here. We're just using the amounts that are currently in the reserves. And again, the focus there is to kind of turn away from this dependency on funding from operations, funding from taxation. So we were successfully able to move through a couple of years worth of capital projects here without contemplating additional transfers to reserves. I did not expect on first draft to be able to move through all 5 years, the 5-year capital plan with the funding that was in place. Ultimately, council will have to develop and approve a strategy for reserves to fund capital, and that will provide the funding as we go forward. But if we turn to page 6, it is the final spreadsheet in attachment 3. It has the multicolored bar at the top. It's green, gray, blue, and yellow. Six. All right. So I'm going to start off with 2022. The first line you see there is 2022 CRI FWD. That stands for carry forward. So this is the carry forward amount of our reserves and grants, and debt available. Then we see the allocation in 2022, and then we bring in with the individual projects. So I'll just take a minute to explain the Municipal Sustainability Initiative Capital Grant, MSI Capital, is planned to terminate in 2023, is supposed to be the last year, and the government, provincial government of Alberta, has said that with the termination of the capital grant, a new grant will take its place. It's the LGFF, Local Government Something Fund. So it's new. I don't have the full acronym down yet. Unfortunately, there's no information about that grant available, other than it is intended to replace the MSI, and it is going to be indexed against provincial revenue. So the province believes that it is fair and reasonable that sustainable municipal funding fluctuate with revenues the same way provincial revenues do. And I certainly, I understand how that can be easier for them to manage. It may provide some challenges for municipalities, given that it's not the same number every year, but for our purposes, I have estimated its value to continue at the 2022 level of MSI. Okay, so if we can start with the rubber surface play spray park, $132,000. So if we move across, we will find that the funding for this project is listed in other, and that's because this is a 100% grant funded project. It's being funded by a grant from the Friendship Center, and it is contingent on receiving that grant to proceed. But again, to move forward with the project, it would need council's support. So this is how these projects move forward. I'm just going to quickly go through the funding, and if on a base level that makes sense, then I'd like to go through the capital charters for the individual projects, so that'll answer all the questions about the projects. And then we'll circle around on this funding model and see if there's changes we need to make. The water treatment plant replacement and construction. So this is a new water treatment plant, $24.4 million. For our purposes, there is a reserve for the water treatment plant with $1 million. We anticipate being able to find 75% funding from the provincial and federal governments on this project, and the balance of which would be funded by debt. It is important to note that the funding programs that were once there for water and wastewater programs are a little harder to achieve now. I just had an offline conversation that the last time I was involved with the construction of a new water treatment plant, the process of planning and establishing the grants took significantly longer by 2 or 3-fold than the construction of the water treatment plant itself. So these are long-term projects. They're big dollar projects. They take a lot of input work to get them off the ground, and there'd be a lot of work to get those one-time provincial and federal grant dollars. But that's how the project's budgeted. You okay?
Councillor Taylor?
Well, yeah, so water treatment plant, since you just mentioned it, why would it be in like year 1 of this capital plan, like you said? Like, to me, it doesn't seem like we're ready to build it in 2022, so why would it be in year 1?
Because before administration begins putting dollars and effort into a project, before planning processes can begin, council needs to approve a capital project before it can move forward. So although the project may take many years before we see a constructed water treatment plant, it needs an approval for administration to move forward. So the approval is not just for the construction phase, it's all the pieces leading to it. Until council directs administration and says, yes, this is a project we want to do, and this is how we're going to move forward, administration can't put dollars and time into it. We have a Switzer Drive, Hampshire Road to Joblin Street. This one is forecasted to come out of our MSI capital allotment. The Hardesty Avenue to Tamarack This is water sanitary upgrades. This is coming from the federal gas tax and the water sewer reserve. The skateboard park life cycle, on the previous sheet, you would have noticed a red line through these projects. This one was pulled late in the game. Unfortunately, the documents were prepped and ready to go, so I didn't have the opportunity to pull it. So that project is not part of our conversation today. The Greg Avenue water line, Smitty's to Holiday Inn, $350,000 from the federal gas tax fund. Engine 27, this is a replacement of a fire engine. This one, based on previous conversations, was planned to be paid from debt. The server replacement, this is the main server here in the government center. This project is slated at $146,000. The majority to come out of the computer reserve, with the balance that's unavailable from that reserve from major infrastructure. We have a series of stormwater studies to be completed. Cost of $50,000 funded out of the major infrastructure reserve. A bunker gear replacement, SCBA and cylinders. These two projects are receiving the bulk of their funding from the fire reserve. The SCBA and cylinders has a portion that's well outside the capacities of the reserve to fund, so it's been tentatively identified as debt. Then we have wildland sprinkler trailer and the pump skid unit. These are both fire projects as well, funded from the fire reserve. Then we have our 3 annual projects, so the public works equipment upgrades and replacements, $120,000 from the fleet reserve. The fleet reserve is just shy of being able to fund that at 100%. But we'll talk about that a little later. And then we have 2 water projects, water distribution project and a wastewater collection project. These are part of annual programs and are both slated in 2022 to be funded from the water sewer reserve. So with that funding model, the full $18.6 million of the proposed 2022 capital budget would be funded. And before we go on from there, I think it might be valuable for us to go back and take a look at these projects one by one. When we get through this exercise, I would like to take a few minutes to talk about the remaining 4 years and kind of where our funding challenges are there.
I have a question from council. Councillor LaBerge.
Being a newbie, so I want to, MSI is obviously coming from the provincial department, or from the provincial government. So the carryover at 2.9, and then there's an allocation this year. Essentially, there's $4 million sitting there. Is that what that combination of those two numbers, is that money that's available? And why, like, how is the choice made that, you know, we're only going to spend 400,000 of that this year? I mean, what's the process for that?
Perfect. So your first question, the carry forward value is the portion of MSI money that has been dedicated to the town of Hinton that hasn't yet been attached to a specific project. The 22 allocation, that's the amount that they are forecasted to pay in 2022. That's the amount that was reduced by 60% in the government announcement a couple of weeks ago. The use of those funds is regulated by a grant agreement with the provincial government. So they say, here are the things that you can use these funds for. The MSI specifically speaks to infrastructure, particularly existing infrastructure, so renewals, rehabilitations, although it can be used for new infrastructure. It does have a requirement that all of the projects contemplated be at least 5% of the, sorry, I believe it's 10% of the annual allocation of MSI. So I don't know that with the 60% reduction, I couldn't say for a certainty whether it's 10% of the 22 allocation or if it's 10% of the original allocation.
So the project with a 1085, the project would have to be $100,000 project in order to qualify for MSI.
And so,
Oh, sorry.
so there's a number of criteria like that outlined in the grant agreement that restrict the types of projects that can be applied. The same is true for the federal gas tax fund. Because it is a federal grant, it can be even more restrictive. But that's the determination there, is whether or not the project will fit.
Councillor Taylor?
Yellowhead County, they don't have a fire capital agreement with us anymore, is my understanding. So I see a bunch of fire projects that where the equipment might get used out in the county. So how do the amount of money we charge them now, has that gone up enough to recover what that agreement used to charge?
So I know Mac, Fire Chief, will speak to those projects, that question specifically, when we review the individual contract. That's captured in the charters.
Mayor Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rob, for the MSI funding, is there an expiration date, sort of? Because I know in the fall, like if you go lower on the page, we're allocating 2.1 million for the water treatment plant. Let's say we don't use that 2.1 from MSI. Could you speak to the, does that just stay in our account for a limited amount of time, or do we have to use it by a certain date?
There is a date at which, by which it has to be used. I would have to check the grant agreement, but I believe it's 5 years from allocation. So there is a time limit to use it, but you do have a little bit of time.
So I guess my question for council, or just to keep an eye on that, if we're accumulating in 2023, 3.6 million, I assume that came from close to 5 years before. So if the water treatment plant expenditure of 2.1 million isn't used in 2023, we probably potentially exposing ourselves to losing some of that funding. So I don't have the math, like Mr. Osmond said, but something to keep an eye on that. Yeah, that would suck. May I follow up with a second question? The other question is, and I love the layout. I love the information. It really isolates on a handful of projects that we're going to focus on for 2022. The only question, and I think it's almost more for council too, is whether there's the 3 grant columns there, but when it comes to competitive grants, we don't really have any allocated funds to it, except for the one project, which is the partnership project with Friendship Center for 132,000. Could we, if there's a will of council, to approve some of these capital projects on condition to apply for competitive grants, ISIP, etc.? Any comments or thoughts? Because the one inevitable question would be the timing of delivery of the project and putting in that grant immediately or as fast as possible to be eligible for it. So any comments, thoughts on how council can navigate that?
Absolutely. So yeah, application-based grants, where they fit into this plan, they're over in that other column. And that's because there's many of them, and I wanted them in one spot. But essentially, if council was to do that, what administration will need to know is whether or not the project becomes dependent on receiving those application-based grants. And if it does, then council will want administration to provide them with a significant understanding of the impact of that restriction. So it's possible to contemplate projects that could be on hold conditional to that funding. But on the other hand, if there are functional reasons why putting that project on hold would change the valuation, or if there is significant risk to it, council needs to understand those risks before it puts that restriction on. But yes, that can be done.
Councillor Hollis?
And to build off that, and I guess this is just a question to administration, but, and I guess it's an assumption, but I want to clarify the assumption, but with regards to application grant processes, that administration is looking at these projects, even though council may approve them, but if grants can be applied for, because I realize that, you know, grants don't exist for everything, but if there is grants possible for certain projects, that they are actively looking for those grants, applying for those grants, and then would potentially bring back to council that we've achieved this grant, you know, approved $100,000, 75,000 of that is going to be, you know, grant funded. But is that an assumption that is true?
I would say partially true. We don't have a full-time, you know, person who's sort of, you know, tracking this stuff day and night. We are aware of many grants. There are lots that we're not eligible for as a municipality, but there are some that we aren't. Of course, you know, council is also, you know, sharing that information with us as well, and sort of when they come to your awareness as well. So we do whenever we get notices of grants, we automatically sort of share it internally, saying, hey, do you think this would be good for this grant, that kind of thing. I mean, we're trying to balance between that. Are we chasing grants and then changing our priorities to fit a grant opportunity, or are we staying focused on the projects that need to be done and finding grants to fund those? And so over the years, that pendulum can kind of swing, because sometimes, again, we will just reprioritize our list because there happens to be. Now that's one of the matrix weight criteria. So we do try to balance that all the time. But yes, we certainly wouldn't, if we can fund a project, an approved project in a different way than reserves and the way that it was approved, that would be one of those examples, as we talked about a little bit earlier, the source of funding, when that changes. And if there's an opportunity to do that, we would definitely be coming back to council for that.
Sure. So, and I appreciate those words, because Mayor Michaels and myself and administration did attend a webinar, and they did suggest that, you know, that you find grants for already existing programs and not change the scope of them to match grants is the recommendation. But if council then were to, you know, during this budget process, you know, earmark certain projects that we would like administration to seek potential application grants, then we should do that for you to try to, you know, again, because you're not always actively seeking, I realize, because we don't have full-time or whatever position, but then if council earmarked certain projects that we would like to see grants seeked, then that would be the place to do that, and then more attention will be on those particular projects.
Yes, we can certainly flag the ones that we think there's a great opportunity out there, or a likely opportunity out there to do that. And what that would likely do to the project is we would flag that, create the opportunity, saying, for example, if we can find something by February, that's great. If we can't, then we're going to go ahead with funding it from reserves. I would use, for example, the Sunshade project from this year that we said that. Originally, the project was supposed to be fully funded from a sponsor. That wasn't the case. So the motion that's sitting in council's action pending list right now is that if we can find additional sponsors by December 1st, great, to reduce the draw from the tax. But if we can't, then the project will proceed with whatever's outstanding to be funded from the reserve. So that's an example of how that could work. And while I have the floor, if I may, I did just get a bit of a clarity on the MSI. That can be carried forward for 6 years, and it must be spent before the end of the 6th year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this is good dialogue to have, and I think it's going to be challenging for 2022 to combine doing an application for a competitive grant and doing it. But I hope what I would like to do after we have this conversation, we move down to 2023, is kind of point out those projects and give the direction immediately to apply for competitive grants for. An example, we have a $6 million project similar to what we did on Meadow for Hampshire. And there's no allocation for any competitive grants there. I think that's our better focus. I think moving forward of being prepared in 2023, giving administration the ability and the time to come back. But for us as a council to already put it within conditions in 2023 immediately, and we approve that 5-year capital plan, knowing that administration would come back with up to 50% funding for Hampshire Road is one example, to better prepare. So we're not in this same situation, because as much as I'd like to find money for 2022, I'm going to kind of predict that it's going to be really challenging to not do those projects and get the money. So hopefully we put that focus on 2023. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, go back to something you said before, like the water treatment plant. Yeah, we approve it before administration works on it. And maybe it's because I'm new, but I have no details, even preliminary details, as to how that project's going to be approved. That seems usual to ask me to approve a $24 million project with no details. So at some point, before I'd say yes to that, would it be reasonable for me to get a few preliminary details that would lay out water license, location, preliminary costing for 5 years, something like that? You can't expect me to approve $24 million blind.
Absolutely not. We have capital project charters for each of the projects that are listed here for approval in the 2022 budget. That provides a significant amount of detail to council about the project. If there are pieces missing that council would like more information about, we can certainly prepare those pieces of information.
And that's in more detail than those project sheets that I've been.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll be given those charters a little later before we have to actually approve stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're in the package today, and we'll go through them next.
You're good, Councillor Taylor? Okay, thank you. I have no one else currently.
All right. Okay, so at this point, I would like to start running through the capital project charters. So the first capital charter is the rubber at Rotary Park and Spray Park. It's on page 18 of the package. You guys can present from there, or you can come here.
We have all staff available to use microphones. We also have Debbie and Carla have been on Zoom the whole morning as well. So I think we're okay to present where we're at. No, not sure they can Zoom. Speakers back here, or do you have that control? Oh, you do. Okay, excellent. Okay, so yeah, we can proceed. Thank you.
All right. So in that case, I will hand it off to Hans to tell council about this project.
Thank you. I hope I'm not going to set precedents on how long those introductions are going to be, so I'll keep it as short as possible. So this project is a project to replace the full rubber surface at the Spray and Play Park. We've seen the surface basically failing in the sense that There are holes in there. We've done some multiple patches over the last couple of years. This full replacement is possible with $132,000. That's part of that's fully paid with a grant in partnership with the Friendship Center, which is not, let's say, awarded yet. If this replacement doesn't happen, we have to revert back to prioritizing our patchwork that we do. So that's out of operations, and that mitigates, let's say, only immediate danger and repairs. The whole surface itself is in need of this repair, and that's why we are looking for this project to be funded. If there's any questions, I think this introduction hopefully is sufficient for now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Van Glaveren. I guess I do have a question about this project. I agree it needs to be done for sure. But my question is, first of all, the failure that the current product, is it a drainage issue? It seemed to be one specific area, and my concern is we put this back on and then we're years back, we're in the same place. So is there an issue with the area specifically that once we get into it, there might be an added cost? And secondly, the product, are we going with the same product, or are we going with a different product that might be more sustainable? As I'm not sure what the life span currently is of that area, like how long it's lasted, but I just don't want to put the same stuff and then we're here again X amount of years later with the same issue, is what I'm getting at. So what's the plan for that?
Yeah, thank you. And then question on that, and the answer, basically when this surface was put in, it was a changeover from the previous installation when we had the wood chips. So the base basically has failed on us and shows that there are certain sections softer and harder. So this full replacement will give us the opportunity to redo that base as well, and then basically put a rubber surface in that will give us the lifespan that it normally should have, and normally is, let's say, 15 years or longer. So this will take care of that full-on problem basically from the first installation, which is basically already a couple of years in the making.
Okay, so if I may just to clarify, so the base of it is going to be included in this budget. They're going to improve the base so that the top layer of this padding will be more last longer, basically, is what I'm hearing.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Laberge.
Questions about the specifics, I guess. I was involved in this project as a representative of the Rotary when this was put together. The first thing is I called up the budget from that yesterday. The original installation was $29,000. So I'm wondering, that $132,000, is that a number that we've gone to an installation company and say, what would it cost to put this down? Just seemed like a big move from that original installation to $132,000. And my understanding, and I looked for the warranty, but I couldn't find it. My understanding was we were supposed to have like a 25-year warranty with that original installation. Now that's off the top of my head, but that's what I remember. Has that been looked at all?
Thank you for those two questions. So on the first one, the price indication that we have right now is based on the current situation. And yeah, we've seen installation of rubber surface over the last couple of years. So those have been increasingly higher. This is also taking away the current existing, what we have over there, and working around the play features that we have. So it's based on our, let's say, latest indications of the prices at the moment. For the warranty, I know we have in the past, a portion has been done, let's say, under warranty, and that's gone through another department, but we have looked into that. And at the moment, this replacement would be on our, let's say, on our side fully.
So there is no warranty?
There is no warranty as far as we've had sorted out right now. No, not anymore.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor.
I'm confused. I just heard us say that we haven't checked into whether there's a warranty. And I also heard that we haven't got a specific estimate for this work to justify the 132,000. It's based on past bits of work. That's what I heard. Is that what you said?
So the warranty we have looked into and it's been passed, not anymore applicable for this work.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And the cost estimate has been done in consideration with the cost estimates we had or the work we have done this year before in other areas, in other playgrounds. So it's based on previous work. It's not been based on a specific come over and do the work, because those cost estimates, when we do them, they are valid for 30 days. So it's not been done with what's going to cost exactly in 2022. Those are previous cost estimates that we can do this at this moment, and they will have to be redone later again when we are an approved budget item.
Thank you. Council, anything further? And Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification purposes, what is the funding source for this project?
So the funding source is a partnership with the Friendship Center. They were able to put in for a grant funding that we are not 100% grant funded able for. So through the Friendship Center, this is potentially a 100% grant funded project.
If I may, Mr. Chair, if we can just request like what the grant is, I assume it's ISIF in conjunction with the Friendship Center, but I don't want to assume it. It's just, it'd be good, I think, for council just to be able to follow up to know what the grant source is in partnership with the Friendship Center. If we could have that at some point before December 7th is, yeah. And just to Councillor LaBerge in Taylor's point, in order for me to potentially approve this on December 7th, I would like better clarity on the warranty and kind of understand what the original date was specifically. And I understand sometimes there are things on our behalf that makes you not eligible to get the warranty. Totally like understandable, but just to be more clear that we have exhausted the one avenue of going to the original company and seeing if they are still responsible, because I'm with Councillor LaBerge that we should flesh that out just to make sure, and if it is what it is, that it's no longer eligible, then so be it. But I think that's pertinent information for us to explore.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, a final kind of question. You said the whole project's necessary. Yet if we don't get funding for the whole project through the grant, we can reduce the scope. How do you reconcile those two statements?
So in answer on that question, so if we don't do the whole scope, we have to continually do the prioritizing of the safety issues on an annual basis. So we'll have to continue with that if we don't do the whole scope now.
CEO, interim CEO Howarth?
Thank you, Chair Bashik. So Mr. Osmond, would this perhaps be one of those examples of a project that got ranked higher because of the funding opportunity? Or because I understand Councillor Taylor's question is if it needs to be done and there's an opportunity to get it funded partially or wholly by a grant and we can't get it, this combines back to the other conversation saying if it needs to be done, then it gets funded from reserve. And so I understand that sort of confusion. It's the project itself, if it must be done, it must be done, and that's why it's on the list. But how we fund it, the funding source is what I think this conversation is about. And that's, I'm thinking that might be one of these examples. I'll maybe get you to answer that.
So if I could just clarify my understanding of the project, and Hans, you just yell out if I've got this wrong. So the project is to fix the base that leads to an ongoing problem. If this project, the capital project to fix the base, is not approved, we will continue to have an ongoing operational problem that needs to be addressed every year as an element of safety. The reason this project, several of the reasons the project scored high, absolutely, the fact that it is grant funded makes it critical, or increases its score significantly. The other thing that led to or a couple of the other pieces that led to this project getting to where it is the fact that it is a current existing asset that is suffering failure because of the base issue. It is also presents a safety and risk piece. And then, so when you combine all of these scores, it scores really well in a number of different categories. So that's how it percolates to the top. But in fact, if this project allows us to address an underlying project through capital, that then takes pressure off the operating budget, because you don't have to go back and fix this problem every year going forward. It eliminates a safety problem. It's part of an asset that's of strategic importance to council. All of those things together bumped it to the top of the list. And in fact, with all of those things in mind, it might actually, that might be the right place for it. It's grant funded, it fixes an ongoing asset failure problem, and it's life safety and priority for council. But I think that's maybe the confusion is if this project isn't approved, there isn't a capital piece that is funded differently. The ongoing operating fixes have to continue until the base is fixed.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Mayor Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the question to council, the highest score you get is 4. And if you score 4 in every category, you'll have a 4 and it'll be done automatically. The question remains, if council's sees an issue with the ranking guide, I think we have a conversation on the ranking guide, right? It just, that project got a 4 out of 4 for funding impact because it was completely funded. The safety component got another 4. So if we don't like the ranking or we see an issue with the ranking, I think we have a conversation regarding the ranking matrix. That's it. To me, that's why I love the layout. It tells you your score. And if we have any issue with any specific part of the, I think, 7 components, then we kind of have that conversation. But for me, on a high level, I think it's well balanced and it's fairly scored well. So to me, that's maybe the greater question. If we see things higher than other things, it might be because of the ranking guide. And but like I said, that would be an individual perspective on what they think. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. If I may too, just to clarify then, if this is a project based on Mr. Osmond's comments that there's no alternative funding source if the grant funding doesn't come through, say it was the will of council, that council felt that this was important enough that it happened regardless of whether that grant funding came through or not, would it require direction from council to administration to where to alternatively source that funding? And if that direction doesn't come, there's assurance to council that it isn't going to automatically be done without that grant funding?
Yeah, so if the project as it's currently presented is contingent on that grant funding, if council said, no, this project is important, we want to see it move ahead, even if that grant funding doesn't work out, when we record the decisions of council at the end of this week, or the direction of council with regard to the capital budget draft, if council identified at that point that they would like an alternate funding so that this project could proceed in 2022 regardless of the status of the grant, then administration can take a look at the funding and based on that priority finding another source to fund that project. It would likely mean that as we move out through the capital budget years, that the prioritizing of that funding might change something in the future years, but it is certainly possible to do that. And with the direction that that be included into the draft, it can be included in the presentation on the 7th, December 7th.
Thank you. Councillor Haas?
Yeah, on that though, I want to clarify, has the grant been applied for and established at this point? Because it specifically states that on this. I love the question that was posed, but I want on this specific one, we have the funding, right, grant-wise?
And thank you, and through the council. So the application has gone in. We work with the Friendship Center, but it's not guaranteed yet. So there's no definitive answer on this grant funding that we get through the Friendship Center.
Okay, thank you.
Council, is there anything further on the spray park? Okay. Administration?
As I'm sure administration has, I've made a number of notes on this capital project charter, additional information pieces that we'll capture for when this project is represented or when we present the capital budget. We can certainly, as we move through the deliberations, we can discuss further if there's additional directions from council. But at the minimum, the additional questions that were asked today will include into the charter. All right, the next project on the list is the water treatment plant upgrade and replacement construction. This is $24.4 million. And I will hand it over to administration to speak to this project.
Yeah, that will be me. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Council Chair, before you is the 5-year capital outlay for the water treatment upgrades and replacement. With that, I just wanted to caveat it in terms of what this means. So to date, and as I said, we're getting our head around this, there is a meeting set up with the consultant that's been working on this project now for many seasons, I would put it that way. And there has also had to be this year a conversation with West Fraser when it comes to the understanding of the operational framework that needs to be conducted as to what the, can I say, diversion of responsibilities would be for the current water plant. So just to go back a little bit, the water plant right now is operated and maintained with capital injection from the town, but West Fraser maintains that. And so for us, be able to have our own plant and to operate it successfully, we will have to come up with an operational framework. And out of that framework could come 2 or 3 options, which is already on the table from what I could see from documentation of about 2 years ago, a year ago. And that could mean, as we talked about, a bypass option. So what that means is that currently we're extracting water through West Fraser out of the Athabasca. They process the water and then we can distribute it to the town. And what the bypass is seeking to do is that we will get raw water from West Fraser and then we would treat that to be for domestic and commercial use.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry, that last part, I couldn't hear you.
So basically what happens is West Fraser extracts the water from the Athabasca as raw water. Then they process it for us as well for distribution to our domestic and commercial users. What the bypass option would do is that we would still get the raw water from West Fraser, but then we would treat it to be processed to be able to distribute for potable water. The reason that option is the best is because there's one water license that Alberta and Environment and Parks is given to extract it from the Athabasca. For us to get our own water license is a whole different application that may not be granted just because of the stringent requirements and the location of having 2 water licenses in the same location. So the operational framework will address that. And so why am I giving this background information? Because I'm just learning it as I go. Come 23rd of November, which is this coming week, we're actually having an on-site tour of the facility. And then we will then come back to the office to determine what that operational framework and conversation should be with West Fraser. From what I'm understanding is that there has been organizational changes, of course, on West Fraser side as well, that the mall manager is our new person over the last year or such, and that we're looking forward to have that conversations, which I believe should have happened this year, but due to, of course, several changes, we didn't get that on both ends. So with that, on the 23rd, we'll be able to discuss what is going to be our best way forward. And in terms of my initial assessment, I do see that the bypass is the option. Then that eliminates us to having to go back to AEP, Alberta Environment and Park, to get a separate license, which I would not recommend, as well as the cost attached to that. Further to that, we would then have to also determine which lands that we can acquire in order to accommodate this requirement as the bypass, and then for treating the water and then making it potable as well at the same time. What you see before you on this capital sheet, Council, is basically the carry forward of the amounts that Council approved last year or the year before, in order for us to continue this negotiation discussions framework, involve the consultants so we can arrive at the so-called bypass solution, which will come back to Council for your discussion and more technical input. And we're hoping, not hoping, but that should be in 2022, and that conversation is had with them all, with the option, and with the best approach forward. That being said, the 24 million that you see on the table right now is not cast in stone. That could be up or down once the design has been confirmed. And so the plan then is, as well, as you could see, we've got up to 2024, is what granting opportunities are available to us that we can actually go forward. Mr. Osborne said that this could be a long process, but it can be a dedicated process where we say this is the project we're going after. I would say that, if you look at what's happening and I'm a little off course here, but this is very important, Council, because if you look at what's happening in the climate change environment right now, to have a sustainable water plant is one of the requirements for resilience. And there's a flood mapping, all these type of things are important for us to update. So by going forward in the granting, why am I saying this? We could be favored because this is high on the agenda of provincial government and the federal government. We need to understand what is our resilience when it comes to the impacts of climate change. So there's about a 347,095 that we're seeking to carry forward, which is on the existing 2021 budget. And so at the end of the day is that we want to create a sustainable potable water supply to the town of Hinton. And so I'd be open for questions with that background that I provided, Council.
Councilor Taylor?
So the bypass option, basically, either option, West Fraser still has the straw in the water and is pulling the water out of the river. The bypass option, we move all our equipment that's currently in their building to a new building someplace. And
So
the non-bypass option, we keep it in the same building where it is. Right.
Technically speaking, yes, but that, yeah.
Yeah, and then, so, West Fraser's Board of Directors still okay with, from a legal risk point of view, of us using their straw coming out of the water? Has their Board of Directors given that this alleviates their Walkerton risk type of concern that they've had in the past?
The short answer is they have not given us the green light, and that is where the operational framework is going to have to be flushed out. And so whatever we decide, Council and them will have to go to their board for ratification, whether indeed that they are happy with that. I can't see that they would just say yes to it. There will be certain specific criteria that they would lay down on us. But at this point, because the conversations were somewhat left to wane over time, we'll have to pick up that conversation, get their board's input again, but I can't see it being as simple as from their end.
Interim CEO Howarth?
Thank you. If I could just add to that a bit. So the source water, it's not in their favor to open up that agreement with the province. So they are motivated to share the intake source off the river. Because as soon as they're no longer providing water for water treatment, that will prompt their agreement to be opened up. And where they are both in time and location on the river is very favorable for them. And the amount of, well, just the conditions of that agreement are no longer, I mean, nobody gets an agreement like that anymore. So they are not interested in opening up that agreement. So it is highly likely that there will be one point of source water out of that river will remain there. That has not been confirmed, but over the years of negotiating and regardless of which mill manager we've discussed with, or who's on the board of directors, that is probably one of the more common denominators of the conversation. So it's just a matter of what happens after that, the water comes off the river and where it goes and who treats it after that. Thanks.
We do have another.
Yeah, just as chair, though, I would like to make a request of administration and council. And it's been some time since previous council had an update on the status of the water treatment plant project. And of course, since the election, we haven't had one. There's a couple new members on council that aren't completely up to speed with the logistics of it. Unfortunately, a lot of that discussion is proprietary and there is privacy protected components of that discussion. So if possible, I'd like to ask the Agenda Planning Committee to try and schedule a update for council on the current status of the water treatment plant project. Moving forward, if there's anything that administration's not comfortable in answering regarding technicalities, because it may be privacy protected, just to simply state that, and that can be something that we can go over during a closed session discussion with council to get council up to speed. That's it. Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, the capital budget sheet that I've been given actually says there's $800,000 in carryover projects, not 347,000. And the 347 that you mentioned, 2021 and the capital project sheets I've been given says it's actually in 2020. But irregardless, if that's a word, we got 800,000 of carryover. So is the $24 million is to build a new water treatment plant, but the money that we're carrying forward is necessary money to keep it going the way it is. And it looks like it's 800,000 to me, not 300,000. So the bigger question is, we got money already in past capital budgets to keep the water treatment plant going the way it is, and keeping it, fixing it until we can get the water treatment plant building approved, resolved.
That would be correct in essence, Councillor Taylor, because we are doing capital upgrades that we're cost sharing with West Fraser at the moment. And so this past year, the cost that's reflected, you're correct, there is another separate item that talks to about 500,000, just part of the capital upgrade requirements so that we can go forward until we get to our own specific location and be able to treat the processed water accordingly. So that would just be carried forward, whatever balance that is, become part of the project cost of the 24 million.
Council? Okay, seeing nothing further, back to administration.
All right, the next capital charter is water and sanitary on Switzer Drive from Hampshire Road to Joplin Street.
Again, thanks, Mr. Osborne. Council Chair, before you is that it's our proposal as administration to do an upgrade replacement of the 250 existing water main and to upgrade that to 300 millimeters. And at the same time, this location is between Switzer Drive, Hampshire Road to Joplin, as you can see on the sketch on page 22 of 54. The idea is to do the engineering design first, and there are certain approvals that needs to occur, which is from Department of Fisheries and Oceans, as well as Alberta Environment and Parks. And so what we're seeking to do is to take 2022 and to do the design and to get the approvals from AEP and DFO. And the reason for that is that, as you would remember from the Beaver Boardwalk time, that it takes at least 4 months to get DFO AEP approvals if all things are equal. Also, what AEP requires is they need a design, or at least a close to completion design, to be able to do their approvals. This line is, of course, fairly old, and the biggest concern that we have is that should this line go during winter, that we crossing a creek, that you just won't be able to do a temporary fix for that matter, and as well as this is one of the lines that feeds our reservoir. So we are nervous that it's past its expected lifespan. We've done a lot of in-time maintenance to keep it going, and therefore we brought it higher up to the expectation of getting it on the radar. I want to just step back for a moment, Council, and maybe this is a good segue to talk about the capacity of bringing forward new projects and what does that mean with carry forward projects that seems to be lagging behind. This year we took an approach as administration, I'm speaking for infrastructure more so, is that we want to ensure that projects like this has a 2-year lag time. So you have a design, you have an approval. So to do the design, to do the approvals would be done through a consultant. So it's not an internal resource whereby you'll be taking the time to put X and Y time into it. However, there is a time expected of the staff individual to do the interaction with a consultant. So what we're seeking to do is for the next 2 years is to get our arms around our projects to understand what exactly do we need to do in order to get momentum of 90% completion each year. The existing projects that you see as carry forward, most of them has been designed. It is just that the construction either we were too late for the construction period or the approvals were gained too late. So we're standing back a bit and taking a breath and saying, okay, yes, we've got a 2021 backlog, but those projects have been designed. They have been awarded 99% of them. So come March, April next year, we'll be able to hit the ground. Some of it will actually go through the winter as well. So are we nervous about finishing 2021 and the proposed 2022? We've had a very deep thought about it, and I actually talked to my staff about these specifics. With critical staff in place or mostly in place, we should have a much better runway in 2022 to be better prepared for capital rollout 2022 and beyond. I just wanted to make that caveat and that substantiation for council as well. Are there any questions for me in terms of this proposal, council?
Thank you, administration. Council, Councillor Taylor.
I remember from the past, there used to be a water pressure problem down water mains on Hampshire Road for the fire hydrants. Does this fix that?
Through the chair, to answer that question, it would certainly aid at increasing the pressure because you're looping the system and you're getting water from different directions.
Well, it loops the system.
Yeah.
Council, anything further? Councillor Haas?
Just a quick question about the design part of it. Is that, when the design comes, RFP goes out to who does the design?
To the
Administration?
chair, to Councillor Haas. Yes, you're correct, Councillor Haas. What we also have, we've had a pre-qualification of consulting engineers that actually is expiring in 2022. So before we put out any projects next year, we will be going for a revisit on that because as during COVID, consultants have either diminished in size or they've increased or they've amalgamated their resources. So we want to make sure we're still getting the best quality, cost, of course, the delivery for ourselves. So we will be doing RFPs, yeah. If it's under 75,000, we go for 3 quotations. Anything above 75,000, we go out on APC, Alberta Purchasing Connection.
Councillor Haas, follow up?
Well, and just a question, and I'm assuming the DFO have never, it's a new one with the Department of Fisheries. Is that in regards because of Hardisty Creek is involved? Is that how that, because I know AAP, I assume, yeah, that would be, but that's the addition that that's required because of Hardisty Creek?
Administration?
Through the chair to Councillor Haas, you're correct. It's also when it's fish-bearing creeks, then that is a requirement for us to do. So it's better to give them the intent of our project, and sometimes it's simply a checkbox, but it's a necessary requirement.
Thank you. Councillor Race?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does this have anything to do with holding tanks down there that need to be, have a truck come in and, pump the sewage out? this have anything to do with that?
Through to the chair to Councillor Race. And no, Councillor Race has got none of to do with that at this point in time. We're simply talking about the replacement of the 250 existing water main and upgrading it to a 300 millimeter at the same time.
I just saw a sewer line here, so. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Council? Okay, seeing nothing further, back to administration.
All right, our next project is a water and sewer, Hardesty Avenue intersection of Chettaman Drive and Muskota Drive to Tamarack Avenue. Turn that over to.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Council Chair, before you is the area as Mr. Osborne has just outlined. This is the intersection of Chettaman and Muskota Drive to Tamarack Avenue. And what we're seeking to do again is to replace 346 meters of 250 mil cast iron water main and upgrade that to a 300 millimeter PVC, which is the industry standard at this point, and replace 185 meters of 200 millimeter sanitary line. Here we have a water and a sanitary line replacement for this location. Again, administration is suggesting and recommending that we do the engineering design and as well as the construction for the water main all in one. The completion for this, when I say all in one, 2022, we'll do the design, and then 23, we'll do the construction and complete it in 24. Again, we need AEP and DFO's input and approval. And as a result of that, and also due to workload and just spacing our projects accordingly, and due to the DFO AEP timelines, we've decided to split the project over 2 fiscal years. Again, these are services that is not just past the lifespan or coming up for the lifespan. We're looking at how we can increase the life cycle. So just to Councillor Taylor's question earlier this afternoon, or this morning, I should say, are we looking at it simply as life cycle? I will say that when these charters were written up and the ranking guide was applied, those were 2 different times. So we did the write-up of the charters first, and then we did the ranking. So that's why the wording may not be fully integrated. However, when we did the ranking under operation and maintenance cost, that aspect of life cycle was taken into consideration. But from my own background, we don't replace pipelines just because they're at the end of its life cycle. In fact, there are some pipes that are in the ground that is probably doing better than younger pipes, if we put it that way. Just depends on a lot of conditions that determine why a certain pipe is where it's at. So corrosion, soil conditions, flow requirements, all those things has an impact on how our underground services react and respond. Also, it depends on what type of line it is. Is it one of the lines, the main trunk, that take it to your outfall? Those are guys that work harder compared to ones that have flow only certain times of the day or during the specific hours of the day. So with that, Council, I turn it over to you for questions and comments, please.
Thank you. Council? Councillor Taylor?
We spend a lot of money on asset management. Does that involve sending cameras down some of these pipes to actually see the condition of the pipe, or are we too early in the asset management process to see those results?
The chair
To
of
administration?
Councillor Taylor. Good question, Councillor Taylor. So when the operational budget is going to come before you, you're going to actually see an amount that we've requested for putting a camera through there. This line, or the sanitary line here, is indeed past its expected performance lifespan. And we also want to ensure that the amount of breaks that we've had and the maintenance crew that had to attend to it has been quite exponential. At this point in time, we keep the level of service, and we're recommending that we do the engineering, design, and construction over the next 2 years. But coming back to asset management upfront does have a cost attached to it. Once we've got everything captured, once we put the cameras through the line, you'll see that we're asking for 2 to 3 years of that, or 3 years, I believe, of doing all the camera work. Now we've got an assessment. Now we can come back better, as Mr. Osman has said. You will see these things being somewhat fluid as the information become more concrete and more specific to rely on, that we'll be able to make educated decisions based on. Not that we just wing it right now. As you can see, we use the ranking guide. We use the operational people to give input to what those breaks were. from work orders, we could see how many times over the year or the years did we have to repair this, or we had challenges there during critical times.
Council, anything further? Okay, seeing nothing, back to administration.
All right, our next project is engine 27 replacement.
Mr. Osmond, through the chair, if I may, for you is a proposal charter for replacement engine 27, which has reached the end of its life, serviceable life. There are regulations and standards that we have to adhere to, that fire engines have a lifespan of 20 years. After 20 years, are considered in the insurance ratings for the town. This particular engine is 19 years old at this point. Using it 2020. But it takes a year to build a fire engine, and this would be, have to secure the funding through debt to actually obtain that engine on its proper cycle. Previous plans, capital plans that were presented to this council, this truck was actually planned for an $800,000 purchase. I evaluated that truck and that plan and changed the scope of the project. It's only a $600,000 truck. That would purchase us the correct style of truck for the town of Hinton. The truck that was previously planned would be strictly urban, but it was a city truck. This one is actually an urban interface truck. So considering the risks that we face in Hinton from wildfire, this truck is a more appropriate truck to get down narrow streets, closer to the brush, brush fire, as well as structure fires. So it's a very versatile truck. It comes at a lesser price tag.
Great, thank you. Council. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, sir. Was there a day when we bought something for $100,000 and we knew it was going to last 10 years, that we put away money every year in anticipation of that purchase 10 years down the road?
To administration.
Through the chair, if I may, Councillor Race, that's a good point. Previously, under contract with Yellowhead County, funded apparatus, trucks like this, and the contract that was struck a couple of years ago, Yellowhead County contributes a set for operations, but we are 100% solely responsible for purchasing our apparatus and maintaining them over their 20-year life. There was capital plan. Since that agreement was struck, we have only purchased trucks debt purchase. It was the ladder truck 4 years ago. It's purchased jointly. That was the last truck purchased jointly. And then some grant funding that went into that side.
May I continue, sir?
Yeah, you can follow up, yeah.
So moving forward, if this project does go forward, can we anticipate that we will be setting money aside every year? Or?
I would defer that to Rob.
Thank you very much for the question. When we spoke earlier about the fleet and equipment projects that were under review, so one of the things that I would expect to come out of that review is a long-term strategy for equipment fleet replacement. Typically, that is driven by reserve contributions. It can't necessarily be a straight line contribution based on the previous cost. Fire trucks are a good example. What we find is that their price inflation typically beats standard inflation. So these programs need to be adjusted for inflation. They can also be indexed for interest earned on the reserves you hold in the account. But ultimately, the goal should be to see your entire fleet managed under a program like that, where there would be an amount going into reserves that fully funds your full life cycle replacement of all your units. So that's part of the review that will be done going forward. And to some capacities, some pieces of that have gone on here at the town of Hinton, but the fire trucks are a bit of a different situation, as Mac explains.
Just to follow up on that then, before I move on to some other counselors, did I hear correctly that there is a policy in place that directs that fire vehicles are financed through debt only? Is that what I heard?
I'm not aware that there is a policy that would state that, but because of the change in the funding of those projects, it could be that they've been deferred to debt, as the current fleet replacement reserve can't support these large trucks that haven't been planned for over the full life cycle.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Well, maybe the bigger question might be, maybe with the new council with Yellowhead County and a few administrative changes there, it would be time to maybe go back and see if the new folks were interested in a capital agreement. But till that comes across, are we, so this equipment like this interface equipment is going to go out into the county and they're going to use it, and then we charge them when they go use it. So the rate that we used to charge was dependent on this agreement that was in place. Now the rate that we charge probably a little bit higher to account for the fact that we have to develop capital. So we are kind of charging a capital surcharge to the equipment that we send to them, right?
Administration?
Through the chair, Councillor Taylor, that is correct. There is a set fee of $300,000 a year that Yellowhead County contributes to the town of Hinton for operational costs. That is to contribute to providing services in a very defined area of the Yellowhead County.
And that's bigger than it was.
Oh, yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question about the truck itself. Once we replace it, I realize that the standards for a fire truck, have certain standards, but I'm just curious, what happens to that old truck? And with this fleet that Mr. Osmond is talking about, looking at the fleet and the standards of it, are we looking at repurposing potentially a truck like that in our organization that might fit for some of our needs? Or what happens to that truck after? Is it auctioned off? Is it donated? What's the plan for the old one?
Administration?
Chair, Councillor Haas, the truck would be disposed of according to the town's purchasing policy. It typically would go to auction and would bar fleet. As per the agreement with Yellowhead County, because they contributed to the purchase of that truck 19 years ago, they would take 50% of the proceeds of the sale of the truck.
Okay. So if I may follow up, so this particular truck, because of that, we wouldn't be able to repurpose the possibility of it. Like, what my head is, if we were to take the back end of it off and repurpose it into a tank truck or something of that sort, but based on the fact that Yellowhead County has contributed to it in the past, we'd have to consider that. But moving forward with the new truck, it would be ours and ours alone, right? I'm just worried that we get rid of a good chassis, we get rid of it. I mean, doesn't necessarily mean it still can't be used for other purposes potentially. And I'm just wondering if that's possible in the future, if not with this one, but others.
Administration?
To the chair, you're absolutely correct. It could be repurposed elsewhere, not in the fire service, however.
Right.
The county of Yellowhead, they have first right of refusal to decide what happens to that truck. If they want to repurpose it somewhere, they can. If they choose not to, then we could, of course, but we have to follow the agreement.
Okay. I may want one more matter on that.
Is it related? Or?
Yeah. So Mr. Osmond, with this new system potentially coming up with the fleet, Is that something that we're going to be considering in that? Is that, vehicles such as this one, can it be used so that we're not purchasing new potentially, but we could potentially repurpose because in my experience, a truck like this potentially, I'm not sure the mileage, I don't know, but typically they last a lot longer, they're tougher built. Is that going to be part of that fleet services digging into it?
Well, I don't know that I could comment to what is coming, but I can talk to what is common.
Okay.
So often, if we look at maybe a simpler unit like a pickup truck, often a municipality in their equipment replacement plan will identify first run replacement trucks. So if you have key people that need to be able to run no matter what, your on-call water person, for example, needs to be able to go out no matter the weather conditions, their truck will likely stop being what they need sooner than when it reaches at the end of its full useful life. So often there'll be a plan to say, okay, well, after 4 years, it will then be transitioned out, be replaced, and then that truck at 4 years old will become a truck in this function. Maybe it becomes a parks truck. And so the parks truck then will never be a replacement unit. It's not considered in the equipment replacement reserve transfer because it will always be a second run truck. So the only time you'd end up in trouble is if you had a truck that failed out before the end of its useful life. That's very common to see in those systems. Fire trucks can be a little bit tricky because of the NFPA guidelines, but for the most part, most units can function in some capacity, and most plans will address that.
Thank you. I had a question too, and it's about the National Fire Protection Association guidelines, and I guess it kind of ties into Councillor Hawes' question as well. I know previously trucks that have gone out of the Hinton fleet have gone to other jurisdictions, some of them even within Canada. So I guess my question is just, how is it that other jurisdictions within Canada can operate outside those same NFPA guidelines, or maybe a private, let's say like a mill fire department or something like that? And is there any residual value in that truck in being able to sell it to other jurisdictions? And then I guess the other extension is, if it's not required to follow NFPA guidelines, why does Hinton do it and why do some other municipalities maybe not? To administration.
Through the chair. That's a very good question. Industry and commercial fire departments do not follow the same standard that we do for the serviceable life of a fire truck. They can extend it beyond 20 years. They can extend it as long as that truck is operational, as long as it will pump or pass its pump test. That does not apply to municipalities. Underwriters, fire service underwriters, actually determine, they utilize the NFPA guideline as the industry standard for municipalities. Now, trucks can be sold to commercial ventures. They can be sold out of country. Any tire trucks go to Mexico or South America, where they do not follow NFPA standards. They do not have any fire codes. But I know that a lot of older trucks get sold into Saskatchewan, to Hutterite colonies and such. Again, they do not follow NFPA standards. So a municipality is supposed to follow.
Okay.
That's the only way to get proper insurance.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Council, Mayor Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on that question, because it's something that we get asked from the public a lot. To the underwriting comment, is that the risk the municipality would have to take on bearing that extra cost to continue and use it for a 21st or 22nd year? So technically it's doable, it's just it would come at a premium. Is that my understanding?
Administration?
You are correct, but there is additional costs in testing the truck to make sure that it passes its annual pump test. Very stringent tests once it's past 20 years. It is an additional risk that the community takes on, and it would have an immediate impact on insurance rates in town. If it's a frontline truck that responds to commercial or residential fires, it has to be at 20-year life to be applied for insurance ratings.
Yep.
There is a report coming to council in December. It's December 14th meeting is coming to council with regards to the fire underwriters survey that was completed. In 2018, the fire master plan identified the need to have a fire underwriters rating redone for the town of Hinton. It's a good news story, and at the same time, it reconfirms a lot of the recommendations that were made in the fire master plan. So I look forward to presenting that to council, and I think it will give you a lot of information that would help in these decisions. Unfortunately, it's coming after your decision to approve capital, but it's a very good report.
So let me follow up.
Yep.
Thank you for that. I think December 14th will be of great information for us. The other question I was going to ask, and it pertains to inventory of fleet, and I know this is an important topic because residents, we've invested millions in new trucks. Engine 24, I think it was the year prior, the ladder truck. Is there an alternative potentially to use a different type of truck while still using this truck with the extra testing or not? Like, is there an alternative from your perspective that we could use in order to add this as our third or fourth fire truck without going to this level? Or is this sort of, okay, this would be the best unit to have, but there are no other alternatives? Like, I want to be able to answer the public that we absolutely need this truck, or is there a cheaper alternative?
To administration?
Sure. Thank you for that question. That is the exact process that I went through when I reevaluated this truck, because what was being planned was not the truck that Hinton best needed or would best serve the citizens of Hinton and our region and our contract obligations. So this is the truck that would be a primary use truck, first out the door on most calls. It's the exact style of truck that we need to deal with our risks in town. I took a really hard look at that, is because the other truck that was planned, be a beautiful truck, but shiny wheels don't put out fires any better. This is the exact truck that we need to deal with our situation now, next 20 years.
Thank you. To Councillor LaBerge.
Just for clarification, when you're talking about the underwriters, that's not just for the insurance of the town of Hinton. Like every household in Hinton, their insurance would go up if we didn't meet that standard. Is that correct?
Administration?
Sure. Councillor LaBerge, that is correct. The insurance could go up. It definitely would go up for commercial vehicles.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, and it's not a question, it's just more of a comment to build off what Mayor Michaels was saying. And I do appreciate, the fire department looking at the truck we had to what the truck we need and versus want. And I appreciate the cost savings that the department, and I know all departments have, looked at it diligently, but it's, and actually you demonstrated it too with looking at the computer system too, that you mentioned a few weeks back to looking and reevaluating that and looking at, the truck we currently have. And sure, we could have an $800,000 truck, but is that what Hinton needs, and reducing it by $200,000? So I just want to appreciate, that work that did put into it, but it also fulfills the needs of our community and not below the standards that we're used to. I think that's another important thing, which, Councilor Labarge mentioned in regards to insurance rates, things like that. So I just wanted to point that. Thank you. So.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Taylor?
No, I'm good.
You're good. Mayor Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the last question I had, is even though time might not be totally on our side, there might be a little bit more compared to other capital projects that we want to deliver right away since this engine has to be built prior. But could this be an item that we can look for competitive grants towards before moving forward with this? Any comments on that?
Administration?
That,
I'll give the fire chief a moment to comment. So one of the things is before we can initiate a project, council has to approve it in the budget, right? So that can often be a condition of grant approval. So just to be aware of that, and I'm sure the fire chief would like to provide some information on grants for fire trucks. You want to talk about grants for fire trucks?
Chair, there may be funding sources available. I'm not aware of any offhand right now. The town of Hinton hasn't already.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, sorry, just something I don't understand with respect to getting rid of the old fire truck. So you said we have to consider the agreement that we signed way back when we get rid of the old fire truck, yet you told us that we don't have an agreement. So do we or do we not have an agreement, and why does an old agreement apply to how we get rid of an old fire truck?
Administration?
Chair, Councillor Taylor, when we dispose of a truck, we do have an agreement with Yellowhead County. It's in place. And in that agreement, it addresses apparatus or assets that were jointly funded. And if they're ever disposed of, this is the process that we will follow.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Council? Anything further? Okay, seeing nothing, back to administration.
All right, our next project is the Wildland Sprinkler Trailer Rebuild.
Thank you. Wildland Trailer Rebuild. This summer, our firefighters attended fires in BC, the wildland fires in BC. We have a sprinkler trailer, a sprinkler protection trailer that we utilize. It's short, it's lightweight, it's has served us well. A business in town has offered to donate a trailer to us. It's larger, more suit our needs. We just to redo the racking in that new trailer to facilitate all of our equipment and positioned. It's a heavier weight trailer, more capacity, add to safety while driving down the highway. For the disposal of the other trailer, we would be following the town purchase policy and disposing correctly. Funding that I've identified for this project is actually from the revenue that was generated from the BC fires, so it would not have a tax impact.
Council? Councillor Taylor?
We would use this in town as well, right? We would use this, this unit in town for in-town fires, in like our more woody areas for sprinklers.
To administration?
Chair, that is correct, Councillor Taylor. We would utilize it pretty much all over town. We do have some very high-risk areas. And this trailer is equipped with all the sprinkler protection, the wildland sprinkler protection interface equipment. So we would use it in areas almost downtown. There's next to the forestry school, there's actually a high-risk area along down College, the valley around Beaver Boardwalk. That's an area that if a fire was coming through that area, we would have to protect the residences along that stretch of roadway. All the equipment is in there for that. So we would use it primarily responding to the town of Hinton. It would be respond out of the town of Hinton on request. And we do have a contract obligation to the province of Alberta with our sprinkler trailer that if need be, and if we have the resources available, we would respond anywhere the province sends us.
Thanks.
Council? Okay, seeing no one else, it's not really a question, it's more of a comment in that I appreciate the creativity that's behind this and taking a unit that was donated by a local business and being able to repurpose it into a unit that the Hinton Fire Department can use that's better suited and will contribute positively to their ability to fight the wildland fire units. So rather than going out and purchasing a purpose-built unit, repurposing something like this, I think shows responsibility to the taxpayers. And I, for one, want to express my appreciation for that. Thank you. Councillor Hawes?
Yeah, along the same lines, but my question is the existing trailer, is that also going to be able to be repurposed into a town asset as well that other departments can access after it's been switched over to the new unit?
To administration?
That is, it could be, yes. We'll dispose of it according to policy, and if it's reused within the town, so be it.
Okay, so if I may, I think it's just important, our citizens, and me included, I think that anytime we can repurpose something, I think we should really strongly look at, rather than just get rid of it, but how we can, whether it's increase services in other areas, more efficiencies, things like that. So, that was along the lines of my questions on the old unit as well. Like, if we can use this stuff again and it benefits our citizens and our community, I think that's our first goal before just getting rid of it. I think, again, it's not necessarily to get rid of the old, but what can we use, how we can use it, maybe not to the same abilities that it once did, but can be utilized, continue to utilize. So thank you.
Council? Okay, seeing no one else, back to administration.
Our next project is once again with fire. This is the pump skid unit.
The pump skid unit is actually a pump and water tank reservoir utilized in wildland firefighting. It fits in the back of a pickup truck. That's what it's called, a skid. It can be removed and replaced, seasonal, or purchase a new truck. So this is a firefighting equipment. It's very useful in catching fires at the incipient stage or the beginning stage so that they don't become a major threat to the community. Intent, this unit, if the council approves, is we will be placing it into a pickup truck that we're extending the life on because it's still usable to us. With the skid unit, it would become a rapid response brush truck, essentially, utilized in town to reduce the threat to wildfire.
Thank you, administration. I have Councillor Haas, and then Councillor LaBerge, and then Councillor Race.
Thank you, and it's great. I just want to, it's just a clerical, in our report, the cost estimate on this unit is $600,000. I'm assuming that it's more like 6,000 from our previous report. Just to clarify that.
Administration?
The chair, thank you for catching that, Councillor Haas. That is a typo. That should actually read 6,000 because we round up. It's The cost of that unit is $5,600.
Yeah.
So,
No, I think, and I appreciate this. I think it's another, it's like, in my mind, it's like the fire extinguisher in our houses. And if it don't put it out, then we bring up, and if we can get out there, get faster with a smaller unit and get them under control, it then saves costs for the big units that have to go out there. So this is a great addition, I believe, to our fleet. It also, if I may, it also, if I read right, it's foam too, right? So which I believe is it foam or water or both, or, you know, in my experience, very little, but foam puts out fires a little bit better too in some circumstances.
Administration?
Jared, that is correct. It is foam capable, so Class A foam, which we utilize on most brush, grass, and wildland fires.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor LaBerge?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Same question. I thought it must be help.
Okay, and I have no one else in queue. Council, anything further? Seeing no one, back to administration.
All right, our next project is the data center server replacement here at the Civic Center, Government Center.
We'll call on Ms. Fox to speak to this one.
Hi there, you can hear me okay?
We can see you too. Excellent. Thanks.
All right, so council probably will be familiar with this. I think we just called it server replacement. Previously, the data center server replacement was an item that was put on hold in the previous plan. I think in 2020 to save money and time over that period of time. The replacement of the 3 VMware host computers in the government center room is what we're looking at. What we did in the meantime was replace some RAM so we could extend the life. But what we're seeing now, especially with the increased demand from people working at home and relying on these systems, is that we don't want to wait much longer. This project here, the servers are now too old to be officially supported by Microsoft to run the server. For 2019 or server 2022, and VMware to run the most current version of their ESXi software. So in addition, all current devices have now ran out of warranty coverage available, and the storage array is at maximum capacity, which could result in catastrophic failure. So obviously, this is something administration does not want to put off again. We'd like to bring that forward for council's consideration. Right now, the plan is, Rob, can I just get you to scroll up? I'm working on one screen here. So I think it's $146,000 overall, which is a slight increase from the previous one provided, but we've got updated estimates, and of course, equipment costs have increased. And overall, this will be done in 2022. The RFP will be initiated in 2022. So I think I will stop there and just open it up for any questions if there are any.
Osmond?
Just before we get to questions, on the charter, it identifies ongoing costs, 146,000. I assume that number isn't supposed to be there. Can you confirm that for us?
I will confirm that for you, that there is no ongoing cost of 146,000.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was one of the questions I had wrote down that I needed clarification on too. Councillor Hawes?
Yeah, and I appreciate, I recall us having this a few years back, and you know, now we're coming to that life cycle, and we all know technology, you know, changes quite frequently. I guess my question then, and it's along the options for grants on this. I realize this is a 2022 budget ask, but hoping that, you know, once approved, because I realize, because you know, as Mayor Michaels and I attended that webinar, they talked about how important it is to have that strategy in order to get grants. But once council were potentially to approve this, would grants be sought actively for this project potentially?
Administration?
Thank you. As far as I'm aware at this time, there have been no identified grants to support this project, other than the capital grants, which have MSI has parameters on it, and this does not really fit within that category, and that money is kind of allocated to much larger projects. So at this time, of course, if there was something that came up, we would definitely work with Alexa to identify, you know, any potentials, but right now there has been not anything brought forward.
Okay, thank you.
Council? Okay, oh, Mayor Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a general question. I received it from the community before. Is there an alternative to these costs? Meaning, can we off-source this to a third party in order to kind of maintain and hold this data? Any comments or thoughts regarding that? For at the very least, for us to re-communicate to the public that this is really the only way to do this.
Administration?
Thank you. With the current way that our systems are set up, this is my understanding that it's the best way forward for the town at this time. There are some discussions about moving towards a cloud-based system. However, with our experts here within the town, it's not felt that that is a move that we can make at this time, but is certainly in the queue for our next replacement cycle.
Thank you. Council, anything further on this one? Okay, back to administration.
Our next project is water and sanitary improvements in Gregg Avenue from the Holiday Inn to Smitty's Restaurant.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond. Through to the chair to council. Yes, this is a water and sanitary project on Gregg Avenue, nearest to the Holiday Inn, as well as the Smitty's Restaurant. From talking to the operational people over the years, there have been multiple breaks and during winter, of course, disruption to businesses, and of course, to a level of service that we offer in that area, much as tying up our resources internally. At the same time, the pipe is not the youngest pipe anymore. It is still a cast iron pipe. So as a result of that, we had to do several repairs over time. So it's been justified as a critical replacement or attention that needs to be sought. What we're seeking to do is to replace 175 meters of the cast iron water main and then upgrade it to a 400 millimeter PVC. And that comes directly from the water master plan when we work in that area, that we do the upgrade at the same time, as well as then, of course, replace the 300 millimeter sewer line while we at it. So with asset management, we will, of course, have a much better runway in the future to understand what needs to be replaced, what needs to be maintained. And as we spoke earlier about the CCTV requirements, that this will help us to either not replace certain pipes, but maybe you can re-sleeve, reline pipes as we go forward in the future and put that forward as a capital. So with that, council, over back to you for any questions to us.
Thank you, Vin. Have Councillor Haas and Councillor LaBerge.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question about the time and schedule, because I'm comparing this a little bit to some previous presentations or projects. And this one is both design and construction in 1 year. And I compare now, I don't see AEP or any other requirements. So I'm just assuming that those other projects with that addition, piece to it between design, getting the approvals, and then the construction is why such a longer period of time for those particular areas versus this area where it's same year. So I don't know if you can comment on that.
Administration.
The chair to Councillor Haas, yes, you're correct. The AEP, DFO, and other approval agencies is not required. We will, of course, have to do locates for the utility companies, which is standard to our procedures. And that's why we can actually do. So the design here is not really a design that needs to have, it's basically taking it from a one size pipe and upping it to that, and it's off the shelf. And with an early procurement, we could have good success to do. And when I say design, it's not really that you have to retain a consultant. In this case, it's all in-house. And the project manager that we have on board will then be able to do that as one tender. And so just to give you an example, Councillor Haas and Council, this year we went out with Switzer Drive. We had the design 60% complete in February, completed the design 90%, went out to tender by late March. And as a result, we completed that $1.75 million project on time within budget. So that is the exact same strategy that will come to this project. This one, though, has more stakeholders that we need to advise to work with the business times and the disruptions that will come with this. But that's all part of our project manager's negotiation and interaction with stakeholders ahead of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge.
Less question, more comment. We actually own one of the properties that are on that span. I know that when some of the repairs were being done last year, that the tenant hadn't been advised of that happening. Earlier this summer, I arrived at my business on a Thursday afternoon, one of the busiest days of our week, and they were paving in front of the store. Great to have the street paved, but there was no heads up given. So I would just ask that when these things, this planning is being done, if there can be actually conversation with business, they can make appropriate plans for their business for the downtime. Understand it's got to be done. It's just communication is key.
So understanding that wasn't really a questions or any comments, clarification from administration? No.
None, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay,
Good
thank
point,
you.
well taken.
Okay, thank you. Council? Okay, back to admin.
Our next project is for a series of stormwater studies, evaluations in the Lower Hill area.
Back over to administration.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Council, this project proposal is before you because of an identification of certain stormwater challenges that we have the Lower Hill area. So no specific area or road segment, but what we've done is just to give council an idea as to what we're seeking to do. Back to Councillor Taylor's comment earlier on, are we going to do CCTV? And this exactly would be part of this, but it's of a capital nature because we will have to upgrade likely a catch basin, a manhole, or an underground pipe that is maybe creating the blockage or the overland flow. And so as a result, what we want to do as administration is do an assessment in 2022 to ensure that we can in actual fact ensure the system is functioning, to ensure that our runoff is correct, or if there has been any changes made with overland flows over time, that we can correct that through swelling, through better repair maintenance, and just-in-time maintenance as well. So with that, I wanted to just hand it over to council for any specific questions. The planning exercise with the intent of likely rectifying any issues that we are not aware of at this time in terms of our stormwater management in the Lower Hill area.
Thank you. Council. Councillor Taylor?
Doesn't the asset management program pay for this kind of stuff?
Administration?
Through to the chair to council, and not entirely, Councillor Taylor. What this is that we have a specific issue with underground streams, as I've been advised, and I want to confirm that is what's causing, as you look at the one picture, you see that little mosaic cracking happening in depressions. So that could well be where the underground stream is creating an issue with stormwater management as well. So the asset management really is to determine what is the status and what is the condition of our underground stormwater. So for argument's sake, we will know that the catch basin is in good repair, it's no cracking, no falling apart of bricks, the stormwater manhole hasn't lost its eccentricity, if I may put it that way, and that the pipe hasn't cracked and there's no infiltration maybe coming into the pipe. That's what asset management will tell us. What this is going to inform us is that we're looking at the source of why we're having stormwater challenges underground. Could be there's a stream, from what I've been told. We're going to do an assessment of that, and then it will inform asset management from there on.
Yeah, so it's a different type of assessment.
That is correct, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. Council? Nothing further. Back to admin.
The next project is a bunker gear PPE replacement project.
Mr. Osmond? Yeah. Capital project charter for bunker gear, it's replacement of bunker gear that is reaching its end of life, which is 10 years. That is dictated again by NFPA best work practices. It's also quoted in the Alberta Occupational Health and Safety as a standard that we follow. That makes it actually law. So bunker gear is the last line of defense to protect our firefighters from the exposure of fire and the elements. And that gear is due for probably 95% of our gear is due to be replaced in 2023. This is on 2022 to secure the funding. It takes a while to construct all of that gear, and also purchasing it or ordering it in the last quarter of 2022 to secure funding before they have their annual price increase.
Thank you. Over to council. Questions, comments? Councilor Lamarche?
And I guess just my curiosity, how many firefighters in the department?
Admin?
Chair, Councilor Bears, we have 36 firefighters right now.
Council? I guess I had a question. Has there ever been consideration or a phased replacement program considered so that there isn't a $130-some thousand hit all at once, and maybe it's an annual, just an annual operating cost of, a few $1,000s to replace whichever bunker gear is expiring that year?
Good, Chair. Excellent question. In previous years in Hinton and in many municipalities, that's the exact approach they take. They buy 5 or 6 sets a year. It takes longer to replace the gear, to cycle the gear through. Volunteer fire departments, we're also dealing with a rotation of firefighters, so you have a long size of gear that was just purchased last year, and it's a never-ending cycle of replacement in between. Over a span of 10 years, you could have a change in the standard of the gear itself, typically. So for lack of a better term, you get a bit of a dog's breakfast of protecting firefighters, and it's an asset management nightmare. It's actually more cost-effective in the long run to purchase it all at once, or a couple.
I appreciate that clarification. Council? Councilor Hawes?
I guess a quick question about, and I appreciate that, the question and the answer, because I thought the same thing if we could phase, but do we ever look out to other fire departments and maybe they haven't had a full amount or reduced their amount of or anything? Is there any sometimes purchasing from other fire departments if they've got gear sitting that they're not using, they'd like to get rid of, and at maybe a reduced cost or something like that? Or is there any exchange of that in any way, or is that not a good practice?
Good man.
Chair, that's an excellent question. Typically, if a fire department is gear or selling any gear, it's already expired and past its life. In the last decade, most of that gear again goes to Mexico or South America, where they do not have standards. Well, I hope that answers you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I just, it come to my thought of, where other organizations might look out to other organizations for, and if that's the case, that if it's not common, then no, that's fine. Thank you.
To add to that, Chair, we do, when we're purchasing things such as bunker gear, we do look to other fire departments who may be purchasing the same thing from the same supplier, so that we can capitalize on bulk purchases.
Okay, thank you.
Council? Okay, let's do admin.
The next project is SCBA packs, masks, and air cylinders, also a fire project.
This capital project charter is for the replacement of our SCBA or our breathing apparatus. Breathing apparatus have a 15-year life, after which the packs have to be maintained and if not replaced because of change industry standards, bottles cannot be used after, have to be hydrostatically tested every 5, but they have to be replaced up. And all of our bottles are at that, approaching that 15-year life. Replace them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor LaBerge and then Councillor Taylor.
I'm curious here again, is the cost estimate being $600,000, that would be like $13,000 for one of those?
To admin.
That price tag reflects the packs themselves, the masks that are required, and 2 bottles. So there's a bottle and a spare bottle. So that's
So that's set up there for an extra block of 13 million, that's.
yes.
Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Race.
Why are we buying 45 MSA breathing apparatus when we have 36 firefighters?
To admin.
Chair, excellent question. The packs are set up on our trucks. So there's actually 42 spots for packs. The same truck doesn't go to every call. So there is packs in our ladder truck, in the rescue truck, in each of the engines. So that if that truck goes out, pack goes with it. Firefighter in the seat utilizes that pack. So that we actually have a requirement for 42.
42. 45.
Or, yeah, sorry, 45 packs.
Okay, Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the air compressor and filling station, and I assume it's a cascade system you have. That's over in the fire hall, and we fill our own tanks.
To admin.
Sure, that is correct. We have a cascade system as well as a compressor so that we can fill the bottles right there and not. Cascade system is actually filled off the compressor as well, and the filling station.
Thank you.
Okay. Council? So I guess I had a question too then, and it's similar to my bunker gear question, that the fact that it's a $600,000 hit, is there any consideration to doing phased replacements of these as well, considering the price is so much higher?
Chair, my answer would be the same. The changing standards and everything, and for safety of the firefighters, we have only one style of pack. That's what they train on, and that's what they utilize. If we have again, for lack of better words, a dog's breakfast of breathing apparatus out there, it actually creates quite a safety hazard for the firefighter. They have to know how to get into that pack in 60 seconds and blindfolded in the dark and in very hazardous conditions. So it's really have to train specifically to.
Okay, appreciate the explanation. Thank you. Councillor Race.
Thank you, sir. Just quickly. So, we talked before about, something else that was going to cost us $600,000. And I really think that, if we have that price, then we are saving for the next X number of years. Is that something we're looking at doing with our bunker gear and our BAs? Is setting money aside every year for when that big ticket item needs to be bought.
To admin?
I would think that is something council should consider when establishing the reserve transfers. So especially when there are large regular purchases that occur on a cycle, that the reserve transfer values established be sufficient to cover those as a sustainability measure, and particularly in stabilization of the tax rates.
Chief DeBeau-Drop, did you want to add? Or sorry, our interim CEO Howard?
I'll go first, and then I'll go after you. Go ahead.
It's always a good idea to have capital items, and we know that we're going to be fixing them in 15 years, or in the case of bunker gear, in 10 years, fire trucks, it's 20 years. It's a very defined cycle, and we have to plan for that. The fire department is a unique creature in the municipality, where some of this equipment that we've purchased, we know we have to replace. I could tell you when we need to replace the SCBA again. Probably can't give you the exact price tag, but I can tell you when we need to replace it. And those cycles do not change, so it's very prudent on the behalf of council to plan ahead.
Follow up, Councilor Race?
Quick comment. You know, in 10 years' time, 15 years' time, if we have 600,000 set aside and the price is 7, I'll be thanking God that we have that 6 and we're only looking for 100. So, thank you.
Interim CEO Howarth?
Mr. Chair, so just a couple comments on that. Yes, we do have a planned reserve contribution for fire equipment replacement. And on those, the bunker gear, for example, those, you know, when we buy a couple every year for sizing or new volunteers, that kind of thing, that's where that gets purchased out of. What's happening here with the last project and with the bunker gear and this one is we're replacing everything. So every once in a while, it's that we've got to get everything standardized again over time, or there's, as Max said, that there's changes throughout that. The other thing is getting them upgraded to the new standards, whether that's bunker gear or SCBA's or whatnot. So I wanted to comment on that. So whether that reserve is fully funded for something that gets replaced next year or every 10 years, you're right, we know the schedule of that. The fire world actually has a bit of almost an easier job when it comes to that, because they have external standards and regulations that kind of script that for them. Whereas some of our other asset management, you know, a vehicle might come with a suggested life cycle, but we have to kind of figure that out ourselves. So the other thing is that when we get a system in place, that's a little bit better than what we have now in terms of putting money into reserves for our assets, that gets updated on a more regular basis than it does right now. So for example, 10 years from now, we'll replace the bunker gear again. We can estimate what that money is, but each year that we get closer to that, those numbers should be updated. And therefore the transfers to reserves also get updated. So if we're going to spend $100,000 in 10 years, we can't keep putting away $10,000 for 10 years. We have to know that over time that is likely going to increase, and then therefore the transfers to reserve increase, and that comes at an increase to your operating budget. So I just wanted to make that kind of a little bit more clear here, especially with the last 2 projects that we've been talking about.
Thank you. Mayor Michaels?
I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Good. Okay. I did have a question too, but it's not specific to this. So I'm not sure if it's better responded to later in the conversation, just let me know and I'd be happy to bring it up again later. But it's about reserve contributions and the request to add contributions to capital reserves through this capital budget plan. The one thing that I find that is missing from the conversation is what our capital reserves are currently at and recommendations from administration on maybe what they should be at, with some justification for why they should be sitting at those numbers. For me, it's difficult to make a decision or even have a conversation about proper capital reserve contributions without knowing that background information. So I'd pass that over to administration for response, or delay. That's fine too.
I can speak to it now. The reserve contributions are ultimately decided as part of the operating budget. But they are typically informed by your reserve policy. So council would be asked to approve a policy that defines each reserve individually. And one of the questions that you need to answer when you define a reserve is what is the amount you would want to carry in that reserve? So as that process gets more and more sophisticated, we've talked about the SCBA and bunker gear in particular for fire. So we would use those pieces of information as the building blocks to start constructing what the right transfer into the reserve is. And then we would make sure that those are captured within the reserve policy, so that going forward, it's clearly understood that every budget would start with those reserve contributions, and the policy then informs the why and how that came to be, so that it's not lost sight of as we move forward. I think you're right. Defining those reserves and those contributions is vitally important, so that you don't run the risk of a future council or changes in administration losing sight of why they were set up that way.
So to follow up on that, I guess then, is there something coming down the pipe to council regarding developing a reserve policy? And aside from that, I guess in the absence of one, what do we do to get that background information to inform our decisions for the 2022 budget?
So in terms of the reserve balances, we do have a schedule that provides that. And in fact, the worksheet where I was reviewing the funding, those balances are the most up to date when the package was put together. There is a plan. I know administratively, I was looking to the CAO to get the nod that I can tell you that it is in the works. The preliminary stages of a reserve policy are under production at this point. And certainly the information that comes out of the operating budget discussion this year will play a major role in finalizing that document as the capture piece for the information and decisions that come forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor LeBerge?
Thanks, Mr. Same question. You've answered. Nice.
Perfect. Okay, council, is there anything further on this one? Councillor Taylor?
Just a comment. My hope would be that when we make a capital reserve policy, that it would be sophisticated enough that in years where we have low payments on debentures, that maybe those payments those years we'd be putting more money into the reserve than years when we are fully debted out.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I think we'll have, since administration's confirmed that there's a preliminary policy discussion that'll be coming to us, I think we'll have lots of opportunity to discuss things like that as we move forward. So, okay, anything else on this matter though before we move on? So to administration, then I guess it's a little bit afternoon. I'm not sure if lunch is here yet or not.
It's not here yet, so you can't break or take a longer lunch when it does arrive, or you can proceed through the next couple.
Council, any appetite to just carry on till lunch gets here? Okay. Seeing everyone nodding, I guess we'll carry on. Back to administration.
All right, our next project is the Public Works equipment upgrades and replacements. So this is the annual project for replacement of equipment in the fleet. And I believe administration is prepared to speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you, Council, through to the Chair to Council. What you have before you here is this 120,000, which is on an annual basis that we're recommending to do any upgrades to our equipment or any unforeseen replacements. And these replacements could be, but not limited to, pumps, retrofitting maybe certain parts of our vehicle to make sure that it complies with OHS requirements. We've had a few of that. So what this also does is not just hoping something's going to happen and maybe allowing for 120,000. This helps us to retrofit our equipment, so such as maybe helping with tailpipe emissions. This helps us to further enhance the longevity of the vehicle or piece of equipment. Could also help us to repurpose the vehicle to another department where it's less of a level of service requirement, and then we can come forward with a better recommendation to council. At the same time, what we're seeking to do is we get our arms around the fleet, as we said this morning. It helps us to understand how long we can still delay a certain piece of equipment, or could we maybe use the retrofit money to come forward with a combination of approach to get better productivity and efficiency with the same piece of equipment, other than just buying the same piece the next time. Maybe not directly related to this, but one of the things that administration is looking at is that there are incentives for zero emission vehicles program available, where municipalities could benefit up to $5,000 per unit if it fits the category. So going forward, should we replace equipment and more so our vehicles, we would be looking at that aspect as well, where it fits, so we can get the maximum use and the maximum benefit, as well as the cost reductions and support in what the capital cost would be. With that, I would like to turn it back to the chair and to council.
Thank you, Admin. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would this basically be contingency funding for the unknown?
To administration.
I don't want to call it contingency, through to the chair to Councillor Race, a contingency, but in essence, it is not dedicated to a specific piece of equipment. So it would be deemed as monies that is sitting there for as and when required.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Council. Councillor Haas.
Just I guess a quick question about, is this a new practice that you're looking at? Because I mean, it's highlighted in a top ranked, obviously, for 2022, but is this something new that compared to other years? I mean, I know we had fleet, we had other thing, but I guess I'm just wondering why it ranked where it did, and because I don't recall that in the previous capital conversations, I guess, to this degree.
To administration.
So I'll respond to that question. So it has been the practice for the last couple of years to have a project like this. And because of that practice, we did allow this project to kind of break ranks from the matrix ranking. And so recognizing that it had been an ongoing annual project and the intention to continue with that, despite the fact that it ranks differently, we wanted to see it on this list.
If I may follow up then? Yeah, because I agree with this, because it's a lot to do, I think, with Councillor Labarge's comment earlier about, you know, not tying the hands of administration. This gives them the flexibility with this fund to do as they will to improve efficiencies in our fleet, whether it's fleet or other equipment as well. So I just wanted to, because I thought it was what we did before, but I just was curious on where I got into this, but thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Is this for parts? Like you need so many parts to run our fleet? Or is this an urgent or emergency contingency fund? Like this, I looked at this and I thought, okay, well, it's for parts. So something breaks down, you want to stockpile parts so you can replace it quickly. Doesn't sound like what this is, or it's a bit of both.
To administration.
The chair to Councillor Taylor. So this is not directly related to parts, because parts is carried under your operational budget for the upkeep, such as your filters, your oil, and those type of things. What this would be, if you've got a pump station And we've got 2 pumps, and the auxiliary pump perhaps is giving problems, and the SCADA system is giving challenges, and we would simply say that pump needs to be replaced because of X and Y reason. Other than that, it's maybe say $40,000, $50,000 for that pump. Having to come back to council, we don't have that time and opportunity to do that. So this would be, so on a piece of equipment, this would be is just, let's say the transmission goes on a truck, which is still in pretty good condition, but out of warranty, then we likely would bite into this piece of it. So over time, I've never seen this being more than $75,000, but then again, with the aging fleet that we have, we could see to extend the life of it at 120,000 is where the operations have given us that advice to carry that amount going forward. So it's not for individual parts, it's just filters and the other day-to-day upkeep of our equipment. That's not what it's intended for.
Yeah, so what would we normally do if we didn't have this funded piece of equipment broke down and needed a repair that was $30,000 to $40,000?
I can speak to that too, through the chair. We would then go out and rent a piece of equipment that can help us to keep the level of service until this is come back to council for either repair and or replacement, whatever the nature may be. What this is helping us is to not rely too much on rental equipment, use our own forces because our staff is trained on these pieces of equipment, so it just makes it for safety much easier. At the same time, it can replace within time without much delays to our operations as well. That's what this does.
Councillor Reese?
Thank you, sir. You know, I actually thought 120 was pretty low. However, you as a director, would you not have discretionary funds at your use in the event that we needed a $30,000 part?
To administration?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For this type of, we don't have discretionary funds to do capital upgrades, and that's why we've deemed it as a capital, because it's over a certain threshold as well. So we don't have that pocket of money to make such decisions. In the operational budget, we do have for operational costs such as filters and all those type of things to have leeway to just do those purchases and keep it on the shelf when necessary as well.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor?
So if we had an emergency or something, we're not flexible enough to respond quickly and get it to council for a quick decision to avoid having a fund like this?
So there would be, either in the purchasing or CAO bylaw, there would be clauses that would allow for emergency purchases. However, depending on the situation, having this project creates a pool of money where these types of things can be immediately addressed. Where that isn't in those emergency clauses, typically the authority is there to make the emergency purchase, but it doesn't attach any funding to that. And so it could create a situation where you have a purchase and now you've got to find the funding to fund it. By the approval of this type of project, it creates a pool of tagged funded money that if you have those emergency situations with regard to fleet and equipment, administration is able to move ahead with flagged money. There can still be a mechanism where administration reports on the capital project to let you know what's funded or been spent out of those funds, but that there are funded tagged money there so that you don't end up with a funding pinch if you have to replace using this.
Okay, thank you.
You said flag money.
Sorry, Councillor Taylor. Can I request that just if you have a follow-up, if you could just request to go through the chair? I'm never quite certain when you're done or not.
Okay.
Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, you used the word flag money. I wasn't sure what that meant.
Go ahead.
Sorry, flagged. So you have marked money to be for this purpose. When you approve this, it comes approved with funding. So we've said, here is the money in 2022, this money is coming out of the fleet reserve, and it is flagged or attached to that project, where emergency purchases don't have funding associated with them. So if they can't be handled within the operating budget, council would have to identify other funding for the project.
Okay, council? So I guess I have a question. During the presentation, there was an indication that this is something that's new, but there is an indication that this is going to be an annual request, but it's not indicated as an ongoing cost. So I'm assuming that this is going to be an annual request that comes to council every year during capital project or capital budget deliberations. Is that correct?
That's correct. You can see in the 5-year plan, although this project reappears in each year, it does have a new project number each year.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like having some latitude here, and I think I heard Mr. Russo talk about you've never seen it over 75,000 or whatnot. I think there's an opportunity to lower this amount, and within our new procurement policy, I forget, it was a few years ago, the CAO has the latitude to make these emergency purchases and then retroactively get approval from council. So if hypothetically a vehicle was needed, the CAO under the MGA could approve a $100,000 vehicle. Retroactively, it has the duty to come back to council for approval. So I would like to limit the amount here, perhaps give the latitude without having to come back to council. But if there's something worth 75,000 or 80,000, then you simply just come back after the fact, which is legal, is within our procurement bylaw to do so. So I think that might be the solution, is finding that comfort zone and making sure, and it's under section 556 of our procurement policy that allows us to do that. So I think that might be alleviate some of the concerns and the conversations we're having. So that would be my ultimate request from council. Thank you.
So to follow up on that, though, my question would be, where would the funding for that expenditure come from then? If it's not budgeted, there would have to be a decision on where that funding would come from, which isn't a hill that wouldn't be insurmountable, but it does create a little bit of confusion and extra discussion amongst council when they're asked to retroactively approve something, where to decide where the funding comes from. If it's budgeted ahead of time, we already know how it's going to be funded, and if it's not used, then it can be rolled back in and put forward towards the next year's budget. So I'm not necessarily against that. It's just it just creates that uncertainty about how those emergency needs would be funded. Interim CAO Howarth.
Thank you, Chair Ostashik. So I just wanted to clarify a little bit here. The CAO does not have approval to purchase capital items up to $100,000. There's operational decisions that can make within that latitude. And I would like to invite actually Ms. Fox, if you're, I think you're still on, sorry, I can't see all of the attendees in the screen here.
I'm on.
Okay, great. If you can just round out this response and questions from council, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howarth, and Chair through to council. So on this item, when council approves the budget, that budget is specific to a dollar amount. Currently, what we've committed to council as well, because we present specific capital project items, there is no leeway right now for the CAO to make decisions to move dollars even from one budget area to another if the scope changes. So following the MGA, council approves the capital plan and the operating plan, and we have to operate within it. If there is any decision to spend money above that dollar amount approved, that would have to come back to council. That is why when I came in, we decided to create the contingency or the capital unplanned spending to make sure that administration had the ability to make those quick decisions on emergencies and emergency spending to make sure those habits were being formed, and all of a sudden council didn't see expenditures hitting the budget. I guess the overall statement here is the CAO cannot be given direction by council right now to spend outside your approved budget. You could give the CAO approval to move or reallocate dollars within that budget, which we have more leeway to do that within the operating budget than we do the capital plan, because we present specific projects to council on the capital. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Council? Okay, I have Councillor Taylor, Mayor Michaels, and then Councillor Race.
I guess my concern with these kind of funds is that in the organizations I've been involved in the past, when you have a fund like this, it usually gets spent one way or another. And so a contingency or whatever kind of fund you want to call it, it's going to always get spent. My preference is not to have these kind of funds, and it's an emergency. It's we already heard that it can be dealt with and considered.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Taylor. Mayor Michaels.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't sure if the conversation would continue. I think this is an opportunity in the near future to talk about this. My understanding under our new procurement policy that we recently put forward is that the CEO has that ability. So if there's contradicting perspectives on it, let's have that conversation outside of here. But it was to my knowledge that we had addressed this a few years ago. So perhaps that's a conversation for another day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Race?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to Mr. Russo. Just to clarify, did you say 35,000 or 75,000 is what you have seen spent on this?
To administration?
Through to the chair, to Councillor Race. I mentioned the number 75,000, Councillor, not 35. 75,000.
75, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council? Okay, seeing no further questions from council, to administration.
Lunch is here if we'd like to break at this time.
Okay, unless there's any objection, I would call a half-hour recess for lunch. Okay, we will reconvene at 12:50. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call our meeting back to order, and I'll turn it over to administration.
Thank you very much. Just before we broke for lunch, we had been talking about the equipment upgrades and replacement project. And if we could just have a couple more minutes on that one before we moved on to our last two projects.
Interim CAO Howarth.
Chair Ostashik. So just a couple things I wanted to speak to. We report on the status of our capital projects quarterly to council. So this would be an example of a project that, while there could be several things that come under that, and it's a bit unknown right now, council would be informed of what was spent and what's committed, as well as perhaps what's in the queue, and we would do that quarterly throughout the year. So that would be the time when administration would update council on that. And the second piece is, just like with all of our other capital projects and really everything else we do, we don't spend everything just because that's the amount that has been provided. So just with this case, there would I'm hoping that council could trust the fact that we wouldn't just go and spend $120,000 because that's what was budgeted, just like we wouldn't spend 24 million on the water treatment plant if we can get it for 23 million. So we apply that same judgment and prudence with the taxpayers' resources with this as a capital project, the same we would as any other capital project. So I just wanted to provide that assurance to council that there's both a reporting opportunity for council to see how that money has been spent, and it's also our intention to spend little to none of it if we don't have to. And then the third thing is the recurring piece of that. While it it is our intention to put something like this in front of council each year for capital consideration. Next year, we could find that we would need 150, or maybe it's only 80. So that's kind of where we're going with that, if that helps that discussion or that understanding a little bit better. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Council, are there any other questions before we move on? Okay, seeing none, back to admin.
Our next, excuse me, our next project is the water distribution infrastructure rehab and replacement program, and I will defer to Winston to speak to it in more detail.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Osborne. Council Chair, before you here is that it's the replacement of assets that are at its, I wouldn't say at its end of lifespan, but it's in need of replacement and or refurbishment. So one of the pictures that you see is a hydrant that is being installed as of a new piece of infrastructure. So typically what happens is that a hydrant can either be replaced depending on the nature of the challenges that we see, or we basically change out some of the internal mechanism. And so what this is meant to do is to help us replace some of our aging infrastructure when it comes to hydrants. Hydrants is an important part of our water reticulation system. It does help fire to be able to hook up very quickly, and we want to ensure that these hydrants are in good working order. We do have a program annually that assess the condition of this, and when needed, we replace this. We haven't done this in over the last 4 to 5 year program. We started this year replacing at least 3 or 4 of them through the operational budget. But the next year, we intend to have a program that will likely last over 3 to 4 years that will help us to update, replace, and improve our hydrant status so that we can be fire ready for protection requirements, less disruption to the public, and of course, to make sure that we have a potable water supply that is, as I said, not compromise the fire requirements when and needed, as well as a public safety requirement. So with that, I'd like to turn it back to the chair and to council.
Thank you. Council, comments, questions? Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, according to 2021 capital budget that was completed here, we replaced hydrants at $1,000 per hydrant. So this is for about 70 to 75 hydrants over a long period of time. Is that what this is?
Yeah, Councillor, through to the chair to Councillor Taylor. This is not, you can't do the calculation of saying it costs us 1,000 and then divided by 75, so we're doing 75. What happens is many a time it depends on the hydrant location and the requirements for construction replacement. They could change value, could be 2,500, could be $5,000 depending on. So our concept here is to ensure that we can do as many as we can. Some of it could be outsourced, which is likely going to be the case, so that we can get through this program of where we've identified hydrants in our lower lying older areas of the town to replace that.
Okay, council? Okay, seeing nothing further from council, turn it back over to admin.
Our last project to review its charter is the wastewater collection infrastructure upgrade and replacement.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. And council, similar to the hydrant exercise we've just walked through, this has got to do with replacement of unplanned or unforeseen failure during any given year of our laterals. What we're seeing is that the laterals are beginning to show cause for concern. And as I mentioned earlier on, camera work that we're going to be doing in conjunction with the areas where we should be replacing these laterals is a requirement. And so going forward, we wanted to make a good effort starting in 2022 to absolutely look at the laterals that we know of that needs replacement and improvement. At the same time, when a lateral leaks or when it breaks, this carries sewage material, sanitary material, that does create an environmental concern when that leaches into the ground. So we want to be ahead of that and avoid and mitigate those issues. So with that, council, I'd like to change it back to the chair and to council. Thank you.
Thank you, admin. Council? Any comments or questions, council? Councillor Laberge?
Well, I guess if you take the three of these and you put them together, we're talking over $250,000 sort of sitting there for projects. I mean, couldn't there be a fund to be drawn on maybe to fund any of these? It would seem to me that if we're gonna drop $250,000 in unforeseen emergency circumstances, we need to look better. Because it seems like an awful lot of money sitting for the potential of failure. Comments?
Over to admin.
I'll attempt to answer that. Thanks, Mr. Osborne, through to the chair to council. So what the intent of administration was this year, especially to get our arms around the asset management going forward, we'd be able to identify with cameras going through the line, with areas that our maintenance staff know is collapsing, or that is maybe leaching or will be leaching, or that they fixed or made a temporary fix. This is what this was meant to be. So going forward, we don't intend to have a as and when fund, so to speak, that we'd be able to say we do need a capital project of X to do X and Y, because the asset management system is informing us that this needs to happen. So I see this as a temporary measure until we get the asset management fully operational to inform us of ongoing forward decision.
Thank you, admin. Council? Councilor Race?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To administration, we're an old town with old infrastructure, old pipes, old everything underground. We're just at the tip of the iceberg, I think, in fixing our piping issues. Would that be correct?
To administration.
To the chair to council. I wouldn't say that we at the edge of the iceberg, Councillor Race. What we do know is that we've got aging infrastructure that is still performing, and that if we don't get in line up right now to start looking at where vulnerable areas and specific areas are, which we know of, then we will fall behind in a big way that we could see a collapse in future years. But at this point, I would not be panicky about thinking that we're going to have a collapse. This is, of course, being prudent in terms of putting step-by-step money in place to make sure that our infrastructure can have its longevity, and that if it's at the end of a so-called design life cycle, that it's not at the end of its performance cycle.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Council, anything further? Okay, seeing no one, I believe that that is the last of the capital project charters. So back over to administration.
All right. So with that first look through the individual capital charters, we'll circle around shortly to look once again at the funding model. But before we go there, I did want to have a conversation about, there were a number of questions brought up about projects, project timing. And I just wanted to clarify for council that the process here is that we are looking to eventually approve the 2022 capital budget. So those are the projects that have been green lighted to move forward, as well as the 23 to 26 capital plan. So those are very much plan items. They're a forecast of what might be, but before they're ever approved, they will be revised in the next budget cycle. And again, a section will come off at the top as the current year budget, and the rest will remain within the plan. The reason I bring this up is because I want to clarify that there are projects, and I think we can talk about a couple of the water sewer line upgrade projects, where the projects are here for approval as part of the 2022 budget. But in all reality, the expenses are not expected in 2022. So it's very important that we, because I know under maybe the previous budget system, there was a concept that if it was budgeted in 2022, it would happen in 2022. And although that is exactly what happens in operating, in capital, that's not necessarily the case. Because these projects are bigger, they can often have much longer timelines. And so with those waterline projects, particularly the two that have Alberta Environment and Department of Oceans and Fisheries involvement, those projects need the green light to move forward. But the first part of the effort likely won't be incurring substantial costs to the municipality. But it's important before we start to invest time and effort into those projects that they are approved by council and that there is a funding plan for them. Otherwise, you could find yourself having invested time into a project that can't get approved, or being ready to move forward with a project with no funding. So there are some projects within the budget, particularly because of the shift from a timing-based approach to the ranking-based approach that we used. We noticed earlier that there are projects that have been brought forward from future years, some that have been pushed back into the plan. And I just want to make it really clear that just because something is in the 2022 budget, it signifies that administration is looking for approval to begin moving this project forward, to make sure that the dedicated funding is earmarked for that project and won't go to other sources. However, there might be projects, and I think I'll use the SCBA project as an example. That project had originally been forecasted, I believe, for 2024. The reason for that was the end of the life cycle provided for that equipment. So it is unlikely, it wouldn't be a good idea to activate that replacement in 2022 with 2 years left on the equipment, but that the project is approved, green lighted by council, and that funding is dedicated to it. So as we go forward, there might be a conversation about if council establishes a regular contribution into reserve for that particular project when it actually, the purchase actually occurs in 2024. There might be an opportunity to use some of the grant fund or the reserves funds that have been set aside. But I think it's a very important distinction that because we've moved to this ranked system, there are projects that are getting approved that may see no action in 2022. And it's important for us to understand that that's about securing funding, securing the go-ahead on the project because of their priority. That it isn't necessarily, if it's in the 2022 budget, money will move in 2022. That makes sense to everybody. I can move on to the next piece of the puzzle. Okay. All right, so if we go back to, you're on page 6 of the agenda. This is the funding draft that we've put together. Has the grants and reserves along the top of the page. So we went through, I talked about briefly the funding model for the 15 projects that we just reviewed, and how that would all work out. Before we move into the deliberations, though, I did want to speak to the plan years a little bit. I do want to, if we look at 2023, so again, because of the decisions that were made on how we deal with the reserve funding, we would be approaching this, that there would be funding going into reserves, but currently the funding plan for 2023 operates within the money that's currently available in reserves. So there's a series of projects. So this is the list that starts with the Beaver Boardwalk, facility improvement, life cycle replacement, Erith outdoor rink, the retaining wall, Hampshire Road, water and sewer lines, AFRAX radios, and continues on from there. So there, once again, we have a number of big projects, and we do have two projects. There is a water treatment plant upgrade project, $2.1 million. The funding model suggests that that would come out of the MSI grant program. We can have administration speak to it, but my understanding is that this is a project that relates to the current system as opposed to the new water treatment plant that was contemplated in the 2022 budget. There is also the Bradwell drainage construction, $250,000 scheduled to come out of MSI. The federal gas tax has two projects. My apologies. Only got one line. That's the Hillcrest Pump House pump and valve replacements, $530,000. And Mountain Street installation of a 250 millimeter gravity line for $332,000. A number of projects that are scheduled to come out of reserves. But the one project that I did want to draw council's attention to is the Hampshire Road water and sewer line. So this program, or this project is primarily coming from debt. There's a local improvement component to this project. So there's a municipal component that's being contemplated in addition to a large local improvement. So that project, of course, becomes contingent on the local improvement plan being accepted by the residents there. But it is the only debt project scheduled for 2023. I also did want to highlight the Beaver Boardwalk, $4 million project. Although administration is aware that this project is on the list, it currently doesn't have a stated funding source. It's outside the capacity of the current reserve levels to fund. There would, of course, be the potential to fund it from debt if that's what council wished. And there may, in fact, be grant programs depending on the type of work we're doing. It did appear in the second year based on the project rankings that we provided for it, but it was a bit of a mystery to us as to how to get this funded. So in 2023, the plan is fully funded with the exception of the $4 million for the Beaver Boardwalk project. So my hope is that as we move forward through the years, the capital plan in the next year, that there would be some additional conversations about this project, what the expectations might be, and how the municipality will proceed with funding. The 2024 year of the capital plan is also fully funded. There's a couple of projects I'd like to draw council's attention to. The Aquatic Center upgrade replacement. This project's estimated in $28.5 million. It did come in based on the rankings at the year 2024. The rec center reserve currently holds a balance of $702,000. That funding was applied. There was also an assumption that a grant contribution from the provincial government at 25%, as well as a county contribution at 7%, would provide 32% funding for the project. If that funding was the maximum that could be received from outside sources, that would leave the remaining $18.6 million, $18.7 million funded from debt. So recognizing that that project's still a couple of years out and there'll be lots of conversation about it and investigations in terms of what type of outside funding might be available for it. That's a preliminary funding plan for the project. The other project in 2024 that I'll draw council's attention to is the Gregg Avenue Water Sanitary and Storm Replacement. This is a $4.7 million project. We have tentatively funded it using MSI Capital, Federal Gas Tax Fund, and the Major Infrastructure Reserve. This left, after those fundings, $1.9 million for excuse me, for debt. And I did want to identify that the three projects, the water distribution program with regard to hydrants, the wastewater collection, this is manholes and laterals, and the equipment upgrades and replacements. Those three projects, their funding has shifted from reserves into the other category. I've got a note here that in order for this funding plan to work in 2024, we would need to find the money for those projects, either from unspent money in those projects in the prior year, or from operational funding, or contributions to capital reserves. Like I talked about before, we built this funding plan within the confines of the pools of money available, recognizing that within the next few years, we'll be able to address the conversation about contributions to capital reserves and how these funding should be taken care of. So the first 2 years of the plan are essentially funded and okay to go. We get in, the budget year and the first year of the plan. The second year of the plan, 2024, we begin to feel the squeeze of the funding situation. So at that point going forward, you can see that the majority of the projects, as we get into 2025, are unfunded. So you can see that in the last column on the page. You can see where the excuse me, where the numbers are showing in that last column. That's showing you that there's no funding applied to them. So as we get out into the later years of the project, we don't have the funding sources to fund these projects, and that will have to be addressed. But I think it is a simple conversation of that conversation surrounding the capital reserve contributions. When we sit down with the operating budget, we will have to have a conversation about our long-term capital needs and how they will be handled. And then potentially some of these projects will need to be pushed into the future to help us stay within the abilities of the capital fund to sustainably fund your capital.
I have a question from council, Mr. Osmond. A couple things, actually. I have Councillor Hawes in queue. And since Councillor Magoon has joined us, I will turn the chair duties over to Deputy Mayor Magoon. Councillor Hawes.
Okay, thank you. It's around the Aquatic Center, and understanding we haven't had that funding conversation. However, a while back, administration brought to us the expression of interest in grants, for foreseeable opportunities in that regards. And I was just curious on when is administration going to bring to council that discussion about what we've discovered through that expression of interest for grants on this project?
Through to Councillor Hawes, I will invite Mr. Rousseau to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Hawes. Yes, that's correct. I think it was July this year that council directed administration based on recommendation that we made to look after grants or to seek after grants. So that was the ISIP grant, the Infrastructure Canada grant, that Edson also received in terms of the aquatic facility improvements they're busy with right now. I have done 2 inquiries to the Alberta Infrastructure Department as recent as 2 weeks ago in preparation for today's discussion. The unfortunate news is that the ISIP grant has been oversubscribed. And as we said way back in July, that they were going to open it up again, likely in the late fall. So with my follow-up and my two conversations I had with Infrastructure Alberta, they said it was oversubscribed. The likelihood of it being opened up is probably not good at this point in time. So what that suggests to us is that it's not a dead-end road. We'll just have to look at what other funding options that we could combine and stack to help us go forward in this approach of ours.
Thank you.
Sorry, as we hit the transition, was there anybody else after Councillor Haas? Please continue, Mr. Osmond.
So I think that was really the purpose of kind of bringing council through the 4 years of plan. You can see that the schedule does continue for 10 years. However, because the pool of money to fund these projects was essentially exhausted, I did cut it off at the 5-year mark, so that we could continue to have conversations about that. But ultimately, there are some long-term sustainable capital funding questions that council and administration will have to work through in the coming years.
Councillor Haas?
I do have a question. Sorry if I missed it. We haven't covered 2025 yet that year, but I guess I'm going to jump forward and ask the question and it's in regards to the tennis courts resurfacing, and that's at the Harry Collins site, pickleball and courts and everything. I guess my question is, I know we had a conversation when we were looking at the Gerard site and approved that, but there was some concern that the Harry Collins might actually even be in worse shape than the Gerard. And I guess that's where I'm at is, pushing it to 2025, are we taking the risk that it would further deteriorate and that proposed $100,000 might be more? And should we be discussing potentially that project, if it is in the disrepair that it sounded like it was, being moved up in the queue to potentially 2023, 2024, possibly? I don't know. That's my question to administration.
So just before I hand it back to the director for comment, so that tennis court resurfacing project was originally flagged by administration as being a 2025 project. So that, and when it was re-ranked, it did happen to fall into that same year. But perhaps administration would like to comment on the project itself and whether it can hold that one.
And thank you, and through the chair to Councillor Haas. So basically, when we do the ranking, of course, we take all those items into consideration. So even the safety component is taken into consideration as part of the ranking. And in total, the ranking is, of course, what you see in front of you. It does mean, of course, when we see projects being later than maybe first established in our plan, that they might even be more expensive in the end when time comes. But in this case, the anticipation is if any projects fail even before the date that it's allocated to be funded by the council, then for safety reasons, of course, there could be a temporary, let's say, measure in place that could be even up to closure for a certain portion or a certain court. That's, of course, a consequence of funding and timing.
Mr. Mayor? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Osmond, would this be the time, or is there an opportunity later today to potentially have a discussion where, let's say it was the appetite of council to be more aggressive with competitive grants and allocating them with, or adding them in here as a potential revenue source in 2023 to 2026, and incorporate that within the budget, so then administration would know that many of these projects in future years are to seek these. Is this the time where we can give that direction and implement that within our 5-year capital plan, or is there a more opportune time, in your opinion?
After we kind of complete this review of the funding model, the next part in our process today is council's discussion and any plan amendments. So I think as soon as these sets of questions wrap up, it would be a great time to go through and we can flag any projects here that council would like to see us pursue that kind of funding.
Perfect, thank you.
Oh, Councillor Haas.
Just to clarify, so too, when you said priorities or have that conversation would include potentially asking about additional, like into the future, different projects as well, that would, okay. That's the right place for it as well. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, CAO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Magoon. If I could just invite Mr. Osmond to just clarify for council, because again, we have a little bit of a different process now. When we talk about where things are funded, and typically we allocate a specific reserve from where that would be funded, and the process that we just went through now, where we talk about at some point, there's essentially no money left, so we're good, we can fund everything for the next 5 years, and then just to clarify, there's no money left in the reserve as a big reserve. But because, especially past councils, we're thinking sort of pockets of reserves. So the Parks Reserve, for example, or the water sewer, things like that. If you can just maybe clarify that a bit for council to help them understand what's a little bit different with what they're looking at right now. And then I may have a second point that I would like clarified after that. Thank you.
Okay. So if we backtrack to the overall budget or draft budget position, this is page 5 of the agenda. So this was the one we talked about this morning with regard to where the operational base budget sits right now, as well as the proposed business cases. The number that I wanted to come back to for this conversation is that $3.885 million. So that was the amount of the capital reserve transfers that was planned in the 2021 budget cycle for 2022. So I've kept that number together and just kind of plucked it out for the moment. So the reserves that we have in place are the culmination of all the money that council has put aside into reserves up to 2021. Now, only the reserves that are earmarked for capital appear on our funding sheet. So there are some operating reserves you wouldn't have seen across the top of the page in the last spreadsheet. There are also some reserves that are destined one day to be capital, but they are restricted. So if the example I like to use for that one, although it doesn't directly apply for this municipality, is there is often 1 or 2 reserves associated with the closure of a landfill. Those funds are legislatively required, and although they are put aside, they are not available for spending on other things. They're committed to something else. So when we talk about the reserves across the top there, those are the ones that are intended to be capital reserve at the values that are in them right now in 2021. When the town gets to the point of doing the next capital budget, 2023, with the plan for 24 to 27, at that point, we will have answered the question in the operating budget about what is the number that council is prepared to put into reserves in 2022. And that will form the basis for a growing contribution to reserves for capital. So although the model that we have funds through to the current budget year and about a year and a half's worth into the plan, by the time you get to next year, you will have a very different reserve position, and this can all be reevaluated. So I think that CAO Howard's comment that we just kind of recognize that this is a bit of a different process. We're trying to get at the crux of that operational support for capital. And as we do that, it's not that there won't be a plan to fund the remaining 2.5 years of the 5-year capital plan. But at this stage, we need to have the conversation in the operating budget about what might be available for capital reserves so we can rebalance our capital program as we go forward into the future.
Councillor Labarge. Just to flow back into 2025, that 5.9 million to do water and sewer in Hampshire. So local improvement levy or tax, call it what you will, essentially the properties there pay back that 5.9 million, is that correct? Over time.
Sorry, that's the 2023 project?
Correct.
There is a portion of it that is at large funding. Let me see if I can answer that question quickly for you. So there is $1.8 million of that value is essentially at large. So that's the portion of the project that doesn't require the local improvement to move forward. But the remaining value, approximately $4 million, that is the portion that's scheduled to be local improvement.
And so what percentage of the properties there would need to approve that to move forward? Is it 100%?
So the local improvement project or process is a local improvement plan is prepared and proposed as a bylaw. The opportunity is for residents to petition that bylaw. In order for a petition to be valid, I believe the percentage is 50% of the landholders or 50% of the assessed value of those that affront the project.
And then the payback of that amount would be over what period of time?
It would be over the period of a loan. So the loan can be, is typically tied to the standard life cycle of the project. So I'm not sure if the plan.
So long-term though, that's all, that's good enough.
It would be 20 to 50 years, I
All
would
right,
suspect.
thank you. Council, anything else? Councillor Taylor.
Presumably the people on Hampshire Road are being consulted with that. And there's some sort of positive, they're positive towards that.
Normally that process is not engaged until council has approved the capital project. The reason for that is you wouldn't want your administration going out and proposing a local improvement project that doesn't have the support of council to move forward. So first it's approved in a budget, then they'll set out to do that local improvement plan. I have seen times where they'll go a little bit before the approval of the capital budget, just to kind of verify that there's not just all like negativity towards it. But there, yeah, so at this point, there's probably hasn't been direct conversation to evaluate whether or not that local improvement would be well received.
Councillor Labarge? So just to follow up on that then, so we will approve the capital budget for 2022 coming up. Those years have been included. Would that be the point we would begin the discussion then, or would we wait till the 2023? Would seem that the lead time on this would be.
Yeah, I'm going to look over my shoulder to Winston, because rather than give you what I would do, let's hear what he would do.
Through to the chair, to council. So yes, the lead time on this would be quite significant. And so with, even though council does not approve the 2023, you've just made an allocation that that's a project want to go ahead. That is sufficient for us to start that conversation. This project is up and coming and the details are unfolding as we go towards 2023.
Council, anything else? CAO?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Magoon. So I will ask Mr. Osmond to just provide a second clarity then for council, and that's around the restricted reserves that right now do have designated money being put into them for a specific designated reason. So again, looking at your 5 years, all the bank accounts are empty. Does that include or not the ones that we are saving for specific things? And a couple of examples that I'll give are, for example, the library reserve, that is not a town reserve, but money that the library puts in, so that not accessible. We do have a couple of agreements, for example, with the mountain bike park, the disc golf society, set aside a money aside, for that partnership agreement. And so a couple like that. We don't have many, but we have some. The ATE reserve is another one that has restrictions around it by policy. I was as to what we can do with those. So just generally or specifically, if we can just to make that clear for council, because again, that's a little bit different now than it was done before.
So in the current draft right now, if it related to capital, it was removed from consideration. However, there are some examples where they were just left in. But I guess there was an intention for contributions into the rec center reserve. Those ones have been removed. The library contribution, again, because it involves a separate entity, that one is left in the budget. So, but for the most part, if they related to capital for the municipality, they've been removed in that $3.885 million value.
Thank you. And if I may just, so the ask and the role for council is to purposely put them back in.
Yes.
Right. So we just wanted to make that clear, that those, what you might have seen in the past is just rolled over because we have agreements or by policy or whatever, they just get automatically put in there. You'll see that done a little bit differently this year, is you will have to purposely put that back in. Correct, Mr. Osmond? Yes.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. And that's an activity we'll undertake with the operating budget deliberations.
We're good.
Okay. All right, with those questions out of the way, we can move into the council discussion of proposed capital budget and plan amendments. So the goal of this next section will be for us to capture as many indications from council about changes they'd like to see in the proposed capital budget and capital plan, so that they can be included in the presentation on December 7th. If it could be done in a format where there can be a motion at the end of the meeting today that accepts all of the things that happen, but as we go through, if we can do a straw poll or something, so that there's clear intention from council as a single body to make a change into the draft, and we'll capture those all in one motion at the end. This would be the time if there's projects that council would like to consider moving either from year to year, or to have a look at priority. If there's questions about the values of the budget, whether or not there might be room for some changes there, recognizing that that would likely require some scope change. If there's funding questions that council would like to look at, if there's projects that council would like to flag for administration to pursue grant funding with, any type of direction that we would like to capture into the capital budget, as we move forward. We'd like to capture that here today. So I will let council lead this portion of the discussion. And if at any point we feel that we're moving too fast to capture everything, we'll let you know. And of course, administration is here in the room to answer any questions.
Councillor Taylor.
Well, maybe I'll start with the big item that I have a concern with, and that's the water treatment plant. I'm not sure that I have enough information to make a $24.4 million decision for it to be in year one. Like, we don't even know if it's going to bypass, not bypass, let alone have even a preliminary breakdown of how $24 million is going to get spent. So that's one of my, I'm just starting with the big one. That's my concern. So I don't know how we overcome that other than move it to year two or get information before December or whatever.
Council, any discussion on that point?
No,
Councilor Labarge?
sorry, I'm not supposed to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I put it to the administration is are we anywhere near being able to provide more information than it might cost $24 million? Has it been? I suspect there were, but is there more information available?
Through to the chair to Councillor Labarge. The short answer right now is we do not have a true number as to what this water plant, whatever that option is going to cost us, because until we sit down with West Fraser and we have all the details discussed as well as the design concepts and options, we'd be able to come up with a more representative number. So I'm not saying that the number that has been given has not been thought through, but there's so many things that have happened in between that could impact that number or up or down. So at this point in time, until we have that sit down, as I've alluded to this morning, this week, the 23rd, there's the first kickoff meeting that I'm having with a consultant to bring me up to speed first and foremost, let alone get council up to speed. So that likely will not happen 4 years, and that we could have all of that wrapped up together, give council that full update.
Mr. Mayor? Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was my understanding that the water treatment plant was actually scheduled to move back to 2023. Attachment 3, and I just want to confirm that, and then I have a comment, I believe.
So in our original draft of the budget, or rather coming out of the prior year's budget plan, it was originally flagged for 2023. However, when it went through the ranking process, its priority made it appear in 2022. And so this is definitely an example of one of those projects where, although it's included in the budget in 2022, likely the money expenditures are several years away.
So if I may, I'm comfortable leaving that one the way it is, only for the rationale that our current agreement in good faith with West Fraser is under this premise, right? We have an agreement with them that we just haven't potentially changed, and I know we're working towards that, but to me, I think as a council, we have to be careful on how we amend something that we've already contractually agreed through the agreement with West Fraser and indicated in our budget. And as we have these conversations to potentially pivot or change, then we look at changing this. That's my only concern. I don't know if that's the right way to look at it, but to me, this is based on a previous agreement with West Fraser in order to move forward. So until we, in good faith, again, had those conversations and agreed, I struggle changing anything for the water treatment plant although we're not going to be physically spending money in 2022 unless it comes back to us, that it's, because we don't have a borrowing bylaw or anything for $25 million anyway. So to me, there's checks and balances in place. It's more of a formality as we work towards something new. So I don't know, that's my train of thought for the water treatment plant. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor?
Do we have an agreement with them to have a water treatment plan in our capital plan? Is that what you just said?
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Please.
in the agreement with West Fraser, and perhaps I'll go to administration, that prior agreements in good faith have been moving towards a capital plan that indicates moving away from the premises. And now, if we're looking to change that in good faith, again, we should have those conversations with West Fraser before we amend any changes here. Because to me, that's not working in good faith with them. Even though there's an intent, I believe, on both sides to potentially look at changing this in the cost related to how it's labeled here. So I'm as Councilor Stachek said, I think about an hour or so ago, perhaps that's a conversation to have with council in order to get everyone up to speed, including past councilors on that, because it makes it tricky on amending this, because this is based on previous agreements with West Fraser. I hope that helps. And I don't know if administration has anything more to add to that.
CAO?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Magoon. So that's correct. The certainly no intention, and there are some other checks and balances, but certainly have to be in place before we spent that kind of money. But what this does is it demonstrates to West Fraser that our intent is to find some resolve, and that it doesn't narrow down the scope of the options that we're negotiating with them. If we were to take this off the table, it would imply that that is no longer an option and would limit our ability to have the conversation with them. So this is our administration's recommendation to do that in as well. And there'd be lots of other opportunity for us and requirement for us to come back to council before we move forward with any of that.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I'm not suggesting it get taken off the table, just suggesting it get put to a year where we could actually spend the money. I don't see how a company that would do that kind of due diligence and planning in a capital plan would have a concern with that.
CAO?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Magoon. I think the other thing here is this shift we've made in our planning for the capital budget is that we are approving a full project when we start the project. And I know that Mr. Osmond, again, addressed this a couple times today, and it probably won't be the last time. We probably all need to remind ourselves of that, because this is a bit of a shift for us. But again, that idea that we're going into a project, we should know where it's being fully funded from, and that there's that potential for that. Otherwise, we get down the road. We either are going in, doing some planning, some thinking, having conversations around a project that hasn't been approved yet, or we get into a project, then we're ready to start spending more money, and we don't know where it's coming from. So if there's, Mr. Osmond, if I haven't captured that correctly from the couple times that you've described that, I'd invite you to round that out, please.
Mr. Osmond?
Thank you very much. I think those are important observations, that where there was very much a year-to-year focus on these projects, scheduling them based on when the expenses were to occur. What we're shifting towards here is focusing on the prioritization of these projects. And so we've gone through and prioritized these projects, and the water treatment plant scores very, very high. It scores that way because of its importance to all the community, the strategic importance, the life safety issues around clean, safe drinking water. So those things speak to how important the project is. And by allowing the focus of our capital budgeting to be driven by those priorities, it ensures that we capture the projects that are important to us, and at a very early stage, put a little protection bubble around the resources they need to be successful. So my comment about the water treatment plant would be that this project, $24 million, is dependent on over $5 million of debt in the municipality. And once that project is approved within the capital budget, that amount is set aside from the debt, and it's essentially reserved for that project. There was a change that the water treatment plant project didn't need to continue with $5 million. That restriction could be removed. But the danger of not having it there is that if other projects of lower priority were to be considered before that water treatment plant project came back up, that you may inadvertently use funding required for your highest priority projects before you move forward. That's a risk every municipality faces, is to make sure that their highest priority things get the first dollars.
I have an empty speakers queue currently. Councillor Reyes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To administration. I think it was Liz or Mr. Russo. You commented on when there would be a discussion with West Fraser. And that, you're not foreseeing that in the near future? Is that correct?
Through to the chair to Councillor Rice. Yes, that's correct, Councillor Rice. So the step-by-step approach would be November the 23rd, doing a catch-up meeting and a site tour with the consultant. And then from there, we would touch base with West Fraser at that same day, and then try and get the powers that be to be part of a conversation to kickstart this whole conversation and pick up the loose ends over the last couple of years that have been talked about and take that into a direction. Once we have that, we'll come to council, give all of council the full update where we at, what our options are, and what the direction is we possibly could go into.
May I continue, sir?
Please.
And do you think the conversation today, if it's a successful conversation with this $24 million for the water treatment, would be part of that conversation you have with the mill?
At that point, we will discuss the capital options, and that will determine, of course, whether it's the 22 or 24 million or 28 million, whatever that number is going to be. But yes, that will be part of the conversation, not specific to a option, but to what options could be exhausted that has already been discussed in the prior years, I believe.
Just
I have Councillor Hawes next, and then I'll put you back in queue.
If it's regards to this, there you go.
Is it on the same lines, Councillor Reyes?
It is.
Okay.
But more of a comment than a question. For me, I like to be prepared. I do not like the unknown. So I appreciate this conversation we're having right now, and that $24 million, truly do. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reyes. Councillor Hawes?
Yeah, not on the water treatment. I guess the question I have in regards to 22 budget, and then I do have some later, asking some questions into the future on some projects, but the skate park life cycle, I just want if you could speak to it, because it was taken off the budget, but curious as to the future of that area, because I didn't see it in any of the 2024 or 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026. So where does that land us with that area?
We're all looking at each other. Who would like to take this one first? And so first of all, just to speak to the fact that it was crossed off on one sheet that was flagged just before the agenda came out. And so we knew for sure that it needed to come out of 2022. I'll let Mr. Osmond speak to the ranking of that and how it ended up in one list and how that matrix would work in that kind of situation. But we did not feel like that needed to come forward as a recommendation. So there was no time to put it back into where we think it may best belong. So I'll maybe invite Mr. Osmond to speak to that first, and then Mr. Von Claveren afterward. Thank you.
Excellent. So the project itself was originally in previous documentation flagged as 2026. However, when we went through, the project scored a full 4 points in funding impact and had 3s in asset rehabilitation and protection, service benefit to the public, and strategic importance. And so that left it with an overall score of 2.8, which was quite strong and was within the group of projects we had picked for the first year. So that's how it got there. However, when there were some additional questions about it, we couldn't quite get figured out, and so we wondered if the project itself might need re-ranking. But in light of that, and the fact that it was previously budgeted for a later year, we felt that we could bump it off until we had those questions. And as likely there would be some parts to this project that would require some pre-work before the project could proceed at any rate. But I will let Hans speak to that.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair, to Councillor Haas and the rest of council. Most of it is already said. When it was first set, it was based on life cycle. So it basically got into the plan already early stage of 2026. And when you start looking into life cycling, then our asset management that we have to do, or we will do in the coming years, is important in this case. So the project charter, the details were not done based on 2026. When you take a look into this asset itself, the amount that was estimated, let's say based on this first on the list, was more into what was life cycled back in the day. And right now with new asset management, and when it's really coming down to it, you will see most likely the influence of new construction costs and the, let's say, the state of what the asset is in right now. So once we get to there, we will see, of course, that things change, and that's why it's a plan, and that's pretty fluent. But it was interesting for us to see in the ranking that it moved up from 2026 as a important community asset, basically to an earlier year. But will be reassessed again for sure, and will most likely change in the details.
Councillor Race?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To administration, the FDM system for the fire hall, is that operational or capital?
That's operational.
Oh, it is.
I've answered that incorrectly. It was correct. All right, it's operational. Correct me anytime, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Councillor Labarge? What's FDM?
Through the chair, to the councillor that asked the question, I didn't catch that. FDM is a fire department management system. It's a database for monitoring all of our assets, processes, and payroll, everything, time cards.
Acronyms being what they are. Councillor Race?
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to add, it also includes all your fire inspections, and everything can go into that database, eh?
Chair, to Councillor Race, that is correct.
Yeah, it's huge.
All of our activities.
Thank you.
Council? Councillor Haas?
So a project, I guess, then I would see under capital, not operational, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but, and I don't see it on any lists that we have in front, so I'm just curious on if there is a list out there that's to come to us eventually, but it's been brought up that the trail signage needs an update by some residents in our community, concerns that maybe out of date, even to the point where people are, or lack of it, updated to be more readable, that some are getting lost, people that aren't, and we want residents to come to our community, utilize our trails, but the question is our trail signage adequate enough so people aren't getting all turned around out there? So I guess my question is this something that has been earmarked by administration for any foreseeable future to deal with that. And I foresee that to be a capital project.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to invite Mr. Von Covern to respond to that. We have had recent conversations about that, so we can give you an update.
Thank you, Interim CEO Howard, and through to the chair to the question from Mr. Haas. So we look into this already a little bit with our minimum design standards that are currently explored by development services. We did ask in that process for what it would be and what it would potentially cost. So far it hasn't made that final cut because it basically is pretty expensive to source it out. We will this coming year, let's say, tackle the let's say immediate issue of people getting lost with the internal signage that we can produce ourselves. So we started already with marking out for ourselves distances, for instance. So we are taking that on as a let's say ongoing operational project at the moment. So we have not come to a conclusion to source it out or make it into a capital project, which will likely be the case if we really want to change all our signages. And then we basically will line it up still with the minimum design standards. So that's not part of this year yet, but we will tackle the immediate issue as good as we can in operations.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, no, Councillor Labarge.
I guess for the December 9th meeting, one thing that I would like to see is, we had this discussion about the carryover projects. I think there's 20 of them coming from previous years. We're applying another 16 on top here. Some comment from administration on how that's going to happen. I mean, if we get a 55% completion rate in previous years, we're now going to end up with 36 projects coming into this year. An explicit comment saying, yes, we can do 36 projects, with our staffing in place, so that the capital budget, approved capital budget doesn't implicate a bunch of new operational costs. Or maybe it does, but some comment is advice there.
Want to take that? You want me to take that?
Why don't you take it? Since
Sure.
if you're going to make a commitment, it's better
Oh,
you
we're gonna
than
make
me.
a commitment. Yeah, we're on it. No. Yes, fair question. I know we talked about that earlier in the meeting as well. We have, and this year we had way many more than that committed. So the 15 before you is significantly less than we've seen in any other year. And the carry forwards, again, some are just have to be finished up, the bow on them, other ones just barely started. The other thing is with the new capital budget process, there may not be necessarily a lot of expenditure or construction next year. It's that the commitment to the project and then to move forward. So between now and December 7th, we will have a better sense of what council wants to bring forward. You might not want to bring any of the 15 forward, or you might want to bring all 15 forward and throw in a few more. And so we will have a better sense of the commitment for that after we know what direction council wants to go with it. So we didn't overcommit. Certainly the ranking helped us push some of those projects out regardless. And I think any preliminary work that we've done already, we're feeling much better going into this capital project year than we have in past years, thinking that it's more doable and achievable.
Councillor Haas.
Yeah, I was going to circle back to, and there was an indication that I think during a break that more clarity could be put on the traffic safety upgrades, replacement. I guess, to be honest with you, I'm struggling with this conversation because I'm not sure if we're adding things potentially, or I guess more clarity on the future of what it looks like. Because I'm not of the mind personally of adding maybe potentially for 2022, but making sure moving forward in the next 5-year plan, but what can you comment on the traffic safety upgrades and replacement indicated under the other projects under review? What are they going to look like, I guess, potentially, and how they might benefit safety in our community?
Mr. Osmond, I wasn't sure if you were digging up something on a spreadsheet that you had a magical answer, or?
I was just checking who was gonna talk.
Oh, checking who was going to talk, all right.
Making sure it was me.
See- Yeah, I think we're all looking down the table here. Mr. Rousseau, please.
Yeah, through to the chair, to council, and I'm going to try and preface this, and please, my colleagues, step in. The way I would look at this, Councillor Haas, is that administration, there are 1 or 2 projects that have been identified that I believe our fire chief will be bringing forward in December with a possible resolution or options to council that has been identified. Going forward, one of the options could be where development services would, in conjunction with fire and the protection services, what are those areas that we could deem to be unsafe or not in compliance with the necessary standards? As we know that the community has raised a few concerns. And so if we can maybe button that up into maybe identifying not just a project, but a traffic safety requirement that we can bring forward, that will eventually become a capital project for upgrading if it fits the capital requirement. Sometimes it's just operational. Could be striping, it could be improving maybe the conspicuousness of the crossing, things like that. So I would say a placeholder need to be provided, maybe not in this year, going forward to 22, but in future years that we do have a placeholder for that.
Thank you.
I have myself and then the mayor. My question is regarding the replacement of engine 27. In the 2022 budget, the allocation is 600,000. Sorry, and I'm just trying to track one particular thing with that. Okay, yeah, there we go, from debt. If it was the will of council, sorry, I'll start that over again. In reading the report that was presented in the package, I noticed that part of the build-out considerations were, of course, the ability to respond into areas that are essentially, county controlled, as this is a primary vehicle, correct me if I'm wrong, that responds to MVCs. So I guess for both the consideration of council and administration, if it was the will of council to direct administration to proceed at looking at essentially a one-off, where we go to the county and we say, look, this is a vehicle that we respond to often out on county roads and highways for MVCs. We think there is a component of cost sharing involved, even though we don't have an outstanding cost sharing agreement, and maybe begin some negotiations for this particular unit and ask them perhaps to consider a contribution to that. When would be the appropriate time to make that direction?
I can start off the conversation. So in terms of the budget conversation, if that was the thought at council at this moment, we could take that as a conversation to proceed with in the budget. However, it might be appropriate to provide the fire chief with some opportunity to respond to that, as he might have some information that might better inform us.
Administration, please.
Yeah, I don't have much else to add to that. I mean, when we moved from our previous agreement with the county to our current agreement with the county, we made sure we preserved the assets that they had already directly contributed to, which is this is one of them. So the sale of the old part is 50% theirs, as well as the first right of refusal if they want to buy it. But suppose we can always pick up the phone and have a conversation or meet in person about those kinds of things. And this is basically a source of funding conversation. So I believe when there's any source of funding options that you want to provide direction for, I definitely now would be good at that.
Councillor Taylor, I have the mayor up first. And I'll come back to Councillor Taylor. Oh, sorry, was there anyone else? The fire chief?
Clarify that question for me, Jeff.
The one that I had provided? Yeah, essentially, long story short, is assuming that Engine 27 responds to a large number of MVCs in county areas. You know, my question is, at what point, if it's the will of council, is it appropriate for us to pass a direction that, you know, essentially establishes some communication with Yellowhead County and says, hey, look, this is a truck that you guys use a lot. We understand we don't have an existing cost sharing agreement on this right now, but we would really like to invite you to contribute chipping in on this because it helps your people out and MDCs out in your county a lot. So essentially, you know, without being too abrupt, that would sort of be the intention of that if I was making that direction, but I am chairing right now, so.
Chair, that's your question, Councillor McCool. The agreement that is in place currently addressed replacement of vehicles and that were cost shared with the county prior, which at 27 was one of those vehicles. Now, according to the agreement, we purchase the trucks 100%, we maintain them, and they give us an operational contribution to our budget, operational budget, to provide services into a defined area of the county. If we are to open that agreement, one line in that agreement states if we cancel or change the terms of that agreement, we owe county half of 50% of all the trucks that are currently in our fleet, what they contributed, which is the aerial, SQ. So there's a few vehicles that are still on that capital list. If they cancel or change the terms, they've just given us that 50%. So it is not in either their best interest or ours.
Right. I have the mayor, Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Labarge. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really like this new document, and I think it's setting ourselves up great for the next 4 years. Now, the challenge now is I think we're all here trying to find a way to straw poll things within here to find the $29 million or whatever the number was of capital stuff that we don't really have funding for. In one example, and I'll just start it in hopes that we can kind of look at this entire document and either do one-offs, one by one, is like the rec center. So currently in 2024, it's allocated at $18 million would come out of our debt. So to me, that's based on the formula that I think Mr. Osmond said, 25% of competitive grants, either whatever level of government. That would be an opportunity for us to say, we would like 50% of grants plus the 7% from the county. And that would free up potentially $8-9 more million, and that would go into the other category. And now that would lower the original number that we saw early in the morning regarding the excess amount of expenditures. Is that, am I on the right path right now on how to be looking at this and kind of give that direction to administration?
So my thought was that the conversation was moving along pretty good, and I wasn't gonna offer assistance until that seemed to struggle. But one of the things that we could do, I think that's absolutely a conversation we'd want to have. If that's something council felt belonged in the budget, then we can make the adjustments here to change that. And one of the things I was going to suggest if we needed some more format, is that potentially we could kind of run through the 2022 projects one at a time, just to allow council the opportunity to do a bit of a gut check, make sure they're comfortable with what's been proposed. If there's any other lagging questions or any other comments or changes we'd like to capture. Once we've done that, then I suggest we move out to the plan as a whole. And if there's projects like the Aquatic Center and that funding change, we can certainly capture that as well. The one thing I will mention, because there's been 2 conversations now about identifying outside funds for projects. Whenever council, if, for example, the proposal was that we would approach the county for a contribution to Engine 27, the piece of information that we would require for budget purposes is whether that project then became contingent on that funding or whether it could proceed without it. Just so council's aware. But if council's comfortable with that method, it just give us a systematic way to kind of get through the budget pieces in 2022.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Osmond. Councilor LaBerge.
Actually, excuse me, now, what's an MVC?
Motor vehicle collision.
MVC, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sorry, more acronyms, my apologies. Council, are we prepared to go through the 2022 list and identify anything that you're either comfortable or uncomfortable with at this point? Are we okay with that if we just proceed down and through? And certainly we're not stuck to that if we need to come back to something. So if we look at the top of that list, we have the rubber surface plane spray park for $132,000. Council, is there any discussion on that at this point? Okay, seeing none. The water treatment plant upgrades for $24,400,000. Councilor Taylor?
I'm still on the first one, I guess.
Oh.
Put my hand up.
Sure, my apologies. Back to the first, Councilor Taylor.
This is more a question for council. But that one, are you comfortable with the information, like the cost estimate? Like there's no direct cost estimate for that. It's based on what past things have been costed. Are you comfortable in the answers for the warranty that we've been given? Is that those are kind of questions, if anybody. If I don't hear anything else, then everybody's comfortable.
Councilor Labarge?
What makes me comfortable is that it's 100% financed by
something else.
Yeah, we're not being asked for the $132,000. You
Okay.
have to prove that out at some point that the total cost as well as percentage. We really would like to get final verification.
CAO?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Magoon, through to council. So when we started to go through these on the first blush, both the project, the director leading that project and Mr. Osmond took notes on what some of those questions were and inquiries and some of the information that you would like. And this is one of them, for example, that when you see, if you decide that you would like this to come forward for December 7th, you will see any more information we can provide based on those discussions when we went through each of them before. We will try to make those as robust as we possibly can in the next week or two. The reports are ready for early next week. So it is a quick turnaround time, but we'll spend the best amount of time that we can to try to build these charters up so that they answer any of the questions that council had today. And so you'll see that come forward on the 7th.
Thank you, CAO. I have Councilor Ostashik, then Councilor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of comfort with the number for budgeting purposes, I'm perfectly comfortable with the number. Having it based on past experience that's relatively recent, I think is a very good way to base that number on. In my mind, it beats hiring a consultant and going out and doing research and a study to bring back some estimated numbers. in terms of going to contractors and getting them to quote on it, it's obviously too premature for that. So I'm perfectly comfortable with the way that that estimated number was come up with for budgeting purposes. Thanks.
Councillor Haas?
Yeah, I think it's a couple of things. I'm comfortable with it as well. Also knowing that part of that is also mitigating this happening in the future, looking at the underlie, because I foresee that maybe because it was it was wood chips and then to that, so that may be increasing the cost of it a little bit to that degree. The only thing that I guess my question is I realize it is 100% grant funded, however, yet we have not established that grant. That being said, of course, that would then come back to council, I would say, even after the December 7th, because I don't know when the deadline and when they're going to find out whether they achieved the grant or not. Has there been any discussion as to if the grant is not successful, where that would then come from, or where that would be funded through as an alternative? Or would that be a conversation that we would have after if the grant isn't successful?
From a budgeting standpoint, it is very common not to have the answer about the grant at this stage. I think if there was a thought now that this project should proceed regardless of the status of the grant, that could be contemplated right now. But I know the director does have some thoughts about how this would proceed short term if the project was unsuccessful because the grant didn't come through. And then at some future date, it would likely have to be recontemplated as a non-grant funded program.
Councillor Taylor?
If the project's only proceeding if there's grant funding, then could we ask that the wording under the project funding on the capital project charter be changed? Because that doesn't say that, it says something different.
Administration, please.
If I could, I did make notes when we went through on this project that it does speak to if the project does not receive additional if the grant doesn't come through, and there was a conversation this morning about that there would be operational requirements would have to continue, but I think it's just a clarification here that the funding is for the capital project to proceed, and the second sentence here about the additional funding and scope of work through the operating is a separate comment and not speaking to the capital project. So yes, that will be addressed in the revision of the capital charter.
Thank you.
Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm of a like mind that I'm not comfortable with this proceeding unless it's going via grant funding. So some clarification, if that's what's required, so that there's an understanding that this doesn't move ahead unless the grant funding is received, I'd be fine with it. But as was indicated this morning, though, there's no alternative funding source quoted anywhere. So if the grant funding doesn't come through, there is no funding available for it. And administration can correct me if I'm wrong, but that was my understanding of the conversation from this morning.
You are correct. If the budget is approved with funding from outside grant, that outside grant is available. There's no underfunding in the capital project or in the capital budget, and the project can't proceed. It would have to come back to council.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any further discussion on the rubber surface play and spray park? Councillor Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I read here that potential hazard might result in injuries and financial and legal consequences for the town, the prospect that a little kid could get hurt, that a older person could go get hurt, I'm fine with this. I'm fine with having it stay in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reyes. Council, any further discussion on this? Seeing none, if we could proceed to water treatment plant upgrades, $24,400,000. Council, any discussion? Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought the number was fairly aggressive. I guess my only question to administration, is there any wiggle room to get potentially more funding for it and freeing up some of the $6.1 million of reserve and debt? And I assume the answer is somewhat no, because those are the numbers you've selected, but any comment on how more aggressive we could be would be appreciated.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Osmond. Through to the chair to Mayor Michaels. The short answer is yes, can become more aggressive. I don't want to speak for my colleagues of the past, but I'm sure that would have been the path they would have taken to look at granting. I'm just speaking from my own experience from another location where we did go aggressively after. It took us a while, but we got about 70% capital. Now, that is several years ago. We know that funding is much more diluted these days, but it doesn't stop us from still being aggressive. Maybe we could look at a stacking approach if that is still viable. And so from our end, I definitely think that is something we want to put together. We know that the project is going to be of a substantial amount, maybe not 24, maybe less, depending on the design itself. But that's something we are definitely looking forward to. Just of note, I have a summary of granting that my staff has already pulled 2 weeks ago. So we started that process already to look at where our options are.
So if I may,
Mr. Mayor.
so could we change that number of $5.1 million, or would that be premature?
Through to the chair to Mayor Michael, I would say it would be premature to do that. We will definitely look at bringing that number down for sure.
Thank you. I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, any further discussion on the water treatment plant upgrades? Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, no, I think I'm okay with the water treatment plant being there. It's our most important project, so I've got some comfort there now. My question would be the $850,000 of carry forward projects that we have going back to 2020. Are those still needed? Like there's one here for 350 for pre-design phase 2 water treatment bypass. Is that going to be covered maybe on Tuesday when we go through the carryover project?
Through to the chair too, Councillor Taylor. My understanding would be that we would not be spending the 800,000 and change for 2022. It is committed funding that has to be carried forward. Now, whether it's reflected in 2022, I would defer back to Mr. Osmond as to how would it deal with the unspent portion of the 800,000 that will be carried forward.
I just need a couple of things clarified. So we're talking about a 2020 or 21 project that was approved that relates to the new water treatment plant, not to projects related to the current water treatment. Okay, and the funding of that project, do you know?
I'm wondering if I could invite Ms. Fox. She may have a better sense of what we did in 2020 and 2021 and why and where it went and what we did with it. Although for 2021, it might be difficult to speak to the current status of those. Thanks, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Just quickly, the 2020, 2021 projects that were carried forward were reported to council by way of a detailed project listing. I think Mr. Osmond opened today by saying that typically projects that are approved in a prior year are expected to be approved and continued on. Council will be seeing in the third quarter financial report that is being put out to them a status report on all of those projects, but I don't know them well enough to speak to them right now. For me to be able to speak to them without bringing up the list and going through them.
With that clarification, I'll provide council with the following. So if there were capital projects previously approved that related to the construction of a new water treatment plant, those funds could be repurposed into this project, presuming that those projects no longer need to proceed. It would be my recommendation to consolidate those projects into the one. It makes everything simpler from a financial tracking end. So if that's what those projects are, any unspent funds should be tunneled back here. And if they are from a source not currently contemplated, then that could be a shift in the funding.
Yeah, it sounds like we have 2 projects with $850,000 that should be canceled because now they're included in this $24 million project. That's what it sounds like to me.
So I don't have the information to say yes, but if that's in fact what they are, $1.7 million worth of projects that are unspent because they relate to the new construction, and they aren't in fact to carry over the same project, then yes, whatever portion of a project that was previously budgeted that relates specifically to this new water treatment plant construction could be rolled into this project. That's not, as Ms. Fox commented, that's not the typical process for capital projects. Normally, once they're approved, they roll. But in this case, if there was kind of a piece-by-piece approach previously for the water treatment plant, and now we're going for a big umbrella approach to capture the entire water treatment plant project in one, then we should consolidate those. So I'll make a note that we need to capture those.
Councillor Labarge.
And then I guess an extension of that discussion, so next year in 23, there's a $2.1 million for upgrading replacement of construction water treatment plant. So is it actually this number is 26.5? The building water treatment plant, like are those 2 numbers associated one with the other?
I'll respond and Winston can reel me in if I'm wrong. So when I asked a similar question when we were going through the budget. So that project actually relates to the current water treatment system. And there may in fact be a discussion to be had about, depending on the progress of the new water treatment plant, that project may not be required. But it doesn't refer to the $24 million water treatment. It's a different system.
Thank you very much. Council, the speaker's queue is empty. Is there any further discussion on the water treatment plant upgrade? Councillor Race?
Thank you, sir. So just quickly, if you had a project and it was just about done, but we're going to put that $300,000 in our water treatment fund. To finish that project, we would just draw from that fund. Is that what you're saying?
So if I understand the question, I would treat it differently if the project was nearing completion. If the project was nearing completion, then I would say allow the project to finish, and then any unused funding, assuming that it could be reallocated, could be moved over to the main project. But my understanding about these is that they aren't yet started, and so moving that funding across to consolidate the projects would make sense.
Thank you. Council, anything else? Seeing none, the Switzer Drive, Hampshire Road to Joblin Street for $410,000. Any discussion, questions on that? Seeing none, we do have the Hardesty Avenue to Tamarack water sanitary upgrades for $400,000.
Want to make sure that we're giving everybody a chance to consider, so my apologies for a long pause. Okay, seeing none. We do have the redlined item, the skate park life cycle for 230,000 that has been redlined out of there. Again, just any questions or any concerns around that? Okay, seeing none. The Greg Ave water line, Smitty's to Holiday Inn for 350,000. Discussion, questions, concerns? Okay. Engine 27 replacement, 600,000. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, I just have one clarifying question for Protective Services. And it's in regards to Councillor Magoon's question about the county. I recall you saying that there is an area which we provide service, but if we fall outside of that area, we still bill then and recoup the cost of the use of that truck in their area under the current agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct. If you fall along the numbered highway, actually, that first for cost operation. That's sites as well.
Okay. So I think it's just important moving forward, and I appreciate the question of Councillor Magoon, but that he wasn't here, that we still are recouping some of those costs when Yellowhead County is using that truck, and then it's solely ours as well. So, okay, thank you.
Councillor Reyes?
Thank you, sir. Quick question to Fire Chief. So when we do bill the county for usage of our truck or our truck responding, does that money come into general revenue or does it go into a fire department reserve or account?
Actually, billing the county direct, have an agreement in place. For transportation, our call, covering some of our costs, that would go into. Past it has been fire reserve. Short answer is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Reyes. Council, any further questions on engine 27? Okay, moving along then, we have a server replacement for $146,000. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none?
Just the pump skid, dude.
Oh, I am. No, haven't got to the pump skid. That is about 2/3 down. We just finished server replacement, about halfway down.
If I could, I believe the project, the capital charters are in a different order than they appear on the funding sheet. So I believe Deputy Mayor Magoon is running through the funding list, and that's why they appear out of order from the.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Taylor, I apologize. I'm working off of page 6 of 54, the 2022 list. Various stormwater studies for $50,000. Council? Seeing none. Bunker gear, $135,000. Okay, seeing none. SCBA and cylinders, $600,000. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this an item where we would like to perhaps see a request for decision? We see some funding options. Like I said, I know this is coming back in for purchase, I think, second quarter of 2024, if I'm correct. So
in order, perhaps it's 600,000 that just comes out of reserves or debts. But I'm of the mind of potentially flagging this one where we give direction to administration to look for, extra grant funding for it. And if not, then when it comes back to us in 2023, that we have an answer for that and it stays at 600,000, or we've found funds that cover at least a portion. So yeah, those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have myself up next. I would agree. Like, obviously, SCBA are pretty non-negotiable, but I think looking at our funding models, or even some additional information regarding purchasing would be helpful for that decision in the long run. Yeah.
So my question to administration, in the past, we just put forward requests for decisions for that to come back to council with a report. Or do you prefer us, with your advice here today, to temporarily put a percentage of that 600,000 in the other category and update it that way? Or would you want a direction to bring back a report on the purchase of these, and then you could speak to it? What's going through this for the first time, I want to be amenable to what's best. I have zero expertise in this. I don't know if we should task you to go try to find 200,000 of the 600 in the other category. What would be the preference of administration if there's a will of council for this?
Start at this one. So the other category, things are in there for lots of other reasons. Bumping this one down into that category, I think, wouldn't, I guess, recognize how it got to the top of the list to be discussed for 2022. So while it will require a report and some work around that, my preference would be that a report come back separate, that it actually stay in the queue for 2022, and that sometime between now and then, when we can make that a priority, certainly before the next budget round, we will have that report in front of you, so with some context as how we're doing with that.
Mr. Mayor.
So if I may, if Mr. Osmond, would this fall within your straw polling category, and then it would be sort of an omnibus decision at the end? Or do you want a separate direction from council right now on an RFP coming at a future date?
I'd like to ask a couple of clarification questions. So because of the importance of this project, it is identified as having about $175,000 out of the fire reserve and the balance out of debt. And so I think if the intention is for council to say, no, this project is important and we are going to approve it as part of the budget, that it is okay the way it is. But I think if the question is that council is then going to task administration with going away, looking at alternate funding options and coming back with a report. I think that should be accomplished as a motion because it's a direction to council. But that then it's clear that this project, it's not that it's contingent on finding that funding. That would be my caution of putting it in the other categories. It then becomes a condition.
So if I may, I'll
Please,
take
Mr. Mayor.
an attempt at it. I'd like that committee direct administration to seek alternative funding for the SBCA, whatever wording after that, and bring back a report by end of May 2022, or that date. I'm amenable to administration on when would be ideal for you to get a decision given by council.
Chair, to administration or to council, I think May is a fair date. I would prefer later in May, maybe your second meeting.
Thank you for that, Fire Chief. So I'll say by the end of May.
And if I may speak to it?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
I think this gives us the latitude. Perhaps there's nothing there, and if we find 50,000 or 300,000, then so be it. I think we have a bit of time on our side since this is targeted for the second quarter of 2024. But we can show approval that we need this, but if we can find other funding, then even better for our taxation dollars. So, thank you.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, my only question with that is, I mean, I don't have a problem with that, but shouldn't we be doing that for everything? Like, I mean, administration should be looking for alternative grants or sources of funding for all debt funded things. So do we keep making that motion for everything that's debt funded? Or is the expectation just that they would go and do that as part of their jobs? I mean, I would think it's that they would stay attuned to current granting systems around the province, keep in touch with their colleagues, look at the grant funding streams, and just automatically do that. If you want to make a special thing for this right now, then that's fine. I don't have a problem with it, but that's sort of where I would think we would be going with everything.
Administration, would you please?
Sure. I agree. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Taylor. That is how we approach everything when we possibly can, and we watch for those kinds of items. I don't think that a motion is required to do that. That's just sort of how we do our job. I think that the thing that's important to do at certain times is if the project moving forward is contingent upon that, either in whole or in part. So if this were, to say unless, 50% of it can be funded from grants kind of thing, that would be the approval of that project moving forward. So I guess we can deal with that a couple different ways. This puts the project on hold, which of course it wouldn't go forward anyway because it's in your 2024 until this is done. So that might be different for each project. Each project you might actually say, we're going to approve it contingent on partial or whole a funding source. So sure if that answers the question exactly, but.
Councillor Reyes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On our, this project charter on this item here, it also includes the air compressor and filling station. And I don't notice that as part of your motion. Or does it need to be?
It would be ideal to have the whole title because I assume you have the whole project that you want to explore alternate funding sources for. Mr. Osmond, is it safe yet to start using project charter numbers yet, or do we just leave the titles in here for now?
I prefer if we continue to just use the title.
Excellent. Okay, that's what I thought. Thought I better ask. Eventually, we'll be able to refer to them as numbers for tracking systems. But
the air compressor does not form part of the title of the charter. It is mentioned in the
as the purpose. Okay.
I'll go to Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any particular issues with this motion, but I do have concerns that are very much aligned with the concerns that Councillor Taylor mentioned. Why this one in particular that we're picking out of the list? Is the intention that it's to be contingent on finding grant funding for it? And that if there is no grant funding, then it doesn't move forward? Because if that's the intent, I'm not sure I can support it, because in that scenario, are we leaving the fire department without approved SCBA to carry on their emergency response vehicles? If that's the case, then absolutely not. If there's some ones that are, I don't know, I'm not sure. I need a little bit more information behind what the intent of this is before I would know if I would support it or not. Thanks.
Councillor Labarge.
Well, then, along a similar line, I guess, trying to get ahead on things, I was reviewing the package for Tuesday's meeting and this budget update. A lot of the news is positive, but there was a budget for $1.9 million for grant financing, and we've actually had zero. So how do we then, on these projects, get some clarity on alternative financing?
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like where this conversation is going, and I have no problem potentially removing this and perhaps going to what the core issue is, which is I want the ability for us to put more resources and energy into finding competitive grants for all items. The reason I picked this one only is because it's the only one out of 2022 that has some time in order for us to potentially do this and keep the 175,000 from the fire budget still there, the 425 is still there, so nothing changes there. Once we find out there's nothing, then we just accept it for information and we're still buying the gear. But if there's an appetite then to holistically look at that, then perhaps we begin that conversation on what does the oversight look like to make sure that every project in 2022, 23, 24, 25 has been exacerbated when it comes to competitive grants. So for the sake of what I believe the appetite of council is, I'd like to rescind this motion or withdraw this motion if there's no objection, and I'll put forward a different motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is a request by the mayor to withdraw. Council, is there any opposition to allowing the motion to be withdrawn? Seeing none, then the motion is withdrawn from the table. Mr. Mayor?
So if I may, and this might alleviate some of the concerns and whether we do it later or not, I'd like to put forward that committee recommend council to direct administration and the mayor to bring a draft terms of reference for a grant working group to a future committee of the whole meeting. If I may speak to it.
Please.
I'm open to see where this goes and I'm not stuck, but I'd like to start the conversation of how do we inevitably get to a place where within our organization, we're comfortable with the amount of energy we're going to put. So in this terms of reference, I wouldn't be limited to what we do in the short term. It could also have a mandate to bring back a recommendation on what the long-term goal is for the organization, whether it's to add a staff that permanently does grants, to create a bylaw for a grant committee with terms of references and deliverables every year, but to do something. And I found it challenging in previous years in order to have the genesis or the starting point in order to get there. If we have a working group working on multiple potential mandates and things within a working group, then I feel 6-8 months from now, we'll be in a better position to say, as an organization, we should bring this forward. So I'm open to obviously any amendments to this or additions, but conceptually, I feel I agree. I don't want to go through every line item and say, go get more grants, but at the end of the day, administration is limited in resources in order to go after these other competitive grants, and hence they're not there sometimes because of a multitude of reasons. So for me, this is a starting point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I came to a meeting to talk about the 2022 capital budget and the draft 2023 and 26 capital plan. Now I'm getting asked to make a decision on something where we've seen administration have no opportunity to provide any information. if you wanna put this as a topic on an upcoming committee of the whole meeting, how grants are gonna be applied for and who's responsible for what in the future, and let's talk about that. Let's get some administration background. I'd be okay with that. But to go to that sort of solution without any kind of background information, and to have to vote on it now, I just question the value of that.
Mr. Mayor?
As for the direction, this is just to bring it to a council meeting. So it's committee recommending council, so it wouldn't be an official decision until it came to a regular meeting. That's why I phrased it that way. So we're not just sending, but yeah, that was my intent. So this would be coming to a regular meeting. That committee recommend council. So just to clarify that, to alleviate your concern that we wouldn't be finalizing the decision today. Thank you.
Council, any discussion on the direction on the floor? Councilor Taylor and then administration.
Well, it's not quite that, because you're saying they're gonna bring a draft terms of reference. So they're gonna have to do work to come up with this.
Just a clarification from the chair, procedurally, is that this would be a recommendation that council direct administration at a regular council meeting
Oh,
to
I
make
see.
that decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay.
CAO?
Thank you. Yes, I was going to clarify that piece because I assumed that was the intent of Mayor Michaels on that. A couple pieces here. We do have the grant work built into a job description in the comms area, and under strategic planning, we have one of our comms position that's specifically built into their job description already. That was one of the justifications of getting that position, that additional position, and when we restructured through that. So we do have that assigned to administration. This is in our lane, less likely your lane. Certainly not that council can't go out and, be aware of grants, send them to us when you're aware of them, lobby for them when they get applied, that kind of thing. And another comment on this is, I'm not sure what the timeline of something like this would be. First of all, to bring it to council for a decision, and then second of all, for that terms of reference group to be created with the support of administration in context to the other priorities that council has before you and before administration. So those are my comment. Yeah, I think those are the three. Thanks.
Council? If I can just, I'll take a moment to clarify then, question of administration. So based on the CAO's comments, is it the intention for council to see more specifics around a grant position built into the operating budget of this budgetary year?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Magoon. We are not at this point putting forward a business case for another grant role and responsibility. We have it in an existing position now. Again, based on workloads, priorities, vacancies, things like that, it'll determine how much time we spend on that. But regardless, it is an effort that we all make to try to pay attention to. If we do want to create that in a different way, it would definitely be administrative, and it would definitely come through the operating budget.
Councilor Taylor?
Did I just hear that that's redundant? Like, maybe what we need is for administration to come and give us an update on how they're going to stay on top of grants in the future. And it sounds like they've considered that. That to me seems redundant with what I just heard.
Council? Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think council has to ask itself, and like, I'm not saying this is the exact way, but if we go through the capital budget, it's limited outside of the rec center and the water treatment plant. There's not a lot of competitive grants for a lot of the infrastructure work. So administration and Ms. Howard has said it's what they've been doing. But I believe the amount of competitive grants that we have here is challenged by the other work administration has to do. So if they continue doing what we've been doing, I suspect nothing will change because of the amount of resources allocated to it. So I think we have to address it. So if this isn't passed and nothing else is passed, nothing will change, is my train of thought, and nothing will change. So that's my concern. I don't know what needs to change or how, but at least to me, this is something different. And like I said, I'd at least challenge an alternative to just doing status quo is my only objective here. And whatever that is, if it's contributing to this or substituting it, I would absolutely look into to have that conversation and add to it and perhaps support that. But to me, not supporting anything is not the answer at all. So thank you.
Councilor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think I understand the intent of the proposed motion, and I do agree with the intent. I think there's some concern that because it's not a dedicated position, that it's not, that there isn't somebody that's full-time committed to it, and maybe that's not the answer, I'm not sure. But I think there's a concern that maybe there's some grant opportunities that are potentially not being maximized, that there's some grants that could potentially be getting missed out on, and I think that there's a consensus amongst council to do everything that can be done to try and capture all of those opportunities to minimize the impact on taxpayers the impact on our local taxpayers, while maximizing the amount of projects and operating activities that we can take on, as I said, without impacting our local taxpayers. So maybe going through the trouble of creating a working group and coming up with terms of reference isn't the way to go, but I do understand the intent and I appreciate it and I support it. So maybe the alternative is that when we're going through the operating budget, we have a discussion about level of service in that department, and maybe there's a will of council to increase funding to that department to better support something that would achieve that end. I'm just spitballing, throwing ideas out there. Maybe that's a more efficient way to go about it. I'm not sure. Thank you.
Council? Councilor Labarge.
I guess to follow up on Mayor Michael's comments is, again, reviewing the budget package from last year, we budgeted $1.9 million worth of grants and we got 6.0. That's a significant element of going forward, particularly when we look on to the future years here, where we really start to run out of funding for a lot of capital projects. And I don't know about, I tend to support this view that, you know what, let's do everything we can to do, and sometimes it's just touch and base, but let's do everything we can to make sure that we take care of that.
Councilor Reyes?
Thank you, sir. I will support this. I think until we see the terms of reference, we see, if it proceeds, the grant working group working and seeing if they are successful, this will be well worth it. So I will support this.
I have myself and Councilor Ostashik. For myself, I will support the direction on the floor moving forward, simply because in doing a terms of reference for a working group, I don't think that's a particularly onerous task. And a working group in this case can simply be if anything, a liaison committee between administration and council to be better informed on what's happening within the organization and what some of our other options are moving forward. And if that's the role they serve and then they need to disband, there's nothing wrong with that. Then they've served their purpose, and we can shut down the working group and move on to another avenue or a better solution. But in the mayor's, in advocating for the direction the mayor's brought forward, I think in this case, at the doorsteps during the election, this is absolutely something that I heard crystal clear needs to be a priority of council. And so in this case, I think doing something right now is better than nothing until we find that there's better solutions afoot. Thank you. And then I had Councilor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in turning this over in my head and thinking about it, I'm not going to be supporting the proposed motion. I appreciate the intent and I completely agree. And I agree with the comments that Councillor Magoon made that this is something that citizens have noted too, that missed opportunities that citizens have noted and communicated to council and candidates that we're running this time around. And I completely agree. I think this would bear revisiting at some point in the future, but with operating budget discussions coming up right away, we have an opportunity to talk to administration about how it's currently being handled, whose responsibility it is within the organization, and we have an opportunity to direct administration and offer assistance through the operating budget to help support that position better so that we can achieve the ends we're looking for without necessarily going through this exercise. Now, at the end of that operating budget discussion, if there isn't, through discussion and direction, the ends we're looking to achieve aren't accomplished, I have no problem with coming back to this and looking at this again and maybe moving it forward if we can't achieve something through operating budget discussion. But for the meantime, I'd like to put that on hold and see what we can accomplish through the operating budget discussion and conversation and some direction, and put potentially additional support to administration to help achieve those ends. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I too believe that doing all we can or having a discussion as a discussion item on how to maximize grant opportunities in the future is pretty important. I just think I'm not really sure what that means, and to do this now seems a little premature to me. So.
Council, any further discussion on this before we'll call it to question? Seeing none, then we will call the recommendation to question. That committee recommend council to direct administration and the mayor to bring a draft terms of reference for a grant working group to a future committee of the whole meeting. All those in favor, please indicate. All those opposed? And that is carried 4-3. Mr. Osmond?
At this point, I would suggest that maybe we take our afternoon break.
It's certainly duly noted. Council, we will, I think our schedule called for, let me have a look here, there was 15 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Council, we will call this meeting back to order at 3:34 p.m. And I'm going to go right to Mr. Osmond. Mr. Osmond.
Thank you very much. All right, so just over the break, there were a couple of questions in our last discussion that I thought we better go over quickly before we finish off this conversation with the 2022 budget. So I'd like to jump back again to that page 5. That's the overall draft budget position. I know we've talked about this a couple of days, but I think this is a key to our understanding of what we're doing here today. So the number I come back to is this $3.88 million worth of reserve transfers that were planned when we built the 2021 budget. So those were in their entirety destined to be funding the current capital budget. The reason why I come back to this is there's a few more comments that I thought maybe might help council understand kind of what we're aiming at here. So that $3.8 million is direct tax impact. It's in the operating, it's money coming out of taxation. What we've done in this exercise is we said there is a sustainability question around funding your current capital from current year operating transfers, operating taxes. So in order for us to contemplate the breaking of that cycle, I've taken those operating transfers out of the operating budget. When council sits down to do its deliberations on the operating, a big part of that conversation will be deciding what portion of that $3.8 million does council want to put into capital reserves on a sustainable continuing basis to fund long-term capital plans. That will be a tax impact question, and I know it will drive a big part of our conversation that day. But what I wanted to clarify is that because that changes in the budget, in our plan, there is no operating impact to the capital budget as it's funded right now. So I don't know that I've been clear enough with this, but the capital budget 2022 as it's proposed has no operational funding from 2022 taxation, which means the approval of this capital budget, when it comes back on December 7th as it stands, will have no impact on taxation. Unless there was a decision to somehow link it back to the operating. It's not contingent on the operating, which means it is not affecting tax rates in 2022. So I know we've had this discussion, we keep coming back at that piece, but I think it's really important that council understands this process of taking those transfers out and detaching the operating and budget conversations, operating capital conversations for that purpose. So if that makes sense, then I'd like to go back. We got 6 more projects to do in the or 5 more projects to do in the conversation regarding the 2022 capital budget. Let's do questions first.
Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question I just would need some clarification on. Because some of the items in the 2022 budget are funded through from reserves, my consideration regarding tax impact and that we'll be discussing when we do the operating budget is that if some of those capital projects that are being funded through reserves are taken out by a direction of council, then that the money from reserves wouldn't necessarily be coming out of reserves and could then therefore not be offset by contributions back to reserves, which would help minimize the tax impact on citizens. So if I'm not understanding that correctly, I would appreciate it, but not sure. Thank you.
Mr. Hoffman?
I'll circle around again and see if we can clear this up. So in some respects, you are correct. If we have $1 million in reserve and we don't approve the project that uses that $1 million, having that $1 million in reserves means that's $1 million less you need to bring into reserve. What I caution though is that the money that's in reserves was put there for specific projects. And so those projects will, even if the decision is to defer them, ultimately you're still going to want to have those funds. And council will, when we go through the operating, have to make a decision about what makes up the right contribution to reserves on a long-term sustainable basis. And so it won't be as simple a question, I think, as is there money there now? The question will be, are the contributions year over year sufficient to sustain our long-term capital objectives? So I think that'll be the key part of the operating conversation. So I don't disagree that if you don't spend reserve money in one year, it's still there the next. But ultimately, if you defer a capital project, it is still there the next year as well. It's about the system of reserve contributions matching up with the system of capital and infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ostashik. Council? Okay, we're clear to proceed.
Okay. So just before we broke, we were talking about the SCBA and Cylinders project. There was a conversation that took us towards that motion, and I think the last piece we need is the nod that that project is okay in the budget, and we can move on what's in the list.
Perfect. Council, we are discussing the SCBA and cylinders. Any further questions or concerns on that item? Okay, seeing none, then we'll move on to the Wildland sprinkler trailer identified at $15,000. Any questions, concerns for administration or directions from council? Seeing none, the pump skid unit at $5,645. Seeing none, the public works equipment upgrades and replacements.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Osmond.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I would just like to amend the budget of that one to $6,000.
The pump skid unit?
Yeah. So I recognize that there's a more specific number, but I'd like to keep the numbers a little bit rounded in the conversation. So that
Council,
one-
so their administration would like to amend the number from 5,645, and they're indicating that in the next draft, it will be indicated at 6,000?
Correct.
Okay. Council, any questions or concerns following that? Okay. Then we'll move on to the Public Works Equipment Upgrades and Replacements 2022, identified at $120,000. Council? Seeing none? Water district,
Sorry.
sorry, Councilor Labarge and Councilor Taylor.
I guess when I take a look at the three items on the bottom line, which really have undefined projects totaling to $260,000, if I do the math from the first page of the presentation, that's equivalent. Now, I understand that some of it's going to come out of reserves, but that's equivalent to a 2% tax increase to have that amount of money be there in case we have an issue. And that's an awful lot, I think. And I'm wondering if maybe rather than having three separate pools of money to draw on, and I think there should be some emergency money there, maybe there's a combined amount that would provide some security to administration in the instance of an emergency, but a 2% tax increase to fund that kind of a just in case money seems an awful lot. I'm curious to comment.
Mr. Osmond?
If I could maybe go first. I certainly recognize where the comments come from. My caution would be that one of these projects refers to the fleet equipment throughout the organization and is funded through a general reserve. Two of them, though, however, are utility-based projects and are funded out of utility reserves. And that funding distinction is important and should be maintained. I will also draw council's attention to the water distribution infrastructure project, refers specifically to hydrant replacements. And there is a list of hydrants that the organization is specifically looking at. So with that respect, that one project might be different than the other two, where the others are more emerging projects that come out throughout the year. There is, certainly there is a need, I think, to be conscious of the fact that without these funds, anything that emerges in these categories would need to be brought to council's attention prior to repair. So if that's, a $3,000 transmission job that can't be handled within the operating budget, that would need to come back. So those types of things do occur during the year. That's what these numbers are designed to do, is capture those. I think if council is looking to consider that grouped approach, it should be maybe considered in terms of utilities and municipal operations. And then I would, I think that would be some of my general comments about it. I'd be cautious about bringing them all together.
Okay. Councilor Taylor, then Councilor Ostash.
Yeah, my thought would be that I'd like to see those amounts lowered for all three, whether together or separate. I was thinking separate, but certainly certainly the first one, but my thought would be that we do have our process for handling emergency projects already. And that some small contingency fund would be okay, but not to the extent necessary. And that when you have these kind of funds, it's not transparent. My experience, they'll always get spent. And there's no real plans on how it can be scrutinized. So the $120,000 one, I think should be lowered considerably. And the other two, at least the manhole cover one of the concerns I would have with that one, and the reason why I would want maybe lower that, is the year before we did $5,000 and we did 5 manholes. Now we're going to $75,000, yet we have an asset plan that's coming up that's going to be giving us information that's going to help prioritize this. So I'm wondering if we're getting too far ahead of the asset management plan. Certainly way ahead of where we were for manhole cover replacements in 2021.
Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my concerns are along the lines of what Councillor Labarge said, with 3 different categories of what could be classified as emergency funding. I would like to see a way too where they could possibly be amalgamated so that they could be used collectively when an emergency occurs in any one of those situations. I appreciate the comments from Mr. Osborne around the challenges that would pose, but individually making the numbers of dollars available smaller would present concerns as well. But I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that level of taxpayer dollars being available for emergency situations. So I would like to discuss that a little bit further and see if we can find some kind of a workable solution to that. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
You two have a dollar amount, or?
Either Councillor Labarge or Councillor Ostashik.
Well, I heard earlier the number of 75,000 being a more normal consideration. Maybe that's the number. And I would welcome the input of administration on that as well, given the other, as Mayor Michaels brought up earlier, the other forms of potential emergency payment as well.
Administration.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lagoon. So these are more about unplanned items than emergency items. And I know that there might be some confusion about even the latitude that administration has to expend money that's not approved by council to do that. So we're not talking about an emergency management situation. We're talking about just maintaining our operations and having what we, are always going to be some unplanned items that we just can't possibly predict. The 3 projects that you're considering either combining into one or reducing individually, they do get funded from different reserves. So at the very least, they should be separated or clustered from where they would be funded from. And I guess final to that is administration has asked for what we think we need. If you would like to reduce that, we would just like some direction on why, on what you're reducing, to how much and why, so that we can understand what our decisions will be with whatever amount is given to administration to make those decisions in the year, just basically the criterion parameters. So if it's being reduced from 120 to 50, just if we can have some understanding about what sort of things, why you're reducing it, I guess. Thank you.
I have Councillor Hawes and then myself.
Yeah, I guess that's where somebody threw out there, what is a number? And I guess I don't feel qualified at all. Administration has brought to us And I mean, I know Mr. Rousseau mentioned in regards to 120,000, normally it's 75,000 around that time, you know, but being as how this is unplanned, I guess, in my experience, it's always, you know, I know administration tries to create a cushion too, you know, let's look at it logistically and what kind of number can we shoot for that, you know, we can still have the latitude, but it's not over and above, and, you know, we don't have to go to council. So I guess I would feel very uncomfortable choosing a number and then handcuffing administration in the future, because, you know, they brought this to us with the intent that this would be a sufficient dollar figure to do what we need to do, you know, for unplanned projects. So, I mean, I'm not against pooling it together. Unfortunately, though, what I'm hearing is that's a very difficult task, being as how they're three separate projects, so, or three separate departments. So, where I'm at, honestly, is because in my experience too, I know Councillor Taylor has mentioned if it's there, it's spend it. We haven't done that. I've seen that numerous times in previous term that, you know, there has been dollars put aside in different departments and that the full amount has not been spent. It's only been spent on what is necessary. So, so that's where I'm at this. I'm really honestly comfortable with all three, with where they are, and it gives administration that ability then and flexibility. And if it goes over and above, of course, they have to come back to us as council as well. So that's my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, and I have myself up next, then Councilor Labarge and the mayor. For myself, honestly, the numbers aren't the concern. I mean, case in point with vehicles alone, I mean, we have, in the past, it's not unusual, we have seen as a municipality, one of our garbage trucks fail. I mean, that piece of equipment on its own over and exceeds the amount that's slated in this budget, right? And again, these are for those unplanned expenses, and I'm not educated in that field to have a good understanding of what's an appropriate number or not. And I'm happy to go on the basis of administration's advice. That being said, the concern that I hear from council that I would fully support is the level of reporting and transparency that comes back to council with these particular lines. And so I guess my question for administration is, if it's, you know, if council says we'd like to see just perhaps an elevated level of transparency with these three particular line items, is it possible that we could have just a brief ongoing report system where administration does report back and says, you know, this is the current state of this line item, this is what's been spent, this is what we plan on spending, just so that that level of transparency with the public can be maintained?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Magoon. Absolutely. I may invite Ms. Fox to speak to this as well. If the quarterly projections, and I recognize that sometimes that's 6 to 8 weeks later, so that could put us into basically 4 months on, is maybe not timely enough and robust enough and detailed enough based on all of our other projects at a higher level, it's fine. And there may be a handful that you want to see on a more regular basis, particularly if it doesn't require, you know, each of them having individual reports and analysis. It's basically a template of an update of that. So we can explore looking at that for a handful of projects. And Ms. Fox, if there's anything else you want to add, that'd be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Howard, through to Chair and Council. The current unplanned expenditure is shown in the quarterly report under the capital and projects listing under the status column. What administration has done to this point is just list off individually. They've tried to list off individually what items have been spent in there and then the amounts. The only challenge there is with a bit of turnover and with me being absent for a period of time, the consistency with how this was being done shifted a little bit, but typically that's where you would go to see that. So it would be great for administration if council wanted to see that in a different format, that they're just very specific, and we will bring whatever format you need forward for that.
Thank you, administration. I have Councilor Labarge.
Okay, well, thank you for the clarification, but I mean, with the clarification, my position is even more solid. I mean, if there's time to come back to council then perhaps that's what should happen. Again, I mean, these amounts are, it's significant, it's equivalent to 2% tax increase. And I think it's important, particularly with how this capital budget lays out. I mean, we're more or less covered for this year, but as we get into subsequent years, we don't have the money. And I think it's important to keep track of where these things are going.
Mr. Mayor?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. My preference would be to straw poll the public works equipment upgrades to be cut in half to 60,000. And for that to be the starting point, the rationale is that that's around the number that we've used in previous years. And secondly, we just updated the procurement policy in July of 2020 to allow the CAO to do emergency purchases like this and to retroactively get approval after. So no emergency it does not have to come to council. We dealt with this, like I said, just over a year, that these expenditures can be made immediately and come back, and it's black and white in our procurement policy. So for me, the rationale is that's our target goal. We have costs, we trust administration. Here's the extra 60,000. Anything that exceeds that, you can come to council in the second quarter, even third quarter, and ask for an additional amount from the same budget that has been replenished, potentially $60,000, and get it done. To me, this just incentivizes the goal of trying to limit costs in certain places, and it doesn't expose the organization as per our new procurement policy. So for me, that's where I stand, and I think we're close, but to me, I see no reason to keep this at a higher number that we've used in previous years. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Ostashik, then Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, in consideration of this and appreciating the clarity around a state of local emergency as opposed to an emergency purchase. When I was referring to an emergency purpose, I wasn't referring to us being in a state of local emergency. It was more emergency in the sense that there isn't time to go to council to get approval for this because we need to pump the water out of this hole and we don't have a functioning pump, right? So that said, though, I'm under the understanding as well too that in the last revision, it did grant the CAO authority to make both operating and capital purchases as long as they were retroactively approved by council. And with that ability available to the CAO and by extension administration, I don't really see that there needs to be a fund that's available for these unforeseen purchases because they're being funded out of reserves anyways. It could just come back to council for retroactive approval, and council gives that retroactive approval to go ahead and take it out of the reserves on an as required basis, rather than making it available up front. Now, when you look at that big picture, you might say, well, what's the difference? To me, the difference is if it's budgeted, the assumption from a budgetary perspective is that it's going to be spent, whether it actually is or not. Because it's coming out of reserves, my impetus as a responsible counselor who's looking after the best interests of the community is to make sure that that's offset by a contribution to reserves, to make sure that if that money's spent, it's replaced so that there's reserve funding there available. My concern as we move forward through the budget process is looking at the potential tax impact that's coming to citizens, and I want to do everything I can to minimize that. So if I can minimize that by trying to cut back that contribution to reserve a little bit, and the offset is that administration is requested to come to council to get retroactive approval for the non-planned purchases. Maybe that's the way that I want to go with it. There probably needs to be a little bit more discussion, understanding that some of the money budgeted here is for fire hydrant replacement that's already, my understanding is they already know that they're broken and they need to be repaired. So maybe the discussion needs to be a little bit beyond that. But at this point, I actually feel that there isn't really a need to have this money available, that there's other ways that it can be managed. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Well, I'm comfortable giving administration direction to eliminate the capital budget line entitled Public Works Equipment Upgrade and Replacements. The other two ones, I think maybe still having some money there would be worthwhile for the fire hydrants. Can I do that?
I'm gonna go to administration.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Magoon. If I may have the latitude, I'd like to invite Ms. Fox. This is a little bit above what I can speak to and how familiar I am with all of our, what are the changes been made for this at the CAO level and through council in the last little while. I think she might just have a little bit of clarity there for at least myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hauer, through to Chair and the rest of council. So when I came in here about 3 years ago, some of the habits that had been created are these unplanned expenditures were being spent and never reported back to council. So one of the things that we did was implement this and bring it forward to try and get council to support this. So we were creating more healthy spending that was getting reported back to council in a certain way. There is the provision in the purchasing policy for the CAO to approve emergency expenditures, but in financial review, some of the unplanned items would be hard pressed to be deemed as emergency, but emergent. So it was more in the definition and trying to create administration to bring these forward appropriately. Part of the effects of this were that money was then not available to pay for these items that went through, and money was being taken out of other reserves that were unrelated. So when I came in, we had a number of reserves that were in the negative. Some of this is due to the fact that we were left trying to pay for items that never had funding put away for them. So one of the practices administration follows is if we put it in a plan, we make sure that we put money away so that there's money in a reserve to actually fund those things. If it's not in a plan, we don't actually look at it as far as what we need or require within a reserve. Hopefully that provides some clarity as to why that was brought forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fox. Appreciate that.
Councilor Race, then the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, my first question was going to be, we have that procurement policy and the CAO, you know, has that latitude to make decisions and then come back and tell council. After listening to Carla, I like what I'm seeing here. I like knowing that there is dedicated money in the event that something happens. And also she said, something comes up, you need a part, and what reserve are you going to take it from? So some reserves have been depleted. So I'm all in favor of what I'm seeing here, and I'd like to keep it.
Before I go to the mayor, because he had originally asked this question one round of comments ago, if there's a desire to seek out a bit of a straw poll, as it were, Mr. Mayor, if that's still your desire, please let us know.
Yeah, thank
Sorry,
you.
point of procedure. I thought Councillor Taylor requested the motion.
No, that's all right. I'm interested in what the mayor
Okay,
says.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate Mrs. Fox's comments, and we've came a long way, and I love the fact that stuff is being reported, and before it wasn't, like, we're in a way better place. And I urge, and as much as I want to cut this, I don't want to eliminate it, because the last thing I want to do is for administration to come back and ask for a retroactive decision for $7,000 or things that will come up, and seeing that we use some of these funds. My goal is to incentivize it and make it a last resort, but I also don't want, okay, we needed $2,200, now they have to work on the report, they come here, so I would at least urge to find a compromise of an amount that allows them the latitude based on it being a precedent that these extra funds are needed, but not going too high where we risk sometimes maybe going on the side of, okay, well, we can use these funds. So what is that number? I said 60,000 before. If it's between 40 and 80, I think we have to figure out what that amount is and kind of move forward from this item. Thank you.
Councilor Hawes.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be amenable. My only concern is the definition of emergency, and Ms. Fox brought that up as I look at this, and there is no, in a procurement policy, there is no specific definition to define what an emergency is, and what I'm hearing is there's a difference between unplanned and emergency. But, so that's a little bit of, concern there. However, I am amenable if dropping it from 120, I would be more of the $75,000 range for me personally, and then, shoot for that 75, and then if there's more money is needed, then whether it's through the procurement policy and the CEO do it, and then bring back for retroactive if it fits, or even if it's to bring it to council, because we've exceeded that $75,000. I'm okay with that. I know we do get the reports every quarterly to see where those funds are being spent, if being spent. So, but I wouldn't be in favor of eliminating it altogether, as Mayor Michael stated before, too, the same reason. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I'm gonna start with the amount that I like, that council direct administration to eliminate the budget item entitled Public Works Equipment Upgrades and Replacements. That's where I'd like to get to start. If it goes up higher, and it gets quite a bit below the 120, I mean, I'm not gonna go home and cry or anything, but could we at least see where we stand on that?
Okay, so Councillor Taylor has sort of let us off with the straw poll. We'll have a look and see. So administration, if we could, procedurally, because what we're looking for is essentially trying to capture the consensus of council here. Legislatively, are you advising us to do this by way of direction and proceed as we normally would? Or are we just trying to capture consensus here because this matters for how I proceed moving forward?
From a budget preparation perspective, what we're looking for here is an understanding of council's deliberation on the topic. I don't feel it needs a direction because council will make a motion regarding the acceptability of the budget when it's brought forward for presentation. So a straw poll here, an understanding of what it is council would like to see in this draft is all we're seeking.
Perfect. So council, would anybody like to speak to Councillor Taylor's recommendation that the public works equipment upgrades be removed completely from the existing budget? Seeing no hands, I'll start. For myself, I can't support removing it completely. However, I think I'll find my way to agreeing certainly to chopping that number down, approximately in half or to 80,000, as was sort of indicated by a couple other councillors. Council, any other discussion before we look around the room to try and gauge support for this? So again, those who would be in favor of removing that line item completely, if you could just indicate, please. Opposed? Okay, so it's not supported at this time. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to propose that the amount be cut in half to $60,000.
Council, any discussion on that? Councillor Race.
Thank you, sir. I will not support that. We've got winter coming up. We've got machinery out there, graders, trucks. Just never know what's going to happen to them, so I will not support that.
Councillor Labarge.
So there's 60,000 there and the ability to come back to council. So yeah, I would support that for sure.
Council, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Goon. This makes it the challenging part because we don't know where the number, for anyone, and this is the art of the compromise. I would want to ask Councilor Race what her target number is, because since 0 was eliminated, we have to either figure out, is it going to be 60, 40, or 80? And in hope of the straw poll method that we get to a number that best represents council overall. So I'm just speaking and I'll be transparent. If this is defeated, my personal choice would be to go lower. It wouldn't be to go to 80,000. So these are just in full transparency, that's where my train of thought is. So that's all. Thanks.
Councillor Race, I'll give you a chance to respond, then I have Councillor Hawes and Councillor Labarge.
No.
You don't have to, would you like to respond?
I'd like to. You know what, I I like to think that I'm very supportive of what, you know, councillor motions come forward or what council says, because in supporting council, we're gonna start getting stuff done. But with this, we've got administration who works with this day in, day out. They've taken, I don't know how many months to prepare this for us. They've put a lot of thought into it. And even though Winston said 75,000 might be the magic number, but he's coming in at 120, and we're coming into winter, I want to stay with this 120. So, thank you.
Councillor Haas?
Yeah, I'm of the mind, hearing from administration that past usually dictates maybe what's coming forward, and 75,000 was the number that I heard that past years, or last year anyway, was the figure. And so, and that's unplanned, so it could be less than that, but it also could be more. So to me, a $75,000 amount, to me, is a reasonable amount administration can work with, still being mindful of the cost savings when they can, and you know, if it exceeds that, comes back to council. So I personally, 60,000 to me is a little low, looking at what we've had to do in the past. So I'd be more, you know, of the line of 75 personally.
I have Councillor Labarge, then Councillor Ostashik.
In lines with the comments by Mayor Michaels, I agree. I mean, if it's not this, in my mind, it's got to be less. I mean, we're not talking about emergency funds here. We're talking about spending, unanticipated spending, and I appreciate the fact that it's unanticipated, but if it's not emergency, we can always talk about it, so.
Councillor Ostashik and Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, I'm fine with 60,000. I have no problem with that. I did want to throw something else out there, though. I don't know if it forms part of this consensus request or if it's a different one. It'd be related, though. I like this because it gives administration the ability to make purchases, you know, for unscheduled equipment replacement. Because I wouldn't want administration coming back to council to requesting $1,000 or anything like that. So this gives them the opportunity for that. However, I think if it's a major purchase, I feel I would be more comfortable if that received retroactive council approval. So to me, any individual purchase over $10,000, I think I'd be more comfortable if that came back to council for retroactive approval. So I'm fine supporting this, and that can be made as a separate consensus request. That's fine. I'm just throwing it out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas.
So of the mind, I mean, I like 75, but if this doesn't pass, what I'm hearing is it's going to go lower. I don't want it to go lower. So I'm amenable to 60 and at that point. So 60 is good with me.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I want to speak to you too. You know, there's two of us that'll vote zero here, right? So I like 40,000 better than 60. I mean, I'll vote for 60, but.
Councillor Reyes.
Thank you, sir. To administration, do we have any equipment at the shop that's off warranty? So if the motor went, we would be fixing it on our dime. So is there equipment that's off warranty?
Quite certainly, yes, yeah. Yes, and while I have, like, I also, just to remind council that we have removed all of our fleet and equipment from the 2022 budget, you'll recall, whatever was in the queue. And so we're feeling fairly confident that we can do that in order to do the work around creating a whole fleet and equipment replacement. But that does increase the risk a little bit of whatever we were supposed to do in 2022. We're doing nothing. We're replacing nothing in 2022 in order to step back and build that whole plan. So there may be a little, some slight need to limp us through 2022 in order to get us to 2023. And I believe from the team here, 75,000, you're certainly carry on with your debate. Absolutely. Wherever you land, that's what we'll do. We can bring reports back as often as we need to based on a financial threshold or whatever, but 75,000 is amenable to us at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, council. Any last minute comments before we look to find out how people land on $60,000 for that particular line item? All right, well then, council, if you could indicate your support for a number of $60,000 in the Public Works equipment line item, please indicate. And opposed? And that's carried. So I'm assuming administration just procedurally, I just want to make sure I'm doing this right. So then the expectation moving forward will be the next draft will show 60 grand in that particular line item?
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you. Council, two other line items. What are Councilor Ostashik?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, before we move on, I would like to seek an additional consensus from council, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
Regarding the past item, I'm not sure really sure how to word this, but I'd like to seek consensus from council that any single expenditure in excess of $10,000 must receive council's retroactive approval. And I'd speak to it quickly. I already spoke to it when we were debating the previous consensus request. I just think as a gesture of responsibility for council and transparency to the public, that if there is an expenditure beyond 10,000, that it be communicated to council, and that council has the ability to grant retroactive approval for it. Thanks.
If I could just seek clarification on my own, Councilor Ostashik, is that specific to the Public Works equipment line item, or for all, like, what's the scope? Pardon me.
Yeah, I'll clarify. It's just for the Public Works equipment line item. The one that was just consensus was just given to a budget of $60,000.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Administration, any questions before I sort of seek consensus of council?
None from administration, thank you.
Okay. And then I'll just, council, while that's making its way to the screen, any initial comments, questions? Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I support this. It just comes down to the amount of money. I do in one breath know that we just chopped the recommended number from 120 to 60. Could administration speak to the added benefit potentially if it was a higher number up to $20,000? The reason is, I get the rationale that we're being transparent, we're reporting everything, we're asking for this, kind of knowing that things will come up. And I like the principle. I do like capping it, because if it's all used in one item, then let's share that with the public. But I'm kind of leaning towards giving more latitude to administration, that perhaps it's 20,000. Knowing nothing of a previous history on what would fall in this category, are most of these items under $10,000, administration?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I will actually invite Miss Fox. She has access likely to what we've purchased out of there and just what kinds of costs they were, and then maybe secondary to those as well.
Thank you, Ms. Howarth, through to chair and through to council. As you were talking, I was madly trying to find my plan so I could report back some of the things that were in there. I know there has been a fire pump for a truck that has been coded to there in the past. I know that there was money for plotter and some other types of equipment. I would just have to take a minute to refer to that. I think that overall, the emergency money that the CAO approves that is requested to go back to council for approval is important, because those emergency monies that the council or CAO would approve would have no money to fund them. So there would be approval required from council after that decision is made on how you're going to fund that emergency spend. With the unplanned amount being in a plan, money would be planned to be put in the reserve. So I know it's not exactly to the question that was asked, but asking for approval of something that's already been spent and already has money in place for it is really for naught, I guess. We would be bringing that back for information so they know what it was spent on, but no council approval would really be required for admin for that decision because it was already included as money in the plan. That was already spent.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. So if I understand you correctly, then is if the decision's already been a $60,000 allocation, and if what's being proposed here is that anything within that 60,000 that's 10, right for now, 10,000 or higher, that it comes back to council. I think you're saying that that's a bit redundant because there's money in there and it's already been spent, and so the approval of it is maybe not the case, and so okay. And then just before I go back to the chair, Ms. Russo, is there anything else that you can speak to about whether a $10,000 or a $20,000 cap would be better if council wanted to consider something like that within the $60,000 limit?
Yes, thanks, Ms. Howard. Through to the chair to council. Normally, just out of experience, not labeling what has been spent to date exactly to the itemized schedule we have, I would say that 15,000, you often see it being 12,500 plus the freight and then all those type of things. So 15,000 to me is more amenable in terms of a threshold than a 10,000. Sometimes we're just over that amount. I would say 15, between 10 and 20, 15 is probably where I would suggest.
Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I mean, I threw it out there and I'm completely amenable to the wording. If it's not appropriate for council to provide retroactive approval, then it's simply, reported to council at the next regular meeting of council. Something like that is fine. In terms of changing the dollar value though, I almost feel like I would like to keep it at 10,000. The reason being, if we bump it up to $20,000, that's a full third of the budget available that could be spent without a report back to council that it's been spent. I'm happy to keep it at 10, but if it fails at 10, if somebody wants to make something with a higher dollar value, that's fine too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council, administration, and then Councillor Haas.
Thank you. So if I'm trying to understand where you want to go with this, so what perhaps could happen is that we report on it quarterly. Anything more than $10,000 gets reported within a month of the expenditure or something like that, so that you're seeing the ones that are perhaps using a larger percentage of the overall $60,000, and that it's being brought to your attention sooner than the rest of the just more routine, unplanned expenditures, of smaller amounts, I should say. So that way you can keep an eye, and there can be that scrutiny that you talked about as to how much is actually left in that reserve when we start to spend increments of 10,000 or more quite quickly.
Councillor Haas.
Yeah, I can't support the consensus. I don't know, did we type it out or is it just consensus? I don't know. Just a consent. Yeah, the wording of retroactive decision, I do agree in the transparency, and it would be nice to know. I would be more along the lines of a report for information if spending more than X amount of dollars, if it's $10,000 out of this particular account. Because it's not a decision of council, because the decision of council has already been made on this budget, but having that information I think is important. I think it'll also help because this line item comes back to 2023 as well, and this is the first year we've done this. We get to see then what is coming out of that account over the next year and see what if we are exceeding that, so that going into 2023 budget we have a better idea and whether or not that number of 60,000 is reasonable or needs to be increased or even decreased. But I think having that, at least that clarity over the next year and seeing what is being spent, and coming back as a report of information to council before the quarterly would be, I think, actually beneficial and transparent for us moving forward in the budget process in the years to come. So
Thank you.
Mr. Osmond?
I just have a question. The proposed reporting to council for information over $10,000, is that in addition to the quarterly reporting for the project? So we currently have established a process where this particular project is reported quarterly along with the expenditures that have been made out of it. Is the intention here that if there's something over 10,000 on the second day of the quarter, that would immediately come to council in addition to the quarterly reporting?
Councilor Stashik, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that would be the intent. This would be, it'd be included in the quarterly reports too, of course, but it's just to keep council abreast of any major unplanned purchases. And I consider $10,000 to be major, but it's just to keep us abreast of any major unplanned purchases so that we're aware and we have an idea of where that fund is sitting at. So, yeah, so it would be reported. And I'm not saying it has to be reported the next day or anything, just an information report at the next regular meeting of council, something like that. Thank you.
Councilor Reyes?
Thank you, sir. I think CAO said, within the month of that expenditure, it would come to us, and I like that. I also like what Councilor Hawes is saying. We're starting with, I don't like this part, 60,000, but we're starting with 60,000, and any expenditures off of that would certainly show us that maybe we need more. So, but I like this.
Okay, Councilor Taylor.
Yeah, I'm good with $10,000, and to me, it's kind of a justification why you're spending it from this contingency account. That's the word, maybe.
Administration, is it possible to just to confirm the wording on that at this point? Oh, okay. Okay.
So I had reworded my notes based on an understanding that we weren't going to use the phrase retroactive approval. So I have that there would be a requirement for a report to council for information on any expenditure over $10,000 made to this project.
Councilor Stashik, I'll look to confirm.
Yeah, that captures the intent, and yeah, I'm good with that.
Councilor Hawes?
Yeah, and I guess it's just for my sake, but to speak to administration, for my purposes, it's not about questioning the expense itself and the purchase of it. It's just understanding what's happening behind the scenes and the expenditures that are occurring that's coming from this particular unplanned account to get a better picture. Because I think right now we don't have a great picture of what that is. You guys do, we don't. This is an opportunity, I think, for us to learn with this reporting. So I think for me, being clear, it's not the question, administration's purchase of it. It's just for us to then have some clarity around this unplanned account and to see how much happens, on a day-to-day basis that is unplanned. It helps us. So that's just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any other comments before we call this to question? Council, do you need to hear the direction again, or we're clear on this? Okay. All those in favor, please indicate. Opposed? And that is approved 6-1. Okay. Mr. Osmond.
Just before we move on to the next project, this is the water distribution infrastructure rehab and replacement. I was just hoping we could confirm with Mr. Russo that this project, is it unplanned, this project, or is there a plan for the hydrant replacements? If you're not ready to answer, I can explain to council why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, no, it's a combination of unplanned and planned. We don't know when a hydrant may go. We also know of hydrants that is close to the point of needing replacement or refurbishment. So it's a combination of both.
So the reason I asked for that clarification is that these three projects were moved down simply because they were annual programs, not necessarily because they were all unplanned. So there is a there is a planned component to this project, and I think that clarification is important as council begins their conversation about it.
Councillor Haas.
I'm knowing that there is planned, and then of course there's unforeseeable things that are gonna occur when it comes to hydrants in our community, whether they go faulty, they go dry, you know, I'm comfortable personally with the $75,000 in this particular fund, with the combination of the two. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Even if you change some out that afterwards aren't unplanned, then they're new and they won't fall into the next budget, so I'm comfortable with it.
Council, any other comments or questions on this particular line item? Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For me, seeing that it's a combination is, I know it sucks to look at a smaller number, but do we lower it by 20%, right? Like, do we give that latitude? Is it maybe 50,000 and 50,000 for both? That's what I'm kind of hearing. Obviously, I don't know the in and outs, but I've heard enough that some is planned and some is there in case. Do we want to find some savings there potentially? That's where I'm at, and I'm okay lowering a little bit for both. I think it's important, like the other item that we just spoke to have that money there for some latitude, but we're going to have to pick stuff somewhere at some point. And to me, this is an opportunity to have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Taylor.
My preference would be that it be lowered. That we did $5,000 last year for 5 or 6 hydrants. Now we're jumping to 75, and we're including a bunch of unplanned hydrants. So lowering, I don't know the amount, but.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Mr. Mayor.
I'll put forward a straw poll, if that's okay, to lower the $75,000 item, water distribution infrastructure, to 50,000.
Councillor sorry, Mr. Mayor, before I go to the next councillor, Councillor Ostasher.
Just wondering if there's any appetite on council, if there's a discussion about lowering the values of these, if there'd be any appetite on a discussion regarding lowering them but combining them, so that if there is some, you know, additional unforeseen fire hydrant repairs that need to be done, but there's less manhole repairs that need to be done, it can still be done without having to go outside the parameters of it. Because I do believe I heard earlier from administration that these two could be combined. I believe they're coming from the same reserve and they're kind of related. So as long as there's no issue with combining them, maybe that's a way to go to look at this one. Thank you.
Administration, would you care to comment on that, please?
I'll pass that one to Mr. Rousseau, and at the same, I'm just wondering, of the 75,000, I can't remember, I think we asked the question back when we reviewed these this morning. That seems like a couple days ago already. If we know how much of the 75 is for the planned ones, because if 50 doesn't even cover the planned ones, I would not recommend that be reduced. Again, we're just looking for some, other than just reducing it to find savings, which are actually, I suppose, indirect savings, and I understand where you're going with that. I'm not sure that it creates savings, because again, this doesn't impact the operating budget or the taxation or anything. So Mr. Rousseau, I think there was a first question and second one linked to it. Yeah, so it sounds like probably 50 will cover what we absolutely have to do, and then we would have nothing for the not the unplanned ones, but the ones that we know are close. Go ahead, Mr. Rousseau.
Yeah, to the chair, to council, thank you. Sia Howarth, what I would say is that, I mean, we've got planned and unplanned. If the planned ones is probably the ones that we know is going to give in a certain period of time, depends on the pressure differentials and those type of things that the operation guys have looked at. If council, you do have the purview to reduce it, it simply just means that we don't know for the unforeseen what that would be. So if we do reduce it from what I'm hearing to 50,000, then of course we will have to prioritize and keep some percentage for that unforeseen towards the colder periods of the year, being between now and March, and then again from November till December. So as council's purview, it just means that we will have to tighten what we planned for. And that being said, not that I'm negating what we've asked for, but we're also going forward with asset management planning. And asset planning will either say if we're ahead of the curve on this item, or we're way behind because we've curtailed the number today. So these are just some of the variables that we as administration took into account, erring on the side of being proactive to know that there's already a backlog on these hydrants. Talking about combining the two, I think that was the other question, if I may just, while I'm at it. Yes, we can, as long as the description basically covers both the descriptors as hydrants as well as laterals and manholes.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to withdraw my unofficial straw poll question and put forward a combined straw poll of both items with the intent that they're interchangeable with the same descriptions as pointed, with a budget of $110,000 total, and see where council feels with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So council, we're looking at a straw poll right now that involves combining these two line items to a total of, Mr. Mayor, you said $110,000? Perfect. I'm just gonna make sure I jot that down for reference. Is there any discussion on that? Councilor Reyes.
Thank you, sir. So that's a decrease of 35,000? Thank you.
Council, any further discussion? Councilor Taylor?
I would just say my preference would be that the number would be lower, and I guess the reason for that is that last year, as you know from the capital budget, we had budgeted $75,000 for the manhole and the lateral. It was canceled, and then we had $5,000 that we spent on hydrants, so this is even more than the amount that we had budgeted last year. So maybe a number of 75 would be more appropriate.
Council, any further discussions? Seeing none, then we'll call it to question. So this is again a straw poll where we're looking to combine these last two line items into a total budgetary amount of $110,000. Administration, any final questions or concerns about that just before we go to the straw poll? Please.
Through the chair to council, just further to Councillor Taylor's comment, because we've had a lot of resources unallocated earlier this year, until very recent, we've had certain positions filled. That has caused a delay in having done certain works. So Councillor Taylor, respectfully, that is not a good reflection as to how much we've achieved this year. So I just wanted to highlight that for council's edification. Thank you.
CAO?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Magoon. And so in addition to that, even the hydrant life cycle replacement, for example, was budgeted $105,000. That included $100,000 that was carried forward from 2020. And that was due to the COVID situation, as you know, just with staffing and layoffs and reductions and everything that we did to try to manage that impact of COVID on our operating budget that year. So again, another example of, while we had monies budgeted, the reasons for those projects not going forward, either being canceled or carried forward, are varied. It's not a direct correlation between the need.
Perfect, thank you. Council, any last minute questions before I call this to question? Seeing none, then I'll call it to question. Again, that we combine the last two line items to equal a total of $110,000. All those in favor, please indicate. All those opposed? And that is carried 6-1. Thank you very much, Council, Administration, for the input on that. And that, I believe, wraps up the discussion of those capital budget items identified in the 2022 year. Sorry, I'm scrolling up, I apologize. Just gonna find myself. There we go. And then Mr. Osmond, I believe your intention was, if you'd like to carry on, just getting us on track here for the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, so with that information out of the way, it gives us a good understanding of what council's expectations are with regard to the capital budget for 2022. The only remaining discussion points would be in the capital plan 2023 to 2026. The question to council would be if there were any changes, amendments, numbers, funding, projects that aren't in there that you would like to see, projects that are in there that you would prefer not to see. The one piece that I will provide to council is that everything that's in the plan years is subject to coming back to council for additional conversation. All of those projects will be reviewed as they come forward. So there will be capital charters for them. There will be more work put into understanding the details of them. So it is not urgent that all of the questions and everything be ironed out to the level that we expect of the budget programs. So I mention that because if there are any changes that council would like to see, certainly you can let us know and we'd be happy to get them into the process. But if council is comfortable that the plan represents our best guess at the total projects that we have going forward into the plan and the best funding model that we have available at this time, then we may have all the information we need from council to proceed with preparing a draft capital budget and plan for approval.
I have Councillor Labarge.
Just a question, as it relates to the Beaver Boardwalk, obviously this is something that everybody's heard an awful lot about. When I read the CPC for that, I think using an acronym. I think it says replace. Is that what's happening for the $4 million? Or how did that work get prioritized? I'm curious to the number.
Thank you, and through to, of course, Council and Councillor Laberge. So yes, this is of course let's say a complicated, or at least something to understand. When the project was put onto the long-term planning, and that's been a couple of years ago now, based on the initial report for the Beaver Boardwalk, there was a potential, of course, for a multi-million-dollar replacement. That replacement has gone through the Beaver Boardwalk Committee, and that has only seen at this moment, based on the recommendation and that went through council, a $300,000 grant funded portion of replacement that's upcoming now when we get the winter back at this moment. The other section basically the most of it, of course, the Beaver Boardwalk, has not gone through the process of, let's say, the final recommendation and the council's approval for the section to be completely replaced. This is mainly a placeholder for that amount, but it could cost in the end if the whole Beaver Boardwalk would have been done. The new Beaver Boardwalk Oversight Committee, BBOC, is tasked to, at least with administration, and come up with recommendations, or at least be part of the, let's say, with the community and its stakeholders, to give recommendations to council for those decisions that might come up. This basically puts that number and dollar amount also on an awkward place, let's say awkward, totally on the right-hand side of the grid, that there's no grant funding allocated to it, but it's outside of that payment plan that you see in front of you. I hope that makes it a little bit more clear, and other questions maybe.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor, go ahead.
I guess just my questions to council. Is this a bit of a red flag to you that we got a Beaver Boardwalk project that's $4 million? Something that cost $220,000 to build in the first place, seeing as the difficulties we've had in the past. Do we really want to even have this in our year 2 of our draft budget, this dollar amount?
I have myself in next. Sorry, if you're done your question, Councillor Taylor. Yeah, I'll respond to that. Yeah, I have some huge reservations about that. I mean, already, I know there's citizens out in the public asking what the long-term plan is for the Beaver Boardwalk. And I am extremely hesitant to go to the public with a dollar amount attached into the long-term capital budget but without any kind of plan that can reflect, you know what I mean? It's a bit of a chicken and an egg going on here. What got us into trouble in the past, I think, was having amount budgeted for a project without any real public feedback and input. What I'd really like to see happen before we allocate any kind of long-term dollars to this is a plan that is vetted through and goes through this committee that we worked so hard to establish, and is agreed to, in collaboration with council, about what the future development, repairs, and upgrades look like in this area. And then developing, I think, a well thought out budget around that. I understand this is trying to budget long term, trying to guess, but I'm really uncomfortable with that amount moving forward on the capital plan. I have Councillor Ostashik up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not uncomfortable, not at all. I'm fine with the $4 million placeholder in the 2023 budget. And when I'm asked by citizens, I can say, yeah, I've had so much feedback from citizens that they want to see the Beaver Boardwalk rejuvenated and put back to what it used to be. Now how it winds up back at how it used to be, and what the finite details of what it's going to look like, that's fine. I'm giving that over to the Beaver Boardwalk Committee to make recommendations to council, and council can take those recommendations and give administration direction regarding what the community wants to see for that Beaver Boardwalk. But in terms of the details of what it's going to look like. But the assurance, though, is that council is devoted to this, we're committed to this, and we're committed to the extent that we have dedicated $4 million available to reconstruct the Beaver Boardwalk, which is what you as citizens have asked me to do. So that's why I'm comfortable with it. I have no problem moving forward. Thank you.
Council, I have no one in the speakers queue.
Mr. Osborne.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Osmond.
Thank you very much. My question is with regards to this project. In this draft of the budget, there is no funding identified for it. The project is there at an estimated value, but there isn't funding allocated. Based on those comments, I'm wondering if council would like to allocate some funding to it, or if it is comfortable proceeding with it unfunded.
Councillor Taylor?
You mean in the 2021, this coming year?
No.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. It is currently listed in the 2023 plan, but I couldn't immediately identify what the intention was in terms of how the project would be funded. I mean, there are not a lot of pools funds with $4 million in them. So I assume that if there wasn't a contemplation of some outside funds, that the balance of the project would come from debt. But rather, if it's important and council is speaking about this project, especially if the terminology is we have it in the budget and we're talking about funding, we should probably have some funding there to back up the state.
I have Councillor Ostashik, the mayor, then myself.
Thank you. For the time being, I'm content with it the way that it is. I'm not ready to speak to how it's going to be funded yet, appreciating that there is some limitations on what might be available for grant funding for it. That said, though, we did find $300,000 to do the portion that's going to be done this winter. So I'm optimistic that there can be some grant availability to help us on that one too. I mean, I am committed to it and would consider funding it through debt, but that's a conversation for down the road as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the same train of thought as Councillor Stashik. We're not allocating money, and this is the culture. I don't want it to just be the default that it's debt. It would be, now administration is aware that there's a possibility that there may be $4 million in a project that's not defined yet, or we have no input from the Beaver Boardwalk Committee or anyone else, that it could come from all sorts of funds, and I'd like to keep it there. And then when we have a better picture of what possible funding mechanisms based on what the future plans look like, then I think we make those decisions. So I'd be remiss because the number could be 2 million, the number could be 6 million, the number could be 600,000 fix this. I don't know. But this gives some latitude, and defining money at this time, I think is a bit premature. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have myself and Councilor Stashik. Honestly, I think what I think would be more functional at this moment in time is finding a way to allocate a few $100,000 for expansion and work in the immediate future in the next year. For myself, I think that would be much more functional, and it would give the Beaver Boardwalk Committee a place to start, rather than saying, well, we have a plan that's undefined that we're going to work with you on in the future, but you don't have anything right now. I think there's certainly a lot of ways that they could spend several $100,000 to upgrade that area, in addition to what's being allocated currently. So that actually, I offer that up for council's consideration. If that's not the will of council, I think that's more functional in the short term. But I will move over to Councilor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know this has kind of been touched on before. There was a question about timing regarding grant applications. And so I guess I'd just like to revisit that through this scenario. So if this is part of the 2023 capital project plan, when would that legwork regarding grant applications and seeking out potential grants that could help fund us, when would that start?
Administration.
Rob, take it and we'll.
I'll read. So with projects of this magnitude, I would expect that some of these details would begin to be ironed out as it comes, before it comes forward in a capital budget proposal. So sometime between now and this time next year. The reason for that is, we'd certainly have to have some conceptual idea of what the project would look like before it entered into a capital budget and made that transition from the plan to the budget. Yeah, it would be challenging to budget for a project that lacked definition, especially when you're dealing with this type of magnitude. So my understanding is that there's a committee that's working on what this plan, the concept will be for this project. My hope is that over the next year that should take some shape, get some council buy-in, and by the time it comes back as a council project proposal, it should be fairly well defined.
I could follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
So in my opinion, that's the work that the committee is going to do over the coming year. They're going to take that and they're going to come up with some potential plans, look at options, discuss, and then bring recommendations back to council that can help inform our budget discussion a year from now when we're looking at ways that we can fund the Beaver Boardwalk in 2023. So to my thinking, that's the work that organization, that committee is going to be doing over the next year. I don't necessarily think that they need funding to be able to do good work. I think the good work that they're going to do is bringing us some good solid recommendations on options and budgets for 2023 for some substantial reconstruction. And hopefully along with that comes some good news about some grant opportunities. Thank you.
CAO.
Deputy Mayor Magoon. Yeah, that's I believe as well as sort of the scope and the terms of reference for that committee and the kind of work that they're going to do in the next year. And again, we'll always keep our eyes and ears open for grants that would fit into this. We know that at some point in time, you're going to spend money in that asset. And so you can get ahead of it a little bit in that sense. But again, we couldn't submit application forms or anything because we have nothing project ready. We don't have a scope, no direction, no strategic plan. And even just around enhancements. Well, enhancements are typically new things. And again, with the whole asset management conversation, it's that, and the way that we vet the projects this year and in the future is sort of, let's take care of what we have now. So I don't think the intention is to focus on making it bigger and better. I think our first focus is, what do we have? What do we want to keep? What is it going to take to do that? So there will be grants that will, keep our eyes and ears open for that align with that, because we're quite certain that a large part or some of that work will be in the existing boardwalks to maintain those spaces in some way, shape, or form. And then, of course, some could be removed, some could be brand new. So that's the intent there.
Thank you, Min. Council, any additional comments on the Beaver Boardwalk line item right now? And if not, then we certainly can open it up to any other items. And it is currently 4:56. Just being mindful of the time in the slated agenda. Councillor Hawes.
I just have a question why the Legion Squares or stairs is $1. Like the budget.
That's an accountant thing.
Okay.
So when we had originally put the draft together, we realized we didn't have an estimate on this project. And when it was ranked, because it didn't fall in the 2022 year, we had hoped if we had a number, we'd put it in. The difficulty I have is that in the spreadsheet, if the project value is 0, then it doesn't track. So I put in at $1 so that it tracks.
Okay, I'm just curious why that one line item was that.
You won't get it for $1.
No, I
I'll give you my personal
Thank you.
guarantee. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, I need a little clarification on that. Is the Legion building, is that a town-owned facility, or why is that on a town capital project budget?
I'll defer that back to.
Okay, well, I'll start with that, and then Mr. Von Claveren can answer that as well. So this is an example of where we could maybe describe our projects a little bit different. We are not replacing stairs at or for the Legion. These are the public stairs that go on our land behind the Legion. So we often talk about, it's like, Bhutan lands. They don't belong to Bhutan. They belong to the town, but we have habit of using space as a location. And then Mr. Von Claveren, if you want to speak to that project quickly, that would be great. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, CEO Howard, and through the council. So the project charter states the amount. I think it was a little bit later submitted in there. So it's $38,100 based on a local contractor estimate that we received. So yeah, basically this is all I have to say to it. It's the Legion stairs that we refer to as a, let's say, name giving, but it's those stairs that lead towards the hotel on the from the Cenotaph area down basically to the highway.
Yep, fully understood now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Council, I'm just, as we hit 5, I want to clarify from administration, from a chairing perspective. Are there any other objectives that we haven't hit today that we would have liked to prior to 5 o'clock, or that we may need to extend for, those sorts of things?
So I am pleased to say that from my seat, we have hit the objectives that I wanted to see hit today. I certainly recognize that this is a significant shift from the process that the town has used in previous years. I recognize that this could be a long conversation, and there's lots of pieces that we got to work out as we move through a new system. So I certainly appreciate the help. To recap, I have received a consensus from council on all of the projects that were identified in the 2020 capital budget draft. There were a couple of number changes and one project consolidation. I have a number of notes about all the projects. The capital charters will be updated before we come back with the final draft. And I also have a few notes on some of the planned projects as well. But that is more than sufficient for us to build a draft for council to consider for approval on December 7th. And I thank you for your time today in helping us build that picture.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond. I am going to go to Councillor Hawes, who has a question.
It's a question or a statement. I really appreciated administration giving us the opportunity to put some operational proposals in. And I guess this is where today, I was a little bit struggling. There was a couple of possibilities that I wanted to throw out there, but didn't feel it was the place. But in the future, I don't know if it's possible, and it would have to be early in the game, I realize, because also too, I feel at this late in the game to throw out potential new capital projects to discuss. But is it a possibility in the years to come, having that same kind of process, but towards capital, being able to, as a counselor, to propose, these are some things I've been hearing and getting some feedback from the rest of council on it for future budget deliberations is where I'm coming from. Maybe not necessarily this one in particular.
Thank you very much for the question. So I have been working on this process for a number of years, and I think your comment is a very interesting one. I've never contemplated council input into proposing capital projects. So I'm not sure the mechanism of how I will accomplish that, but I do think it's worth some thought, because I think certainly the value that those operating proposals provide council in terms of providing some of their fingerprints on the budget makes a lot of sense. And if we can find a way to repeat that process on the capital side, I think it would have some merits. And I go back and see how we can make that happen.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo the same sentiments. Overall, I want to say the amount of information in the oversight, the one-page reports on the capital projects, as I think is going to solve a major issue our community has faced for years and years of passing a form of an omnibus capital budget without really knowing what we're going to have. So that to do that work is amazing, and it will simply save many debates and headaches in the future, and I really appreciate that. And the Beaver Boardwalk Bridge was one. If we would have got a one-page report years and years ago, it would have created that dialogue and that conversation on what was going to be built. And we all know how many wasted hours we've had talking about that. So my appreciation is overwhelming for that. So I really thank you. To Councillor Hawes's point, and perhaps this is for thinking out loud with council and administration, but we have our strategic plan coming up. I believe there should be a component where we talk about capital projects that aren't listed in the 5-year plan that we have appetite for, and use the same process of the straw polling and talking. Do we want to potentially see what a project of an added trail is, or project B or project C, and have that conversation where administration compiles the appetite that is outside of our current 5-year plan? Because I'm sure there are things that we've heard during the election or we hear, and it just never, the genesis never starts because it's challenging to introduce that. So to me, that happens during our strategic plan, that there's an overarching perspective, but there's also a specific capital component that then gets translated into our future capital budget. So to me, as a council and administration, that will be our challenge, I think, in the coming months, to then prepare ourselves for 2023. But overall, extremely happy with what you brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Council, anything? Oh, administration.
If council first? Okay.
Seeing nothing, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Michaels, for the comments on the strategic plan. That was where I was headed as well. There's that process and that document serves lots of purposes, and that would be one for sure. In this case, this year, of course, I think you now know most of what we know in terms of what's in the queue for the next 5 years, 50 years. In addition to that, we have our asset management that will populate this severely. And I use that word strategically because you think the list is long now. Wait till we get our asset management done and everything in the queue there. So between everything that we know now and everything that we know is coming in the queue with asset management, in addition to the plans that we have, for example, our Parks and Open Spaces, Trails and Master Plan. We have a lot of documents that already guide us as to where are we supposed to go. For example, trails, where they would be expanded, how we'll expand them when we can't take care of the ones that we have now, all of that sort of thing. So we do have some really good guiding documents now that we don't necessarily have a process to integrate them into something like this, or they're not live documents because we just have so much in front of us. I'll use the water treatment plant as a hypothetical situation, that how do you look for a wish list when we don't quite have a full, complete list of everything that has to be done, and then until we get to the things that are the nice to haves. And so I know for myself, I didn't feel that this year, while we did that with the operating budget, that the capital budget was the time or place to do that, both with an incoming council, as well as until you see what you're faced with and the fact that our reserves are totally drained in 5 years unless we do something different after 2022 or during 22 to get ready for that. I think that was important information for council to have, so that we all are moving forward from that common denominator forward for that wish list. And so I just wanted to note that. And then I too wanted to thank Mr. Osmond for the supporting us through this process. And it's been new for us for lots of components of it as well. And for council leaning in, participating, we appreciate that. We've got still some heavy lifting to do to get us to the capital approval as well as the operating budget approval in February. But hopefully you'll see as we go through each presentation and the process for this budget, things start to piece together a little bit more, and we'll have more actual capital conversations during the operational budget, because you'll start to see, well, now what do we do with those reserve transfers and whatnot. So again, thanks to council for that, Mr. Osmond, and of course administration, as well as Carla and Debbie who are online there. I hope you can see the time and effort that's gone in to this day. And we've benefited from it, and we're in a better place as well. So I want to ditto the comments that Mayor Makels made on that. I think will serve us well moving forward. Thank you.
Then, yeah, just expressing the appreciation of council for all the hard work done by everybody today. Thank you. We are at 5:08, and Councilor
Move that we will adjourn.
Perfect. Thank you. Oh. Oh, yes, okay. Sorry, Councilor Hawes.
Yep. Totally. Good catch.
Councilor Hawes.
All right, so I'm gonna take a minute. That council direct administration to bring the draft 2022 capital budget and draft 2023 to 2026 capital plan with amendments as directed by committee consensus on November 21st, 2021 to the December 7th, 2021 regular council meeting for decision.
Do you care to speak to that at all, Councilor Hawes?
No, I'm good.
Council, would anybody care to speak to the direction on the floor?
Please.
Seeing none, then we'll call it to question. All those in favor, please indicate. And seeing that is unanimously carried. Thank you very much. Councilor Ostashik?
Now can I move that we adjourn?
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. So we have a motion to adjourn. Council, any discussion? Seeing none, call that to question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. We are adjourned at 5:09. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.